Upon entering the room, Bai Huajin lay on the bed, drenched in cold sweat and groaning. Seeing this, Aunt Yao realized she was about to give birth. She turned to the anxious Yunze, who was standing helplessly by, and said, "It's not appropriate for a man to be here during childbirth. You should wait outside." After sending Yunze out, she turned to Zhang Hohot, who was standing nearby, and said, "Hohot, please go to the kitchen and bring in the prepared items." Such a hassle. Zhang Hohot complained, but still went to the kitchen to fetch the hot water, scissors, and gauze. Aunt Yao approached the bed to check on Bai Huajin. "The cervix is open. Follow the contractions and push." Bai Huajin was in so much pain that her thoughts were muddled. She responded to Aunt Yao's words in a daze. Outside, Yunze paced back and forth, anxious as he listened to Bai Huajin's muffled cries of pain, wanting to go in but fearing he would disturb them. After more than an hour, the sound of a baby's cry finally came from the room. Yunze's face lit up with joy. She had finally given birth. After waiting another half hour, the door opened, and Zhang Hohot called out to Yunze, who was peeking in, "You can come in and see your wife and child now." Yunze hurried into the room, where a faint smell of blood still lingered. Bai Huajin lay on the bed, and beside her was a baby wrapped in a red floral blanket. "Jeaner, you've worked hard," Yunze said, gently stroking her damp hair and looking at the wrinkled, red baby, feeling a surge of indescribable emotion. Bai Huajin looked lovingly at the baby. "Brother Yunze, look how beautiful our daughter is." Yunze didn't know if the baby was a boy or a girl until his wife mentioned it was a daughter. He looked at the wrinkled, red infant. While he couldn't see any beauty, he wouldn't say that now. He agreed with his wife, saying, "Our daughter must be beautiful." With both of them being good-looking, their daughter couldn't be unattractive. As they talked and admired their child, the atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Meanwhile, about 10 miles away from the small village, a few people were heading in their direction. "Big brother, that woman with the big belly can't have run far. She must be just ahead. We've chased them this far. We can't let them escape. Otherwise, it will be hard to get what we want once they return to the Yuyin family." The speaker was a tall man, about 6 feet, with a square face and fierce triangular eyes. Another man, slightly shorter and thinner but sharp-looking, was Zhang Mingda, the elder of the hidden Zhang family. The fierce man was Zhang Xiongqi, the leader of the Zhang family's protector hall. They were followed by several younger members of the Zhang family. They had received news that Yunze, the young master of the Yuyin family, and his wife had recently appeared in Yuyin province. Each of the 4 hidden families had their own cultivation techniques, but the Yuyin family's techniques were the most mysterious. It was said that the Yuyin family possessed ancient cultivation techniques that could break through the barriers of the current cultivation realms. The current cultivation system was divided into 2 types, spiritual and martial. Martial cultivators relied on rare herbs to strengthen their bodies, focusing mainly on physical power. In contrast, spiritual cultivators absorbed the thin spiritual energy from the air and stored it in their dantian. While their bodies were not as strong as martial cultivators, their spells were far beyond what martial cultivators could achieve. Naturally, spiritual cultivators were much stronger than martial ones. This rumor had drawn the attention of the other 3 families, but they dared not act against the powerful Yuyin family. Now that they had finally encountered the young master and mistress of the Yuyin family alone in Yuyin province, the other 3 families secretly sent people to try to obtain the ancient cultivation techniques from them. "Brother Yunze, what name do you think we should give our daughter?" Bai Huajin looked at her baby daughter with a gentle and loving expression. "Let's name her Yuyin Yuyin." Yunze gazed at the 2 most important people in his life and spoke the name he had already chosen in his heart. Yuyin. Bai Huajin could easily understand the meaning behind the name he chose for their daughter. This name represented the man's deep affection and promise to her. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and love as she looked at Yunze. After the warmth, Yunze had to think about their current situation. He wondered what had driven the Zhang, Shao, and Kong families to madness. Ever since they learned he and Huajin were in Yuyin province, they had been hunting them down. Today, He and Huajin had planned to visit a friend, but they were intercepted by the Zhang family along the way. Elder Zhang Mingdao insisted that he hand over the Yun family's cultivation techniques. But he knew nothing about the techniques Zhang Mingdao mentioned. Although the Yun family was the top of the 4 major families, their cultivation techniques were no different from the other 3 families. They were all passed down from their ancestors. Where could Zhang Mingdao's so-called techniques come from? If there were real cultivation techniques, he would have dealt with these people long ago, and they wouldn't be chasing him now. Bai Huajin noticed his sudden frown and realized that they were still being hunted. The previously warm atmosphere turned serious. At that moment, they heard Aunt Yao's voice from outside. Guifei, what happened? Why do you look so flustered? Zhang Guifei had just returned from the village and saw her mother-in-law standing in the yard, asking her,
Mom,
I just went around the village and saw a few burly men with unfriendly faces questioning old Jen. They seemed to be looking for a man and a woman who had come to the village, saying the woman was pregnant. I sense trouble. These people are clearly after the couple in our house. If they find them here, will they do something bad to us? Although Zhang Guifei lowered her voice, Yunze and Bai Huajin, being cultivators, still heard her words. Brother Yunze, what should we do if those people come after us? Bai Huajin asked nervously, her pale face showing immediate anxiety. Zhang Mingdao's cultivation was a small level higher than Yunze's, and he had several helpers with him. The 2 of them had already struggled against him before. Now, with Bai Huajin just having given birth and with a fragile baby, their chances were slim. Yunze realized this too. He didn't want to involve Aunt Yao's family. After looking at their daughter, who had just eaten and was sleeping soundly, he made a decision. We'll leave our daughter with this family for now, and we'll draw those people away. Once we get through this crisis, we'll come back for her. Bai Huajin knew this was the best option, but her heart was heavy with reluctance. Tears filled her almond-shaped eyes as she gently patted her daughter. Seeing his wife's sorrow, Yunze felt a mix of reluctance and worry. But he steeled himself and walked out of the room to find Aunt Yao, who was talking to Zhang Guifei. Aunt, those people are indeed after us. You've kindly helped us, and we don't want to involve you, but I have a request I hope you can agree to. Aunt Yao, feeling anxious after hearing Zhang Guifei, was startled by Yunze's words. You should leave our house quickly. Those people don't seem easy to deal with. Don't put our family in danger. Before Aunt Yao could speak, Zhang Guifei, hearing Yunze's words, immediately urged them to leave. Concerned for her family's safety, Aunt Yao didn't stop her daughter-in-law. She hoped the couple would leave quickly. They were just an ordinary family and couldn't afford to provoke those men. Yunze noticed Aunt Yao's thoughts and said, Thank you for taking us in. We'll leave soon. But our daughter is just born, and taking her with us would be dangerous. Can I ask you to keep her here for now? Once we get through this danger, we'll come back for her. We will always remember your kindness. Seeing Yunze's desperate plea, Aunt Yao felt a pang of sympathy. Zhang Guifei, however, was unwilling and wanted to refuse. What if they never returned? If they didn't come back, their family would have one more mouth to feed. Before she could voice her refusal, Yunze pulled out several shiny gold bars and handed them to Aunt Yao. This is our thank you. Thank you for helping my wife safely give birth to our daughter. If you face any difficulties, we won't insist. Zhang Guifei swallowed her words of refusal. She stepped in front of her mother-in-law and took the gold bars from Yunze, smiling. You're too kind. It's just a small favor. Don't worry. We'll take good care of your daughter until you're safe and can come back for her. At the back of the mountain, Bai Huajin looked longingly at her daughter in the swaddle and handed her to Aunt Yao. Aunt, her name is Yuyin. Please take good care of her for me. Yunze took out a jade pendant carved with a phoenix design and placed it in the swaddle with their daughter. He said to Aunt Yao, if we don't return, please take this pendant and go to Manhwa Alley in Yicheng to find a man named Yin Jihai and give him my daughter. Once he finished speaking, the couple turned away, unable to look back any longer, and walked deeper into the mountains.
Xuoman, Xuoman.
Yao Shueman, lost in her memories, was pulled back to reality by Huixing En's voice. She shook off her daze and turned to Huixing En. Oh, what's up? Husheng and looked at her suspiciously. He had called her several times, but she seemed not to hear. What was she so lost in thought about? What were you thinking? I called you several times with no response? Yao Yuejin smiled slightly, nothing, just daydreaming for a bit. Seeing she didn't want to elaborate, Husheng and changed the subject back to Qin Su. Is Tianyu dating Qi Zhenxing's daughter now? Yao Yuejin nodded. Yes, you're collaborating with Qi Zhenxing recently, right? Xian Wei and his daughter are good friends and have been to our house a few times. I didn't expect she would end up dating Tianyu. Husheng and showed no visible reaction but said to Yao Yuejin, tell Tianyu to bring her over tomorrow. Yao Yuejin didn't understand his intention but agreed. After leaving the study, Yao Yuejin went to the tea room, brewed a pot of pre-rain Longjing tea, and sipped it slowly, her thoughts drifting back to the memories her mother had shared. Later, the couple never returned. When the man from the Yao family came home from work, he found a small baby had suddenly appeared in their house. Yao Yuejin explained the situation to him. The man, thinking carefully, feared that this child might bring disaster to their family. From what his mother and wife had said, that couple was definitely not ordinary, and their enemies would be too powerful for them to handle. But looking at the adorable baby in the swaddle, he couldn't bring himself to abandon her. As he pondered what to do, that night, Zhang gave birth to a baby girl. He immediately came up with a plan and told the villagers that his wife had given birth to twin daughters. Sure enough, a few days later, several groups of people came to ask if a couple had recently visited the village. Fortunately, no one had seen that couple enter the village that day, and the Yao family managed to handle the inquiries. Yao Yuejin initially planned to send the child to Shu City as the couple had suggested, but then an unexpected event occurred. On the day of the child's full moon celebration, a ragged old Taoist priest passed by their house. The old priest noticed a faint red light emanating from the house, which others couldn't see, and was greatly surprised. In this remote place, there was someone with such a precious fate. Curious, the old priest knocked on the door. Although the Yao family wasn't wealthy, they couldn't turn away a guest on such a festive day, especially since he was a Taoist, so they politely invited him in. After the old priest had eaten and drunk his fill, he said he had the ability to read fortunes and had seen the red light from their house, indicating that there was a person of great fortune inside. Hearing this, the Yao family was pleased and called everyone to let the old priest take a look. When the old priest saw the baby wrapped in the swaddle, he became excited and said they had a person of extremely precious fate in their family, destined for greatness. The Yao family felt a bit disappointed when they realized the person of great fortune wasn't their child, but they thought it was close enough since the child was living with them. However, when the old priest looked at their newborn, he shook his head repeatedly. Yao Yuejin felt a sinking feeling in his heart, and the old priest's next words struck the Yao family like a bolt from the blue. How strange. One has a precious fate, while the other is destined to die young. Zhang Guihua's hand went weak, and she almost dropped her daughter. Yao Yuejin immediately chased the old priest out of the house, saying, "You old priest are just talking nonsense. What do you mean by destined to die young? I think you look like you won't live long either. We treated you well, and you come here to spout nonsense." The old priest wasn't angry. He walked away shaking his head, muttering incomprehensible words, one precious, one lowly, yet born of the same mother. How strange indeed. Once the old priest was far away, Yao Yuejin closed the door and returned inside to find Zhang Guihua in tears, while his mother looked worried. Don't listen to that old priest's nonsense. I think he just came to scam us. This is all superstitious nonsense. After hearing her husband's words, Zhang Guihua still felt frustrated. Why was her daughter said to be destined to die young, while that child, whose parents she didn't even know were alive, was deemed to have great fortune? Days passed, and the two children gradually grew up. When Yao Yuejin was 6 years old, she fell seriously ill and almost didn't make it. After finally recovering, she became prone to infections, and her health seemed to weaken day by day. The old priest's words echoed in Zhang Guihua's mind. her daughter was destined to die young. In her desperation, she remembered a powerful shaman from her family and quickly took her daughter back to her hometown. She soon found the shaman, who indeed had the ability to see that Yao Yuejin's spirit was weak and feared she wouldn't live past 7. Although Zhang was materialistic, hearing that her daughter wouldn't live to see 7 caused her great pain. She begged the shaman to find a way to save her daughter. To save your daughter, there is only one way, but it is very harmful to your karma, and there may be consequences later, the shaman said, a strange smile appearing on her gaunt face. And I will also suffer backlash. Can you pay this price? Zhang Guihua looked at her unconscious daughter, gritted. Although Zhang Guihua was materialistic, hearing that her daughter wouldn't live to see 7 caused her great pain. She begged the shaman to find a way to save her daughter. To save your daughter, only then can your daughter survive, the shaman's raspy voice whispered into Zhang Guihua's ear. After leaving the shaman's house and returning home, Yao Yuejin saw her mother come back with her sister and rushed over. Mom, where did you and my sister go? Is she better now? She remembered her mother and father saying they were taking her sister to see someone for treatment, so she hurried to ask when she saw them return. Though her mother usually didn't pay much attention to her and favored her sister more, she still hoped her sister would get better, so they could play together again. Hearing Yao Yuejin's voice, Zhang Guihua's muddled mind suddenly cleared. She looked at the pretty and obedient girl in front of her. Although she wasn't her biological child, after raising her for a few years, she had developed some feelings. But then, thinking of her own daughter, her heart hardened. She asked Yao Yuejin, if helping your sister means you have to sacrifice something, would you be willing to help her? Hearing that she could help her sister, Yao Yuejin's bright eyes sparkled. As long as it helps my sister's health, I'm willing. In the end, the shaman helped them change their fates, but Yao Yuejin did not die young. Her health just became very poor. Meanwhile, Yao Yuejin's condition improved more and more. Perhaps it was because the Yao family had someone with a precious fate, but their situation gradually got better. Yao Chunxing even started a business, transforming the Yao family from a poor household in a small valley into a wealthy family in the capital. However, a hidden secret that had been buried for 20 years was discovered by Yao Yuejin. At first, Yao Yuejin did not realize that her declining health was due to the fate swap they had made years ago. That was until something happened. Although the Yao family was doing better now, there were many old and powerful families in the capital. Yao Tianxi, the youngest son, accidentally offended a wealthy heir from one of those families, who then sought revenge on the Yao family. For that family, dealing with the Yao family was as easy as crushing an ant. The Yao family's business was repeatedly sabotaged, and financial issues began to arise. Yao Chunxing was anxious and, after being reminded by an old friend, he confronted his son about offending a big shot. Yao Tianxi did not expect to get into trouble over a woman. Realizing the severity of the situation, he quickly sought help. But the wealthy heir showed no mercy and threatened to make the Yao family disappear from the capital. Now the entire Yao family was in a panic, trying every possible way to reconcile with the heir. Finally, one of his friends suggested that since the misunderstanding was about a woman, they should find an even more beautiful woman to offer to the heir. Yao Tianxi's eyes lit up at this idea. Why hadn't he thought of it? But where could he find a beautiful woman? At that moment, he overheard his mother and grandmother talking. He learned that his older sister was not actually a biological child of the Yao family, but was fostered by them from a couple whose origins were unknown. No wonder he had always felt that his mother didn't like his sister and was always cold towards her, while his sister thought it was her fault and tried harder to win their mother's affection. Thinking of his sister's stunning beauty and her delicate, pitiable demeanor, Yao Tianxi already had a plan in mind. One day, he said he wanted to take Yao Yuejin out for fun. Yao Yuejin was very happy. Due to her weak health, she rarely went out except for school. Her brother usually ignored her, only acting like a brother in front of Yao Yuejin. She thought both her brother and mother didn't like her, so she was excited when he actually wanted to take her out. That day, Yao Tianxi took her to a KTV. Although the loud noise inside was unfamiliar to her, Yao Yuejin endured it. The wealthy heir happened to be at that KTV, and Yao Tianxi had deliberately brought Yao Yuejin there to show her off, believing the heir would be impressed. As he expected, the heir sent a message through Yao Tianxi, saying he would spare the Yao family if they sent Yao Yuejin to apologize. The meaning of this apology was obvious. Yao Tianxi thought about it and eventually told his mother about it. Zhang Hohat knew that her son had offended a powerful person and that the Yao family was in danger. Hearing there was a solution, she immediately agreed. Don't blame her for being heartless. The Yao family had treated her well over the years. Her weak body required a lot of money for treatment, and without the Yao family, she would have died long ago. Zhang Hohat seemed to forget that Yao Yuejin's condition was a result of the fate swap with Yao Xuemian. At first, she felt a bit guilty, but over time, she convinced herself that she was not in the wrong. They had raised her for so many years. Yao Yuejin owed them, and this was just her way of repaying the Yao family's kindness. Just as the mother and son were discussing how to convince Yao Yuejin to go to the heir, Yao Xuemian overheard their plan. Although Yao Xuemian didn't know why she felt repulsed by Yao Yuejin, she was still her sister. Her conscience wouldn't allow her to agree with her mother and brother's plan. With Yao Yuejin's frail health, she feared she wouldn't survive the heir's demands. Second sister, I didn't know you would consider Yao Yuejin. Don't you usually dislike her? Yao Tianxi was not worried when Yao Xuemian confronted him about his and their mother's scheme. He knew she would compromise when faced with the stakes. But this would be sending her to her death. Yao Xuemian said, conflicted. She knew the family business was under attack, and if they didn't resolve it, they might go bankrupt. Second sister, if we don't do this, when the Yao family goes bankrupt, we'll have to return to that poor mountain village and live in poverty again, Yao Tianxi threatened. And she's not even a biological child of the Yao family. We've raised her for so many years. She should contribute something in return. Yao Tianxi's last words left Yao Xuemian stunned. Yao Yuejin wasn't their biological child? What was going on? She looked at her mother, who nodded in response. That evening, Yao Chunxing returned home, exhausted. After dinner, he went to his study to deal with recent company matters. His company was being targeted from all sides, and former business partners were terminating contracts. If he didn't find a solution soon, the company would really go under. He rubbed his aching forehead and steeled himself to continue working. Zhang Hohat followed him into the study. Old Yao, I need to discuss something with you, she said, mentally preparing herself before speaking. Yao Chunxing turned to look at her when he heard her voice. Zhang Hohat continued, Today, Tianxi said that the wealthy heir has softened and is willing to spare the Yao family, but he has a condition. Yao Chunxing became serious. After the incident, he had also tried to negotiate with the heir, who had been unyielding, insisting that the Yao family leave the capital. Now that the heir was willing to negotiate, his conditions must be significant. Sure enough, Zhang Hohat continued, he saw Yao Yuejin and wants her to apologize to him in exchange for sparing the Yao family.
Bang!
Yao Chunxing slammed his hand on the desk. This is outrageous. Does he think the Yao family is for sale? After years of experience in business, Yao Chunxing had an imposing presence when angry, making Zhang Hohat hesitate to speak further. But if we don't do this, our company will go bankrupt. After a long pause, Zhang Hohat cautiously replied, That doesn't mean we can push Yuejin into the fire. You don't know how terrible that man is. He has harmed countless girls. Stop this idea right now. Yao Chunxing warned Zhang Hohat with a cold glare. Zhang Hohat felt defiant and voiced her thoughts. We've raised her for so many years. We've done our part. Now that the family is in trouble, what's wrong with her helping out? Yao Chunxing shot her a fierce look. Isn't it enough? She gave her fate to Xuemian. If it weren't for Yuejin, Xuemian would have been dead long ago, and Yuejin wouldn't be in this condition. After all this, you still want to harm her? Do you want her to die? At that moment, Yao Yuejin, who had just made some pastries to share with her father, reached the study door and overheard this shocking conversation. So what? If our family hadn't taken her in back then, she might have died long ago. We worked hard to raise her, So what's wrong with her helping a bit when the family is in trouble? It's a blessing that a young master from a big family likes her. She might even become a wealthy wife. Besides, the company won't last much longer. If we don't agree to that person's terms, we'll go back to our old hard life. Are you willing to let all your hard work over the past 10 years go to waste? Zhang Hohat knew how important the company was to Yao Yuejin, who had built it himself. She didn't believe he would give up his hard-earned success for an adopted daughter. As expected, when Yao Yuejin heard her last words, he fell silent. Outside the door, Yao Yuejin listened to everything, her heart turning cold. It turned out that her mother had a reason for not liking her all these years. She wasn't actually a daughter of the Yao family. The reason her health had deteriorated was that her mother had swapped her fate with her sisters. To them, her life meant so little. She quietly left and returned to her room. Sitting on the bed, she couldn't sleep all night, from dusk till dawn. The next day, Yao Yuejin disappeared from the Yao family. Yao Yuejin sent many people to search for her, but there was no trace. With her gone, there was no way to explain to the wealthy heir. Just as the Yao family was being pushed to the brink, the second son of the He family, Huixingen, sent someone to propose a marriage alliance. The Yao family was stunned by this unexpected fortune. Although it felt strange, it was still the He family. As long as the Yao family could connect with them, they wouldn't have to fear that wealthy heir's family anymore. That wealthy heir was nothing compared to the He family. Before long, Yao Shuiman married into the He family, and with their connection, the Yao family's company grew stronger. After failing to find Yao Yuejin, the Yao family gave up. Little did they know that someone who had disappeared for over 20 years would reappear in such a way. He Tianqing arrived quickly. As soon as he entered, he carefully checked Qin Su to ensure she was unharmed, and only then did he relax. What happened? Qin Su hadn't explained clearly over the phone, so he asked again. Qin Su had to recount everything that had just happened. The people behind this must have discovered you and might have investigated you. Tonight could be their test, so you need to be extra careful. He Tianqing was worried that those people might target Qin Su to get to him. Seeing the worry on He Tianqing's face, Qin Su smiled slightly. With her current skills, she wasn't unique in Long Country, but compared to the top experts she had heard about, most people were no match for her, unless they were ancient monsters from hidden families. Don't worry, they don't have the ability to hurt me, Qin Su said confidently. Seeing her rare, proud expression, He Tianqing couldn't help but pinch her smooth, delicate cheek. Qin Su swatted his hand away and rolled her eyes. How had this man become so childish? Was he still the same cold and ruthless person she had first met? Since Qin Su said so, He Tianqing naturally believed her. He had seen Qin Su's abilities, even Grandpa Zhang, and when Yi Dao praised her. Those two held significant status in Long Country, indicating that Qin Su's skills were on par with theirs. Let's go. I'll take you out for something to eat. He Tianqing glanced at his watch. It was still early. They hadn't had a date in days, and now that he finally had the chance, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to be alone with her. Once Qin Su got into his Maybach, He Tianqing quickly started the car and drove south of the city. Where are we going? Qin Su asked, noticing they weren't heading toward the city center, but rather to the southern suburbs. That area had many scenic spots. Was he really taking her to see the sights at night? Fu Lingfeng opened a private club over there. I thought we could have some fun, he replied. The car soon stopped in front of a house with traditional architecture, and a servant quickly came to open the door for them. Qin Su got out and followed He Tianqing inside. While the exterior had an ancient style, the interior was a blend of Eastern and Western designs, preserving the elegance of traditional Chinese decor while incorporating a vintage Western artistic vibe, leaving Qin Su in awe. He Tianqing took Qin Su directly to the top floor. Fu Lingfeng had reserved a private room for him for many years, a privilege not given to the other brothers in the Fu family. Because of this, Fu Lingfeng had been pulled by his older brothers for a long time to discuss it. The staff at the club were very observant. Seeing the rarely used private room finally had its owner tonight, they quickly informed the manager. So, just after He Tianqing placed a few orders on the private room's menu, the the doorbell rang. He expected it to be the delivery person, but to his surprise, it was Fu Lingfeng who walked in. Qin Su recognized him. She had seen him a few days ago at a family dinner at the Fu family's old house. Fu Lingfeng had received a notification from his staff that the private room, usually empty, had guests tonight. He was curious why his workaholic cousin would be here at such a late hour instead of at the office. Only when he saw Qin Su inside did a knowing smile appear on his face. "Cousin, you brought your wife here to have fun? Why didn't you tell me? I can show you more fun things." He wasn't exaggerating. There were plenty of fun activities at this club. His cousin usually wasn't interested in such things, and he thought that besides dining and watching movies, he wouldn't know about anything more entertaining. Hu Tianqing caught the teasing in Fu Lingfeng's words, but he was in a good mood and didn't want to argue. He really didn't know much about what the wealthy kids in the capital did for fun, so he let Fu Lingfeng take the lead. "Let's eat first," Hu Tianqing said, remembering that the priority was to feed Qin Su. The dishes arrived quickly. Looking at the beautifully plated and aromatic food, Qin Su's stomach, which had only had a little to eat earlier, began to grumble. Hu Tianqing set the table for her and served a small bowl of bird's nest soup in front of her. "Eat this first. They say it's very nutritious." Seeing him busy for her warmed her heart. He was the first person, besides her family, to be so attentive and caring. She took small bites of the soup while Hu Tianqing didn't touch his food, watching her eat with tenderness in his eyes. Fu Lingfeng observed the sweet atmosphere between them and felt unnecessary for the first time. He shouldn't be here. He should be under the car. At the same time, he gained a clearer understanding of his cousin. He had thought that his cousin only showed different expressions in front of their grandparents, but he didn't expect the usually serious person to show such gentleness. Once Qin Su had her fill, she paused, and Hu Tianqing noticed she had stopped eating and set down his utensils. "Are you full?" Qin Su nodded. She had eaten quite a lot. Ever since her training, her appetite had increased, and she wouldn't gain weight no matter how much she ate. This made her very happy. She had little resistance to delicious food, and with the bonus of not gaining weight, she couldn't help but indulge. Now, hearing Hu Tianqing's question and looking at the empty plates in front of her, she felt a bit embarrassed. Would Hu Tianqing think she ate too much? Hu Tianqing was unaware of her worries. Seeing her so happy while eating, he decided to bring her here more often since she clearly enjoyed the food. What a lovely misunderstanding. "Cousin, let me take you both to have fun," Fu Lingfeng said, eager to finally take the spotlight. Qin Su heard him and lightly coughed, reminding him, "You can just call me Qin Su." Fu Lingfeng glanced at his cousin, saw he didn't respond, and smiled. "It doesn't really matter what you call her, and since you and cousin are so close, it's just a matter of time, right, cousin?" Qin Su pinched Hu Tianqing when Fu Lingfeng wasn't looking. Hu Tianqing remained calm, but knew he shouldn't push it too far to avoid upsetting Qin Su, as he would be the one to suffer. It's fine in front of family, but it wouldn't be good for Qin Su if others heard it. Hu Tianqing didn't fully contradict Fu Lingfeng, leaving some room for interpretation. Qin Su didn't want to bother with his little tricks anymore. The group quickly arrived outside another private room. Fu Lingfeng opened the door, and a lively atmosphere rushed out. When the people inside saw the door open and Fu Lingfeng, they called him in excitedly. As Fu Lingfeng entered, everyone noticed Hu Tianqing following him, and the room fell silent, with only the music still playing. Fu Lingfeng understood the situation at a glance. These people had clearly been removed from the list of candidates for family inheritance. Now, they relied on the family's support, indulging in pleasure and doing nothing. Usually, they looked down on those from lower social classes with arrogance, but now they appeared timid like quails. It was no surprise. These people often felt inferior when facing the heirs of other prominent families. Especially when it came to Hu Tianqing, the recognized standout among the next-generation heirs praised by all their elders. Everyone unconsciously restrained their earlier frivolity and suddenly became composed and proper. "What's wrong? Aren't we welcome? Why is it so quiet when we arrive? Keep the fun going, keep singing." Fu Lingfeng joked as he noticed the awkward atmosphere. "Brother Fu, come in and sit." A somewhat handsome young man quickly reacted, inviting Fu Lingfeng and the others to sit down, while others also stood up to offer their seats. Qin Su sat next to Tianqing. Before long, Qin Su noticed a few subtle gazes directed at her. When she looked up, those gazes quickly shifted away. Tianqing had maintained a blank expression since entering, as if he were there for an inspection rather than for fun.
Ha!
I didn't expect you, Hua, to come to a place like this, said the handsome young man who had spoken earlier. He was the one who organized the gathering and had built up the courage to greet Tianqing. Tianqing glanced at him and replied, I brought my girlfriend. At this, everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Did Tianqing really say he brought his girlfriend? Were their ears malfunctioning, or was Tianqing joking? But considering his usual cold demeanor, they found it hard to believe he would joke like that. It must be true. The gazes that had been secretly sizing up Qin Su now turned to her in astonishment, as if they wanted to stare a hole through her. What kind of woman was she to make the formidable Tianqing acknowledge her as his girlfriend? The attention on Qin Su didn't faze her at all. She felt a bit bored. Fu Lingfeng had said they would have fun, but this situation was not very exciting. Tianqing's focus remained on Qin Su, noticing her lack of interest. He turned to Fu Lingfeng, whose eyes involuntarily shivered at the coldness in his gaze. Weren't you all having a great time earlier? Keep it going, don't let the atmosphere die down. He had promised his cousin to bring them some fun, but now everyone was subdued by his words, so he had to revive the mood. The handsome young man called over a few female companions to chat with Qin Su, while the others flattered Tianqing and savored their drinks. Hello.
I'm Qin Van Rou.
May I know your name, miss? A gentle-looking girl smiled at Qin Su and asked softly. Seeing only curiosity in her eyes, without disdain or jealousy, Qin Su smiled back slightly. Hello.
I am Qin Su.
You share the same surname? Are you from the Qin of Qin's moon?
Inshunari.
Then we have the same surname. Maybe we were family 500 years ago, Qin Wanru joked. Qin Su and Qin Wanru enjoyed their conversation, and the others were perceptive enough to chime in occasionally, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Before long, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and two couples entered. One of them was Qi Qingyu. Qi Qingyu immediately spotted the figure in the room that brought her joy. A look of surprise crossed her face, making her forget about Tianyu beside her. But in the next second, she saw Qin Su, and her expression quickly changed. Jealousy and resentment flashed across her face before she quickly replaced it with a weak and innocent smile. Tianyu quickly spotted Tianqing, who was surrounded by people, and a mysterious look flashed in his eyes as he smiled and approached. Big brother, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Tianqing turned to look at the familiar voice. I return to the old house every month as Grandpa arranged, but unfortunately, I haven't run into you each time. Are you too busy with your company's work? I remember you only managed the branch in Yangqing. Don't you even have time to visit the old house? Tianqing's face remained expressionless, and he didn't move an inch. However, his words struck Tianyu like a knife. 3 years ago, in the power struggle, both he and their father lost to Tianqing, resulting in a significant reduction of their power. Tianyu was even assigned to manage a small branch in Yangqing. Tianyu's smile froze, but he quickly forced a grin. You're right, big brother. No one is busier than you. Now that Hua's is under your management, you still find time to return to the old house. Meanwhile, I only handle a small part of the company's business and still can't find time to go back. I'm truly ashamed. Though his tone was humble, it carried an unmistakable bitterness. Grandpa once said that capable people take on responsibilities. If you're too busy managing a branch, then Hua has thousands of subsidiaries worldwide. I handle numerous reports and set the company's future direction, yet I still find time to visit the old house and see Grandpa. You should learn from Uncle too, and improve your abilities so you don't lack time to visit Grandpa or return home. Tianqing's merciless words silenced the room again. Tianyu's expression darkened. Qin Su twitched her lips. Tianqing's sharp tongue was on display again. Qingyu, who had been ruthlessly criticized last time, stood nearby. Qingyu struggled to maintain her sweet smile. After being sent to the police due to the drug incident, even the Qi family's efforts to help her were rejected. If Tianqing hadn't secretly given orders, those people wouldn't have dared to disrespect the Qi family. Though she still had feelings for Tianqing, her father had decided on a marriage alliance with Tianyu, forcing her to abandon her feelings and pursue Tianyu instead. Now, as Tianqing mercilessly mocked Tianyu, her expression as Tianyu's companion was understandably not pleasant. Qin Su observed the changing expressions of both men and their intimate gestures. Could they be in a romantic relationship? She didn't expect Qingyu to be so determined to marry into the He family. With no luck with Tianqing, she turned to Tianqing's cousin. The others in the room, except for Fu Lingfeng, were unaware of the turmoil from the power struggle 3 years ago and didn't know much about the He family's affairs. Seeing the tension between the two brothers, no one dared to speak up, especially the handsome young man who had invited Tianyu. Lu Haoyang had gathered everyone tonight, mainly to win over Tianyu. He and a few friends had started an entertainment company, but their recent investment in a film had hit a snag. He had invested his own money and partnered with friends, but now their first major project was stuck. If it couldn't be released smoothly, their investment would go down the drain. He had heard that Tianyu had connections, and after much effort, he finally managed to invite him, only to unexpectedly run into Tianqing. He never imagined the relationship between the two brothers was so bad. If he didn't handle this well today, he would offend both of them. Mr. Hua, young Master Hua, you're both busy people, unlike us who just eat, drink, and have fun. I'm constantly scolded by my family. Compared to you, I feel worthless. We're all here to have a good time, so let's not talk about work today. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Right, cousin? You brought your partner here to have fun, so let's forget about the troublesome stuff, Fu Lingfeng said, feeling frustrated by the evening's ups and downs. He hoped his cousin wouldn't trip him up. Tianqing didn't want anyone to disturb Qin Su's enjoyment, so he picked up a piece of fruit from the plate and offered it to her. Qin Su, under the gaze of everyone, opened her mouth to eat the fruit. When Tianqing tried to offer her another piece, she stopped him. She didn't have the same boldness as Tianqing to ignore others while showing affection in front of a crowd. The attention made her feel like a spectacle. Tianqing reluctantly put down his fork as he enjoyed feeding Qin Su. Watching her cheeks puff up like a cute little hamster melted his heart. Qingyu watched their intimate actions, nearly crushing her palm in frustration. That shameless Qin Su. With so many people around, she was flirting with Tianqing, showing no decorum of a wealthy young lady. However, having experienced Tianqing's protectiveness over Qin Su, she didn't dare speak up. A girl who came with them couldn't stand it any longer. She had seen her cousin being humiliated by Tianqing earlier and was holding back her anger. Showing off your love will lead to disaster. Don't be fooled by the sweetness now. It could all be fake, Yao Yuejin said disdainfully. She didn't lower her voice but raised it, seemingly directed at the two in front of her. Qin Su and Tianqing shot her cold glares. Yao Yuejin was startled but persisted in stirring trouble. I'm not wrong. With Mr. Hu's status, how could he be with a woman of no standing? Don't be fooled by your current happiness. Maybe soon, Mr. Hu will get tired of you and leave you behind.
Oh, would you do that?
Qin Su asked Tianqing. Tianqing looked at Yao Yuejin as if she were foolish. In response to Qin Su's question, he immediately expressed his feelings. Don't listen to foolish talk. I'm more afraid you'll leave me. You promised that as long as I don't change my heart, you won't leave me. No one had ever seen Tianqing speak in such a flattering tone. Everyone was shocked again. Is this really the Tianqing known in high society? He hasn't been taken over, has he? His actions tonight made everyone redefine their image of him, which was completely different from the rumors outside. Wasn't he supposed to be cold and ruthless, with a reputation for being unapproachable? This was nothing like the rumors. Not only did her words fail to provoke them, but they also seemed to be throwing a bucket of dog food at her, nearly making Yao Yuejin furious. Qin Su didn't want to pay attention to irrelevant people and happily chatted with Qin Wanru nearby. The only thing that made her happy tonight was meeting Qin Wanru. She was truly a comfortable person to be around, and through their conversation, Qin Su learned that she was the fiancée of that handsome young man. The Qin and Lu families in the capital were just small families, far less influential than the Qi and Zhang families, let alone the Hu family. Qin Wanru also didn't expect that his girlfriend would be so calm. She initially approached Qin Su out of consideration for her fiancé. Qin Su gave her a cool and distant impression, but as they interacted, she realized she had judged her by her appearance. She was actually a lovely and gentle little sister. Qin Jia, I need to go to the restroom, Qin Su said apologetically to Qin Wanru before getting up to leave. Qi Qingyu had been watching Qin Su and stood up to leave as well when she saw her get up. After finishing her business in the restroom, Qin Su washed her hands and tidied up her slightly messy hair. A shadow fell beside her. Qi Qingyu stood there, coldly watching Qin Su. Qin Su finished washing her hands, didn't even glance at her, and turned to leave. Qin Su, are you feeling very proud? You must be so happy to be with Brother Hua. Qi Qingyu's mocking voice rang out as Qin Su walked past her. Qin Su paused, turned to look at the undisguised malice on Qi Qingyu's face, and smiled lightly. Yes, I'm happy. So what? Don't get too cocky. The Hua family is not for someone like you to dream about. Brother Hua is just a passing fancy. The one who can truly be with him won't be a country bumpkin like you. Qi Qingyu's chest heaved with anger. She glared fiercely at Qin Su, hoping to see panic on her face. Qin Su curled her lips, her cool gaze sweeping over her. I really don't know if we're Tianqing and I can last, but I can be sure that you have absolutely no chance. Qin Su and Hua Tianqing left the club just before midnight. Hua Tianqing dropped Qin Su off at her home and reminded her, you have an important class tomorrow, so get some rest. Make sure you go home early too. Drive safely. As she was about to close the door, Hua Tianqing stopped it with his hand. Qin Su looked at him questioningly, wondering if he had something else to say. Suddenly, Hua Tianqing leaned down and kissed her deeply on the lips, releasing her after a moment. Remember to think of me. Before Qin Su could react, he had already entered the elevator. Qin Su, feeling embarrassed and annoyed, looked only at the slowly closing elevator doors. She turned and entered her room, only to see a burnt claw in the corner, reminding her that she still had unfinished business. Initially, she planned to deal with the person behind this tomorrow, but running into someone annoying tonight had spoiled her mood. Qin Su believed in taking action rather than holding on to anger to avoid getting sick from it. She carefully sensed the remaining spiritual energy on the scorpion and was relieved that it was still within her range. Releasing her spiritual energy to check the surroundings, she found nothing unusual, then jumped up to the rooftop and flew directly toward the sense direction. Since reaching the Golden Core stage, she could fly, but there were cameras everywhere in the city, so she had never used it for fear of being caught. Now, it was already past midnight, and flying from the rooftop would have a low chance of being discovered. Plus, she wanted to quickly deal with the person behind this, so she used her flying technique. Soon, Qin Su stopped outside a large villa in a wealthy area in the northwest of the capital. The fragment of spiritual energy she left behind was in this villa. Who's over there? A figure approached from a distance, likely a security guard from the villa. Before he could get close, Qin Su shot out a burst of spiritual energy, and the guard instantly collapsed to the ground. As expected from a wealthy area, she had barely landed for 2 minutes before encountering a patrolling guard. Qin Su quickly vanished from the spot, and in the next moment, she was inside the villa. Following the spiritual energy, Qin Su walked straight to a room in the villa's backyard. Inside, Zhang Baiqi felt an inexplicable sense of danger approaching. He wanted to leave immediately, but as he moved, a violent pulling sensation gripped his chest, causing him to cough violently. With the cough came a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth.
Darn it!
How did that person find this place? Zhang Baiqi had a premonition that the person outside was the girl he had sent the scorpion to ambush tonight. What a mistake! He had thought that since she was young, Even if she had powerful backing, her own strength couldn't be that high. He didn't expect to underestimate her again, not learning from his previous lesson in Wencheng. The scorpion he had sent out tonight was even more powerful than the last batch of insects, yet she had nearly burned it to death. These insects required living souls to nurture them, and to strengthen the bond, he sometimes fed them his own blood. The scorpion, half-burned, returned to him, severely injured, and he had lost nearly 30% of his power. Now, with someone coming to find him, his life was in danger. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the sturdy door crashed down. As the dust settled, Qin Su saw a frail old man trying to escape through the window. Trying to run? Qin Su scoffed. Zhang Baichi turned to see a young and beautiful girl standing at the door, sneering at him. His eyes darted, and he quickly retreated from the window, turning to plead with Qin Su, "Please spare me. I'm just doing a job for someone else. The real person who wants to harm you is someone else. Just let me go this time. Who sent you to deal with me?" Seeing his hesitant gaze, Qin Su coldly replied, "You better think carefully about what to say. If I find out you're lying, you know what your fate will be. I'll tell you. It was Huixing'an and Qizhenxing. They keep failing to deal with Huitianxing and found out about you. They wanted me to eliminate you first, then go after Huitianxing." Zhang Baichi couldn't see the girl's cultivation level but knew her strength was far above his. He didn't dare to hold on to any false hopes and honestly revealed the people behind him. Upon hearing Huixing'an and Qizhenxing, Qin Su wasn't surprised. Huitianxing occasionally shared some family matters with her, and she knew his relationship with his two uncles was strained due to family power struggles. She just didn't expect Huitianxing's second uncle to be so ruthless, repeatedly trying to take his life. Seeing Qin Su silent, Zhang Baichi felt relieved, thinking he had escaped a disaster. But the next moment, Qin Su struck him with a palm. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. He collapsed to the ground. Qin Su had noticed his shifty eyes and knew he was not a good person. He must have taken money to harm others. Such people were a danger to keep alive. However, Qin Su didn't take his life. Instead, she shattered his dantian, completely crippling his cultivation, planning to hand him over to the Xianmen Alliance for handling tomorrow. When Qin Su handed the person over to Zhang Qishan, the latter looked puzzled until she detailed her old man's misdeeds. "This person resembles the evil cultivator from the Xiangxi sect that the Xianmen has been pursuing for 20 years, Zhang Qishan said, looking at the thin old man lying unconscious on the ground. Because the man's messy hair covered his face, Zhang Qishan couldn't confirm if he was the one they were after. To find out, it was simple. Qin Su kicked the old man awake. Last night, she had sealed several of his major acupoints and then tossed him into a corner. Today, before dawn, she knocked him out and flew him directly to the Xianmen Alliance headquarters. Perhaps she had been too rough. Even after dragging him to the headquarters, he remained unconscious. Zhang Baichi was kicked awake and met Qin Su's cold gaze, causing him to tremble slightly. "President Zhang, you can ask him," Qin Su said, stepping aside to let Zhang Qishan interrogate. Listening from the side, Qin Su learned more about this person. The old man was named Zhang Baichi, indeed the evil cultivator that Xianmen had been hunting for over 20 years. He was born into a small family of practitioners in the southwest. However, because of this background, his family was targeted. When he was 15, his entire family was wiped out, and he managed to escape by running away to play. His hatred drove him to quickly become powerful to avenge his family. Later, he joined the Xiangxi sect, which practiced raising poisonous insects. After a few years, Zhang Baichi realized that following the sect's orthodox methods made it difficult to cultivate a powerful insect in a short time. He had joined the sect to quickly improve his skills, not to spend decades training just to seek revenge. He accidentally learned about a secret technique in the sect that could rapidly strengthen the insects. However, the method was too bloody and cruel, and the sect strictly prohibited its practice. The secret was hidden away by the sect leader. To obtain the secret, he pursued the leader's only daughter, using her to get the technique, and then betrayed the sect. Following the method in the secret, he captured many people to feed the insects with their flesh and blood, and even extracted their souls to aid in his cultivation. In just a few years, his power surged, and he slaughtered all his family's enemies. Since you've avenged yourself, why do you continue to capture innocent people to feed the insects? Zhang Qishan asked.
Ha!
Once you've tasted the quick way to gain power, who would still practice the orthodox methods? Zhong Baichi cackled in a hoarse, unpleasant voice. He only regretted not being strong enough to escape from this girl. Otherwise, these people from Xianmen would never have caught him. Now, his dantian was shattered, and his powers were completely wasted. They could do whatever they wanted with him. Qin Su decided not to stay any longer. She needed to return to school for her classes. Having handed the person over, she left the follow-up to them. After her morning classes, Qin Su was informed by her instructor that she needed to submit a set of experimental data in the afternoon. To complete the data, she skipped lunch and stayed in the lab to record the experiment. Yao Yuejin walked to the parking lot, ready to leave, but suddenly remembered he had forgotten a document in the lab, so he had to go back. To his surprise, he found someone inside. He saw Qin Su, the female student, standing in front of the equipment, focused on the experiment and diligently taking notes. "Why are you still here? Aren't you going to eat?" A warm voice suddenly asked, startling Qin Su. She turned around to see Yao Yuejin standing behind her. She had been so focused on the experiment that she hadn't noticed anyone approaching. "Senior," Qin Su paused her work and looked up at him. "The instructor urgently needs this data this afternoon, so I thought I'd finish it quickly and eat later," she explained. Yao Yuejin glanced at her iPad, noticing she had completed most of it. "Then keep going. I won't disturb you," he said, walking to his desk to grab a document before leaving the lab. After he left, Qin Su returned to her experiment. Finally finishing the experiment and recording the data, she relaxed, rubbed her sore neck, and checked the time. It was almost 2:30 p.m. Her stomach growled with hunger. Rubbing her belly, she packed her things and left the lab, planning to find somewhere to eat. Just as she stepped out, she saw Yao Yuejin sitting on a bench in the hallway. "Senior, why haven't you left yet?" Qin Su asked curiously as she approached. It had been over an hour since he left the lab. Had he really been sitting outside the whole time? Yao Yuejin stood up. "You've been so focused on your experiment that you didn't eat, and the cafeteria is closed now. As the lead on this project, I want to thank you for your hard work by inviting you to dinner." Though it sounded a bit strange, Qin Su felt too shy to refuse. They went to the parking lot and got into Yao Yuejin's car, leaving the university. Yao Yuejin took Qin Su to a Japanese restaurant, which was not busy since it was past lunchtime. They found a quiet spot to sit, and the server came to take their order. "What would you like to eat?" Yao Yuejin asked, picking up the elegant menu. Qin Su glanced at the beautiful pictures on the menu and casually ordered a noodle dish. Seeing her only order a simple bowl of tonkatsu ramen, Yao Yuejin added a few more dishes. "The sashimi here is fresh and delicious. You should try it," he suggested. Qin Su was not picky about food. As long as it was delicious, she would accept it. After ordering, they fell into a brief silence, unable to find a topic to discuss. "Vice Dean Li has praised you highly. Among the students involved in this research, even though you are the youngest, your abilities are on par with the seniors." I thought Vice Dean Li was exaggerating to promote his students, but now I see it differently. Your serious and responsible attitude towards the experiment and the excellent data you produced have convinced me of Vice Dean Li's words. Yao Yuejin suddenly complimented Qin Su. Qin Su was taken aback at first. She thought he might be trying to break the silence between them, so she offered a slightly awkward but polite smile. "Thank you for the compliment, senior. I'm just doing my best like everyone else." As they conversed, a pair of eyes in a position diagonally behind them in the restaurant was closely watching them. Yao Sisi watched the two people in front of her chatting happily, a malicious smile creeping onto her face. She pulled out her phone and took several quick photos of them. That woman had shown off her relationship with Mr. Huo in front of everyone at the club that night. Now, she was here laughing with another man. Seeing her smile like a seductive fox, it was clear she was a shallow gold digger. It was surprising that Mr. Hu treated her so well. A woman like her didn't deserve him. To avoid an awkward silence, Yao Yuejin racked his brain to find topics to discuss with Qin Su. Qin Su was struggling to maintain her smile. Just when she felt she couldn't hold on any longer, the food finally arrived. Now they could eat in peace. Qin Su ate quickly, but her manners were still good. In fact, she calmly finished her food while maintaining proper dining etiquette. Yao Yuejin had nearly finished his meal too. He glanced at Qin Su's empty plate and asked, "Would you like some dessert?"
Huh.
Qin Su looked at her empty plate. Did Yao Yuejin think she ate too much? But she could eat more or less. She just wanted to satisfy her hunger. "No, I'm full," Qin Su replied, eager to finish the meal and get back to school. After they finished eating, Yao Yuejin settled the bill, and they left the restaurant together. Inside the restaurant, Yao Sisi looked at several photos she had just taken on her phone, a smug smile on her face. She was looking for a chance to send these photos to Mr. Hua. To make the photos more effective, she had deliberately captured moments where the two were close together, which could easily spark imagination. Ever since Hu Xingyan handed over the information he gathered about Qin Su to the master, he had been waiting for a response. After waiting for 2 days without any reply, he grew impatient. During this time, his company had been under pressure from Tianqing, and following the recent core data scandal, the company's reputation had suffered greatly, causing its market value to drop significantly. Thinking about how Tianqing had taken control of the Hu family business made him resent his father even more. His father was biased. The Hu family business should have been handed to him. But his father believed Tianqing was more capable and could take the company further. He claimed that Hu Xingyan only had the ability to maintain the status quo. It was clear that Tianqing was favored because he was the eldest brother's child, and the eldest brother was seen as the best heir by their father. It felt like they wanted to bypass him and the third brother to hand the company to Tianqing. Now that their father was in a coma, Tianqing temporarily controlled the company. However, their father still held some shares, and his will was kept by his personal lawyer. Hu Xingyan had tried several times to find out the contents of the will, but Lawyer Chen had refused him. Lawyer Chen said their father had previously stated that if anything happened to him, the will would only be revealed after Tianqing returned to the country. Hearing that nearly shattered the calm facade he had maintained for years. Suppressing his frustration, he called the master, but no one answered. His bad feeling grew stronger. "Get the car ready," he quickly instructed his assistant. When he arrived at the master's villa, he saw a group of police officers questioning the security staff outside. "Go down and see what's going on," Hu Xingyan said to the driver. The driver quickly got out of the car and soon returned, saying, "Mr. Hu, it seems the owner of this villa was kidnapped last night. I asked the security guard, and he said some security personnel were attacked by unknown individuals, and when they woke up, they couldn't contact the villa's owner. Upon checking, they found that the door to a room in the backyard was damaged, and no one could be found in the entire villa, so they called the police. The master really is in trouble." Hu Xingyan felt anxious. This master was mysterious and powerful. He had previously hired the master to deal with competitors, and each time the master completed the task successfully. However, ever since they started dealing with Tianqing and Wencheng, there had been repeated failures. Now that the master was missing, right after they had taken action against Tianqing, it was certain that the master had been sought out for revenge by someone behind Tianqing. If even the master couldn't handle him, Hu Xingyan felt helpless. He worried that one day he might end up like those he had once hired the master to deal with, quietly meeting his end. He needed to go back and think about how to handle the upcoming situation. Hu Xingyan instructed the driver to return to the company and contacted Qi Jinxing to discuss possible strategies. After finishing a day's classes, Qin Su returned home, had dinner, and immediately entered her space. The fruit trees in the space produced enough to meet the demand of the fruit shop. With Lin Junjie managing it, she only needed to check in every few days. Looking at the well-growing medicinal herbs nearby, thanks to the irrigation from the spiritual spring, the herbs had already matured for decades. Qin Su squatted in front of a bright red umbrella-shaped plant. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the red Ganoderma she had transplanted from Mengshan a few months ago. After growing for several months in the space, the Ganoderma's cap had formed like a small umbrella, and the stem was as thick as a baby's wrist. Red Ganoderma is not a particularly precious variety, but this one would certainly cause a huge stir in the medicinal herb market if taken outside. However, she didn't want to sell it directly. She picked the Ganoderma and gathered a few other herbs from the medicinal field as auxiliary materials. She planned to refine a few batches of red Ganoderma solidifying pills to give to Zhang Huaishan. During this time, she provided the pills while Zhang Huaishan handled the sales, and they had developed a smooth partnership. Zhang Huaishan never asked where she got so many high-quality pills. Even if he knew that Qin Su's backing might be a hidden family, in the current environment of scarce spiritual energy, it would be difficult for even a well-established hidden family to produce so many high-quality pills in a short time. He quietly sold the pills for Qin Su, purchasing all the scarce pills beneficial for cultivation. After refining the pills, Qin Su settled down to meditate and practice. She had already reached the first level of the Phoenix Divine Art, but to remove the demonic seed from Huotianqing's grandfather, she needed to reach the third level. Time flies during cultivation. Although time in the space flows much faster than outside, the Phoenix Divine Art is profound and complex. Without guidance, Qin Su could only explore the steps from the inheritance slowly, so her progress was relatively slow. Qin Su practiced in the space all night and only exited to go to school the next day. During the lunch break, she called Huotianqing to discuss the matter regarding Zhong Baiqi, emphasizing that the person behind it was Huoxing'an. Huotianqing was worried for her safety when he heard she had approached the other party, but he felt relieved when she assured him she was fine. He told Qin Su that he understood and then expressed many sweet words, making her blush and laugh, scolding him a few times before he reluctantly hung up. "Are you sweet-talking, Mr. Huo? Look at that love-struck expression on your face. TSK, TSK. Zhang Yuyin appeared next to Qin Su, teasing her as soon as she hung up. Qin Su rolled her eyes at her. "We're in a relationship, so what's wrong with sweet talk? If you're jealous, hurry up and find someone to date, then you can experience the sweetness of love too." Yikes. Zhang Yuyin rubbed her arms, pretending to be scared. "Forget it. You can enjoy that sweetness yourself. I'm afraid I can't handle it." After joking around for a while, Zhang Yuyin got to the point. "My cousin is back from abroad and is very happy to see that auntie is better. She asked me to tell you that she wants to invite you to dinner to thank you." Once she fulfilled her cousin's request, Zhang Yuyin began to talk about her cousin's return. "Speaking of my cousin coming back, it has something to do with Qi Qingyu. It turned out that last time, Qi Qingyu's attempt to drug Huotianqing failed, and she ended up in the police station, causing the Qi family to lose face in the circle. Qi Jinxing wanted to bring his eldest daughter back from abroad. After all, having one more daughter would provide more support for the family. Previously, he thought that once Qi Qingyu married Huotianqing, the Qi family would be able to climb a level by relying on the Huo family. But after the last incident, Huotianqing was extremely offended, and now the Qi family had aligned with Huoxing'an, completely opposing Huotianqing. To increase their chances, he hurriedly called his eldest daughter back to find a marriage partner among some families in the capital. Qi Jinxing is really a scoundrel. Not only did he ruin Auntie's life, but now he's trying to marry my cousin off to a man over 50. Zhang Yillin's face turned red with anger as she cursed Qi Jinxing, calling him a scoundrel and a disgrace.
Qin Su didn't know what to say.
The conflicts and grievances in wealthy families were something she had only learned about from TV dramas. After dating Huotianqing, she had more contact with high society and realized how often powerful families turned against each other over power, money, and even family ties. As a child, although her family was not well off, her parents loved each other and they were happy. Even after her mother passed away, her father and grandmother continued to love her and her brother. She couldn't understand why some people would harm their loved ones over material possessions. "If your cousin is unwilling, she should just refuse directly," Qin Su said, seeing Zhang Yilin still upset for her cousin. trying to come for her. Of course, my cousin resisted, but Qi Jinqing said that if she refuses to marry, he will cut off all ties with her. She won't get a penny of the Qi family's wealth. My cousin doesn't care much about the wealth. She just can't swallow that anger. The Qi family faced a crisis and was on the brink of bankruptcy. If Annie hadn't insisted on marrying Qi Jinqing despite grandfather's objections, the Qi family wouldn't have survived. Grandfather couldn't go against Annie's wishes and eventually helped the Qi family through the tough times. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a Qi family's place in the capital today. Qi Jinqing is just a Qin shimmy, relying on the Zhang family to get through. The Qi family has developed better since then, while the Zhang family has slowly declined. Qi Jinqing then showed his true colors, turning against Auntie ruthlessly, keeping a mistress, and fathering a pair of illegitimate children, which drove Annie to madness, and she has been in a sanatorium ever since. Now he's trying to use my cousin's happiness to benefit the Qi family. Zhang Yuyin angrily explained her cousin's situation to Qin Su while cursing Qi Jinqing. Qin Su listened from the side, occasionally joining her friend in criticizing the bad guys. Zhang Yuyin finally vented all her frustrations. She looked at Qin Su, hesitating to speak. Qin Su knew she had something to say. Just say it directly. Your look is giving me goosebumps. With Qin Su saying that, Zhang Yuyin stopped holding back and curiously asked, I saw you and Yao Yuejin leave school together yesterday. What were you two doing? Qin Su knew Zhang Yuyin was aware of her recent participation in a research project with the medical school and Rinxin. Yao Yuejin was the main person in charge of the research project. It was hard not to be curious about them together, especially since Yao Yuejin was young, handsome, wealthy, and a senior from their medical school. What kind of look is that? The teacher pushed me for a set of experimental data yesterday, and I didn't have time to eat in the cafeteria. The senior just invited me out for a meal. Zhang Yillin's face was full of excitement and curiosity, and Qin Su could tell her unique thought process was leading her to imagine something. Zhang Yuyin looked skeptical. Last time I heard a senior complain that Yao Yuejin seems gentle but is serious and demanding at work. Their group stayed up all night to catch up on an experiment, and Yao Yuejin didn't invite them out for a meal. Why is it different for you? Does he have a crush on you? Qin Su gave her a light smack on the head. Zhang Yuyin covered her head, exclaiming, Ouch. You hit hard. I was just guessing. Isn't that how novels portray it? You're the strong and kind heroine, and the hero is the domineering CEO, with a devoted second male lead. Yao Yuejin seems perfect for the second lead role. Stop filling your head with useless fantasies. Do I look like a delicate flower to you? She said, grabbing a spoon from the table and bending it into a circle with her hands. You. Zhang Yillin's eyes widened in shock. When did Qin Su develop such skills? Or had she always had them, but never showed them in front of her? Master, please take me as your disciple and teach me your incredible skills. Zhang Yuyin excitedly grabbed Qin Su's hand. Qin Su pulled her hand away. It might be difficult to become like me, but I can teach you some self-defense moves. Having seen her potential, Qin Su knew she wasn't suited for rigorous training. However, taking her specially made body-enhancing pills and practicing some simple self-defense techniques would make her much stronger than an average person. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll be happy with whatever I learn. Zhang Yuyin eagerly nodded. After agreeing to teach her when she had time, Zhang Yuyin excitedly pulled her back to class. Soon, it was time for Qin Su to meet Zhang Yulin's cousin. Qin Su arrived at the agreed location, a well-known bar in the city. She walked directly to the booth number Qi Qinglan had given her. There sat a young woman, looking about 25 or 26. Seeing Qin Su, Qi Qinglan quickly stood up and extended her hand. After greeting her, Qin Su took a seat across from her. Can I call you Qin Su? I heard from Yuyin that you helped my mom with her illness. I was so happy when I heard it while I was abroad. I'm sorry I couldn't thank you in person sooner due to some reasons. Qi Qinglan's voice was clear and pleasant, giving a straightforward impression. Qin Su didn't mind. She had a good impression of Qi Qinglan. Through Zhang Yuyin, she knew about the complicated family dynamics. Qi Qinglan's delay in returning home was likely related to her father. I didn't expect someone as young as you to have such impressive medical skills. I took my mom to many experts before and none helped. I never thought she would get better, and it's all thanks to you. Qi Qinglan took out a bank card and pushed it toward Qin Su. This card has 500,000 yuan. I know you treated my mom, and this amount is far from enough. I'll pay you back later when I earn more, but please accept this for now. After being sent abroad by her father, her family had stopped providing financial support. Only her aunt sent her money regularly, which kept her from falling into hardship abroad. This money came from a small program she developed with another student from Long Country, which they sold to a company. Qin Su didn't accept it. Treating her mother was just a small favor for her. Moreover, she had only helped because of Zhang Yuyin. Please take the money back. Yuyin has helped me a lot in the past, and treating illnesses is simple for me. Qin Su knew Qi Qinglan's financial situation wasn't great. Yuyin had mentioned that the Qi family had always treated her poorly. Without Yillin's mother's support during those years abroad, she would have struggled to complete her studies. This money was surely hard-earned. Qi Qinglan insisted a few times but was firmly rejected by Qin Su, leaving her no choice but to take the card back. If you ever need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to assist you. Qi Qinglan expressed her gratitude. She had invited Qin Su out mainly to thank her, but since she wouldn't accept the money, she could only offer help in the future. After leaving the bar, they bid each other farewell. Qin Su checked the time. She had an hour until lunch. She wanted to surprise Hu Tianqing by inviting him to lunch. She hailed a taxi, told the driver her destination, and they headed straight to Hu Group's headquarters. Yao Yuejin had been trying to find a way to send photos to Hu Tianqing for days. Today, she decided to go directly to Hu Group to show him the photos on her phone, convinced that he would be angry seeing Qin Su getting close to another man. Arriving at Hu Group, she entered the reception area. The receptionist politely asked, "Miss, how can I help you?" "I need to see Mr. Hua. Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired again politely. Yao Yuejin frowned. "I have something important to discuss with Mr. Hua.
Please notify him."
"I'm sorry, miss, but without an appointment, Mr. Hua might not have time to see you." The receptionist maintained her polite smile. Yao Yuejin wanted to explode with anger, but she knew this wasn't her family's company. If she threw a tantrum, the security would throw her out. Suppressing her anger, she asked again, "What do I need to do to see Mr. Hua?"
"You need an appointment, miss." "You?"
Yao Yuejin was almost furious. Was this person not understanding her? Just then, she saw a man with gold-rimmed glasses coming down the stairs, and her eyes lit up. She rushed over to him. "Assistant Qi, hello." Qi Mingyang looked puzzled at the woman blocking his path. "May I ask who you are?" "My name is Yao Yuejin, and my father is Yao Tianxi," Yao Yuejin quickly replied.
"What do you need from me?"
Qi Mingyang was confused by the sudden interruption. He knew Yao Tianxi was related to Mr. Hua's family. The Yao family used to be nouveau riche, growing into a somewhat well-known family in the city due to their connection with the Hua family. What did this woman want from him? "Assistant Qi, I need to see Mr. Hua about something urgent."
"Can you take me to him?"
Yao Yuejin didn't want to miss this opportunity.
"Well."
Seeing Qi Mingyang hesitate, Yao Yuejin added, "This is related to Mr. Hua's girlfriend. I think he would be interested." Now Qi Mingyang's expression changed. He knew how important Qin Su was to Mr. Hua. This woman suddenly wanted to talk to Mr. Hua about Qin Su. Having been around Mr. Hua for so long, he was well aware of the tricks women used. It seemed like another woman trying to ruin Mr. Hua's relationship with Qin Su to gain favor. Qi Mingyang was more than happy to see them get their comeuppance. He accompanied Yao Yuejin into the elevator, swiped his work card, and went straight to the top floor, the CEO's office. Just as they entered the elevator, Qin Su finally arrived at Hu Group's entrance. As Qin Su entered the lobby, the receptionist greeted her with a warm smile from a distance. "Miss Qin, you're here. Mr. Hua is in the office today. Would you like me to let him know?" Qin Su smiled politely back at her. "Thank you, but I can go up myself." "Okay, then take care, Miss Qin." The receptionist watched Qin Su enter Mr. Hua's private elevator before her smile faded. A new colleague, curious, asked Sister Zhao, "Why were you so friendly to Miss Qin? The girl who came before looked more like a rich heiress, and you didn't give her any attention. Miss Qin's outfit seems quite ordinary, but she's really beautiful, like a fairy." The new employee's confused yet starry-eyed expression made Zhao Yuejin chuckle. However, since she was the daughter of her aunt's sister-in-law, they were somewhat related. Zhao felt the need to give her a heads-up, so she wouldn't unknowingly offend someone important. Mr. Hua specifically told the receptionist to treat this young lady well whenever she comes. Even if he is out, they must report back to him when he returns. Remember this clearly. Don't offend her, or you might lose your job. The new employee nodded seriously, determined to remember this beautiful young lady. Qin Su arrived at the top floor and ran into Qi Mingyang as she stepped out of the elevator. "Assistant Qi, long time no see." Qi Mingyang felt a bit awkward seeing Qin Su. What bad luck. Just as one woman came to see Mr. Hua, another one arrived. What if Qin Su misunderstood Mr. Hua and they had a conflict? Would Mr. Hua let him off the hook? He had brought that woman here. He shouldn't have let her in just to watch the drama. Now he was in trouble. Feeling guilty, Qi Mingyang forced a smile. "Hello, Miss Qin." Qin Su, sensitive to people's emotions, noticed Qi Mingyang's unease and felt puzzled. "Is Mr. Hua busy? Can I go in to see him now?" Qin Su asked. Mr. Hua has a guest right now. Would you like to wait in the lounge for some tea and snacks?" Qi Mingyang was sweating and awkwardly led Qin Su to the lounge, planning to find a chance to inform Mr. Hua. Qin Su thought Qi Mingyang was acting strangely today, but since Mr. Hua was meeting a guest, she decided to wait. Qi Mingyang brought Qin Su to the lounge, had the secretary prepare tea and snacks, and hurried off to find Mr. Hua. In the president's office, Hua Tianqing looked at the woman in front of him with an unhappy expression. Qi Mingyang was becoming increasingly unreliable, bringing anyone to him. "You said you have something to discuss about Qin Su?" Hua Tianqing said coldly, glaring at Yao Yuejin. Although Yao Yuejin had seen Hua Tianqing up close that night, he hadn't seemed so intimidating then. Today, however, standing in front of him felt like being watched by a fierce beast, as if he could attack at any moment. She swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. "Yes, I have some photos of Qin Su. You'll understand once you see them." She had hoped to chat more and build rapport, but now she just wanted to show him the photos and leave quickly. This man was too frightening for her to handle, and her fantasies about him quickly faded. Hua Tianqing picked up her phone from the desk and scrolled through the photos. Yao Yuejin glanced up and noticed his expression didn't change at all, making her feel anxious. After looking at the photos, Hua Tianqing threw the phone back on the desk. "Is this all you wanted to show me?" His tone was flat, seemingly not angry.
"Yes.
I heard she has many boys chasing her at school. With such an excellent boyfriend like you, she should keep her distance from other guys. I think she's just afraid you'll dump her and is looking for a backup." Yao Yuejin desperately tried to tarnish Qin Su's image. She had heard from her friend that Qin Su attracted many admirers at university, with boys often confessing outside her dorm. In reality, Qin Su had never paid attention to those boys. She always rejected them and never engaged in flirty behavior. But there were always envious people who gossiped behind her back. Yao Yuejin assumed Qin Su was like the socialites in her circle, playing both sides without committing. Although Hua Tianqing wasn't angry at Qin Su, he felt a pang of jealousy. Last time he asked her out, she said she was busy. Who was this man? Why was Qin Su having dinner with him? Yao Yuejin had taken the photos from angles that made them look very close. However, he wouldn't doubt Qin Su. He knew her character best. He understood Yao Yuejin's motive for showing him these photos. She was just another woman trying to get close to him, and he would let Qi Mingyang handle it. He pressed the intercom, asking the secretary to call Qi Mingyang. Just then, Qi Mingyang knocked on the office door. As soon as he entered, he saw Mr. Hua staring at him with a blank expression. Qi Mingyang broke out in a cold sweat. This couple was difficult to deal with. "Mr. Hua, Miss Qin is here, and is currently in the lounge, he said with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Tianqing's expression brightened, and he quickly headed to the lounge. Before leaving, he ordered, "Get rid of this woman." After a pause, he added, "She's from the Yao family, right? Stop our investment in their projects." With that, he turned and strode toward the lounge. Yao Yuejin, pale-faced, was thrown out of his group. It seemed she had caused trouble. Tianqing hurriedly opened the lounge door and saw Qin Su sitting comfortably in a large leather chair, sipping tea. Hearing the door open, she looked up and saw Tianqing's cheerful face. "Are you done with your work?" Qin Su asked as she set her teacup down. Tianqing walked over and sat beside her. "I'm done. Why didn't you come find me directly?" "Assistant Qi said you were meeting a guest, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I waited here. They're not important. Next time, just come find me directly." Tianqing guessed why Qi Mingyang was hesitant to bring Qin Su to him. He was likely worried she would see Yao Yuejin and misunderstand. But if he hadn't brought her here, none of this would have happened. It was his oversight. He had thought about giving Qi Mingyang a raise for his good advice last time, but after this incident, he decided against it. If Qi Mingyang knew he missed the chance for a raise just to watch the drama, he might cry in the restroom. "Why did you think of coming to see me today?" He had made many excuses before to get her to spend more time with him, but she always refused. So, he was genuinely happy to see Qin Su suddenly show up. "I just met a friend, and thought I would come since I'm not far from here." Qin Su leaned against Tianqing, letting him play with her hair. Tianqing didn't know what kind of shampoo or body wash Qin Su used, but he leaned down to smell the fragrance coming from her, completely enchanted. His head moved lower, resting on her neck, then her face, and finally on her bright red lips. Qin Su tilted her head back, allowing his passionate kisses to envelop her, and the atmosphere grew warm and intimate. It was only when his warm hand touched her softness that she snapped back to reality and pushed him away. Tianqing was pushed back, suppressing his strong desire. Once the heat in his lower abdomen calmed down, he stepped back a bit. Qin Su didn't dare look into his longing eyes and quickly changed the subject. "It's almost lunchtime. I came to take you out to eat." Tianqing glanced at his watch and realized it was indeed time for lunch. He took Qin Su's hand and helped her fix her clothes and hair, which had been messed up from their passionate moment. "Then let's go now." As they left the meeting room and passed by the secretary's office, Qin Su kept her head down, not wanting anyone to see her swollen lips. Tianqing noticed her looking down until they entered the private elevator. Feeling a bit guilty, he covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Once he entered the elevator and the doors closed, Qin Su looked at him with a hint of accusation. "It's all your fault. What if someone saw us? I'd be so embarrassed." Tianqing looked at her lips, which were indeed a bit swollen. He softly said, "It's my fault. Please don't be mad at me. You just look so tempting. I couldn't control myself. I'll be more careful next time." Qin Su was even more annoyed. "You want a next time? If it happens again, I won't come to see you anymore to avoid embarrassment."
Tianqing panicked. "No.
I know I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." He had finally gotten Qin Su to come, and he didn't want to scare her away because of a moment of impulse. Seeing him genuinely worried, Qin Su softened her tone. "I'll forgive you this time, but if it happens again, you'll be punished with a month without kisses." That punishment was too severe for Tianqing. He had already become addicted to the closeness they shared. The thought of not being able to touch her for so long made him uneasy. He reluctantly agreed, realizing he couldn't lose more intimate moments for a fleeting thrill. They got into the car, and Tianqing fastened Qin Su's seatbelt, asking, "Where do you want to eat?" Qin Su mentioned a place, and Tianqing started the car, leaving the underground garage. Half an hour later, they stopped outside an old alley. After getting out of the car, Tianqing followed Qin Su into the alley. He looked around, surprised to find such a place in the city. He had only been to luxurious places before. He had never encountered a spot like this in his life. Qin Su noticed Tianqing's curious gaze and smiled. "Don't be fooled by how old it looks. There's an old lady here who makes the best noodles. They're the best I've ever had, and you'll see once you try them." Hu Tianqing raised an eyebrow. Qin Su had taken him to many famous food spots, so her praise meant the noodles must be exceptional. As they spoke, Qin Su stopped in front of a red door. She knocked, and soon they heard footsteps inside. When the door opened, the old lady saw Qin Su and happily grabbed her hand, pulling her inside while saying, "Xiao Su, it's been so long since you visited. Have you forgotten about me?" Qin Su followed Grandma Li inside and turned back to signal Hu Tianqing to hurry in. Seeing he was left behind, Hu Tianqing chuckled and walked in. Grandma Li led Qin Su into the living room and then noticed the tall, handsome young man following her. She suddenly remembered that Qin Su had someone with her and felt a bit embarrassed for forgetting. She asked Qin Su, "Is this handsome young man your friend? I'm sorry for leaving him out." Qin Su introduced them. "Grandma Li, this is my boyfriend, Hu Tianqing." Then she turned to Hu Tianqing, "This is Grandma Li, my dear friend." Hu Tianqing greeted Grandma Li, and after some small talk, Qin Su got to the point. "Grandma Li, I brought him here to try your noodles. I told him they're the best, and he has eaten many top dishes before, so you have to show your skills. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed." Grandma Li laughed. "Don't worry, I guarantee no one in the city makes noodles better than me. Just wait and see." With that, she went into the kitchen. Once Grandma Li left, Qin Su began to share her story with her. When she first started college, she had encountered Grandma Li after finishing a part-time job. Grandma Li had been knocked down, and although many people were around, no one helped her. Seeing this, Qin Su hesitated but couldn't ignore her kindness and went to help her up. Some people advised her not to get involved, warning her about scams. Later, Qin Su took Grandma Li home and learned she lived alone. Whenever she had time, she would visit her. As they spent more time together, Qin Su tried Grandma Li's noodles and was amazed. She had never realized noodles could taste so good. Being from the South, she wasn't fond of noodles, but after that experience, she grew to love Grandma Li's cooking. If she went too long without having them, she would miss them and often come back for a bowl. Soon, Grandma Li brought out 2 steaming bowls of noodles, and Hu Tianqing quickly took them and placed them on the table. Qin Su took the chopsticks Hu Tianqing offered, picked up a small bite of noodles, and closed her eyes in satisfaction. Seeing her cute expression made Hu Tianqing chuckle. She looked like a cat that had just stolen a fish. He also picked up some noodles and took a bite, his eyes lighting up. They were indeed delicious, even better than the noodles made by the old Master Gu. Grandma Li smiled as she watched the young couple in front of her. Qin Su was a good girl, and the young man seemed caring. They were a perfect match, handsome and beautiful. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Grandma Li got up to answer it. Qin Su and Hu Tianqing put down their chopsticks, realizing Grandma Li had a guest. Before long, Grandma Li returned with a tall man. Qin Su was surprised to see that it was Yao Yuejin. Hu Tianqing's expression darkened as he recognized the man in the photo with Qin Su. What was their relationship? He glanced at Qin Su, who looked shocked, and for some reason, he felt relieved. Yao Yuejin was surprised to find someone else in the room. Seeing Qin Su and a man beside her, he wondered how she ended up here. Senior Zhou? Qin Su had visited Grandma Li often over the past year, but had never run into Yao Yuejin. Seeing them together made Grandma Li even happier. "Oh, so you two know each other. What a coincidence to meet here," she said, pulling Yao Yuejin to sit down. Noticing he was carrying many items, she chatted while pouring tea for them. Yao Yuejin placed his things on a low cabinet and asked Grandma Li how she had been. "Yuejin, have you eaten? If not, I can make you a bowl of noodles," Grandma Li asked after a bit of conversation. "That would be great, Grandma Li." "I've missed your cooking," he replied. "Not a bother at all. I'm just happy you came to see me," Grandma Li said with a smile as she headed to the kitchen. "Qin Su, how come you're here?" Yao Yuejin asked. He had been busy since returning to the country and hadn't expected to see her. "I brought my boyfriend to try Grandma Li's cooking and to visit her," she explained. Boyfriend? So she was already in a relationship? Yao Yuejin looked at the man beside Qin Su, who had a noble air and a strong presence, clearly someone powerful. He smiled politely and extended his hand to Hu Tianqing. "Hello.
I'm Yao Yuejin.
May I know your name, sir?
Hello.
I'm Tianqing. Tianqing replied, shaking his hand. Qin Su's boyfriend was Tianqing, the current leader of the Hor family. Yao Yuejin had heard of him. The Hor family held a prominent position in Long Country. How did Qin Su get involved with someone like him? Sensing a hint of hostility from Tianqing, who he was meeting for the first time, Yao Yuejin wondered if he had offended him somehow. Qin Su, noticing they had finished introducing themselves, asked Yao Yuejin how he ended up here. Are you familiar with Grandma Li? I've never seen you before, she asked. We used to be neighbors. My grandmother and Grandma Li were close. My family moved abroad over a decade ago, and I just returned this year. I've been too busy to visit Grandma Li, Yao Yuejin explained.
You see, Qin Su replied.
How did you get to know Grandma Li? Yao Yuejin asked, curious about her connection. Grandma Li had no family or relatives. How did Qin Su come to know her? Qin Su briefly explained how she met Grandma Li. Thank you so much. I'm glad Grandma Li met you. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened? Yao Yuejin sincerely appreciated her. His family had been neighbors with Grandma Li for decades, treating her like family. Hearing she was in danger worried him, but he was relieved she met a kind girl like Qin Su. Tianqing watched the two chatting happily, feeling left out. His gaze toward Yao Yuejin grew more unfriendly. Yao Yuejin noticed Tianqing's look, but pretended not to see it, finding it amusing that Qin Su's boyfriend seemed to see him as a rival. He turned back to continue talking to Qin Su about Grandma Li. Tianqing, seeing Yao Yuejin ignore him, looked at Qin Su, hoping she would notice his discomfort. But Qin Su didn't glance his way and continued chatting happily with Yao Yuejin, making the atmosphere even more tense. Fortunately, Grandma Li came out with the noodles just then. Yuejin, come eat. I made your favorite braised beef, she called. Yao Yuejin quickly took the bowl from her. Thank you, Grandma Li. I can't believe you remembered. I love your braised beef. Of course. When you were a kid, you got sick and the doctor said you couldn't eat beef. You tried to sneak some from me, and that night you broke out in a rash and had a fever. Your parents rushed you to the hospital, and I felt so guilty when I found out, Grandma Li recounted, embarrassing Yao Yuejin. Hearing Grandma Li share his childhood mischief made Yao Yuejin's ears turn red. Qin Su chuckled, surprised to see the usually composed Yao Yuejin had such a playful past. Since Tianqing had work to do, Qin Su didn't stay long and said goodbye to Grandma Li. On the way back, Qin Su noticed Tianqing seemed upset. She was puzzled. He had seemed fine at Grandma Li's. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy? She asked. Tianqing was still sulking about being ignored earlier. I saw you having a good time with Yao Yuejin, leaving me, your real boyfriend, out. Hearing the jealousy in his voice made Qin Su laugh. You're being too jealous. Senior Zhou is a few years older and the head of our college's research project. It's polite to greet him when we run into each other. She knew Tianqing was possessive, but he shouldn't be so sensitive in normal social situations. Tianqing wasn't just jealous over that. If he hadn't known she had eaten with Yao Yuejin before, he wouldn't have been so sensitive. His instincts told him Yao Yuejin had ulterior motives regarding Qin Su. He wanted to ask her about the photo, but feared she might think he didn't trust her. The question rolled around on his tongue but was swallowed back down. As they drove into the underground parking lot, Qin Su unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. Tianqing grabbed her hand and headed for the elevator, but she stood still. I'm not going up with you. Yilin is waiting for me at Royal Plaza, she said. Zhang Yilin's grandmother was turning 70, and she wanted to pick a nice gift with Qin Su's help. Of course, she wanted to support her friend, especially since Qin Su had helped her pick a gift for old Master Fu last time. Tianqing felt frustrated that she would prioritize her friend over him. He was about to burst with resentment when Qin Su leaned in, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Before he could react, she dashed away, saying, "This is your compensation." Watching her run off, Tianqing shook his head with a fond smile. Xing'an returned to the company and immediately called Qi Jinxing. The call was quickly answered. Qi Jinxing. The master is in trouble. Huixing'an said with a grim tone. Qi Jinqing's expression changed upon hearing this. How could such a powerful master get into trouble? Are there other skilled people in the capital? He didn't consider Qin Su as a threat. He could never imagine that such a young girl could be a match for the master. What happened? After listening to Huixing'an, Qi Jinqing fell silent. The master was missing, and it happened on the night he tried to deal with Qin Su. The master must have failed and faced retaliation. What do we do now? Qi Jinqing immediately thought about the possibility that if the master revealed their involvement, Huitianqing and Qin Su would definitely not let them go. Huixing'an's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Since their true intentions were exposed, there was no need to maintain a facade of peace with Huitianqing. Look for other powerful masters. I'll search too. I refuse to believe that a young girl can handle a master and several others at the same time. Once we deal with Qin Su, we can take care of Huitianqing. After hanging up, Huixing'an left the company and went home. Yao Yuejin saw her husband return with a dark expression and went straight to the study, not even responding when she called him. After thinking for a moment, she followed him. As soon as she entered the study, she saw Huixing'an rummaging through the safe. "Husband, what are you looking for?" Hearing her voice, Huixing'an paused and looked at Yao Yuejin as she entered. "What are you doing here?" He was in a bad mood, and seeing her enter without knocking annoyed him. "I noticed you looked unwell. Are you sick? Should I ask Lu Ma to make you some nourishing soup?" Huixing'an didn't answer her and continued searching. After a while, he took out a dark brown stone from the safe and carefully placed it on the desk. Seeing the strange stone, Yao Yuejin asked, "Isn't that the stone you've treasured for so long? Why are you taking it out?" 3 years ago, Huixing'an had brought this stone home from somewhere and locked it in the safe, never allowing anyone to touch it. The master is in trouble. Now Huitianqing has powerful help, and the master has been captured. To confront Huitianqing, we need to find a stronger master. This stone is useful for those who practice. Someone in the Xianmen alliance should be interested in it. He had spent a lot of money on this stone, and now it was finally coming in handy. Yao Yuejin was shocked to hear that the master had been captured.
What?
The master was captured? Was it that girl, Qin Su? Huixing'an nodded. Yao Yuejin became even more anxious. She needed to go back and tell her mother about Qin Su. She had a feeling that this girl could be a huge threat to the Yao family. "I have to go out for a bit. I'll ask Lu Ma to bring you the soup later." Huixing'an waved his hand dismissively. Yao Yuejin quickly called the family driver to bring the car around and hurried to the Yao family home. As soon as the car arrived and stopped, Yao Yuejin rushed out and saw Yao Cici, who had just returned home, looking dazed. "Cici, is Grandma upstairs?" Yao Cici snapped back to reality upon hearing her aunt's voice. "Aunt, you're back." Remembering her earlier question, she replied, "Grandma should be in the backyard tending to her garden." Zhang Houhat, at heart, was still a farmer. Even though the Yao family was no longer the struggling farmers they once were, she couldn't shake the habit of wanting to plant something whenever she saw land. Yao Yuejin headed straight to the backyard. When she arrived, she saw Zhang Houhat watering the plants and called out, "Mom." Zhang Houhat put down her work and walked over. "Why are you home today?" Zhang Houhat, now over 60, had most of her hair turned white. The years of comfortable living had erased the signs of her earlier hardships. "Mom, I have something important to tell you. Let's go back to the room." Seeing her anxious expression, Zhang Houhat stopped asking questions, tidied herself up, and went into the room with Yao Yuejin. Once the door was closed, Yao Yuejin eagerly said, "Mom, do you remember Yao Yuejin? I think I saw her daughter." Zhang Houhat was shocked. Yao Yuejin had disappeared over 20 years ago, and she thought she was dead. How could her daughter suddenly appear? What happened? Zhang Houhat asked anxiously. Yao Yuejin explained what she had learned from Huixing'an. Zhang Houhat's face was filled with shock. "Could it be that you mistook her? Maybe she just looks similar." Zhang Houhat was still skeptical. Yao Yuejin took out a photo from her bag, and Zhang Houhat was speechless upon seeing it. She looked just like Yao Yuejin. Seeing Zhang Houhat silent, Yao Yuejin anxiously asked, "Mom, If Yao Yuejin's daughter is so powerful, what if she finds out about how we changed her mother's fate? Will she seek revenge on the Yao family? After a moment of panic, Zhang Hohot quickly calmed down. That was over 20 years ago. Only your father, that fortune teller, and I knew. She won't find out. Hearing her mother's words, Yao Shueman's anxiety gradually eased. Even if Qin Su was capable, how could she possibly know about events from over 20 years ago? Then she remembered something else and asked Zhang Hohot, "Mom, is that fortune teller who changed my and Yao Yuejin's fate still around?" Zhang Hohot didn't understand why she suddenly asked about her, but she replied, "We've been in the capital for over 30 years and haven't gone back." The fortune teller was already over 60 back then. I don't know if she's still alive. Why do you ask? Thinking about Huixingen wanting to find a capable master, Yao Shueman recalled the strange old lady she and her mother had visited at her grandmother's house when she was young. She wondered how her abilities compared to Qin Su's. "Mom, what do you think about inviting her to the capital?" Yao Shueman suggested. Zhang Hohot understood that her son-in-law was urgently looking for a capable person, so it might be worth a try. "Then let's find a time to go back and invite her to the capital." After discussing their plans, they prepared to leave. Outside, Yao Sisi saw them coming out and quickly tiptoed away. She had just overheard something incredible. That woman named Qin Su's mother used to be a foster daughter of the Yao family. Grandma even changed her fate with Qin Su's mother. Qin Su finished shopping with Zhang Yilin and bought many gifts for her family. She also picked out a tie for Huitianqing, realizing she hadn't given him a gift yet. Meanwhile, she bought herself a bunch of jewelry, clothes, and bags. As they were about to head home, Qin Su received a call from Lin Junjie at the fruit store. "Boss, there's trouble. Our store has been sealed by the market management and all the fruit has been taken away." Lin Junjie's voice was filled with urgency and panic. How could this be possible? She knew her fruit was fine. How could the market management suddenly come to check her store? Seeing Qin Su's change in expression, Zhang Yilin quickly asked, "What happened?" Qin Su couldn't explain right away and pulled her along to the fruit store. When they arrived, all the shelves were empty, with only some crushed fruit remnants on the floor. Lin Junjie rushed over when he saw Qin Su. "Boss, you finally made it. Those people wanted to take the fruit, and we tried to stop them, but they threatened us. If we interfered, they would take us too. I was worried about everyone in the store, so I had to let them take the fruit. I'm sorry, boss. I couldn't protect the store." The boss had always treated them well and paid generously, but he couldn't even keep the store safe. "It's okay. The fruit is just material. No one got hurt, and that's what matters," Qin Su reassured him, not wanting him to feel guilty. "Can you tell me if anything unusual happened in the past few days?" The market management wouldn't just come to seal the fruit store without reason. She had all her documents in order, and every sample inspection had passed. There must be another reason. Lin Junjie thought back carefully and suddenly exclaimed, "I remember. A few days ago, someone came to buy fruit from the store. Then a few days later, he came back again, saying he wanted to meet you, boss. Since you told me to brush off any inquiries about the fruit, I turned him down. He came back a few more times trying to get information about you, but I sent him away. I still remember what he said before leaving last time. He said you would eventually come looking for him." Lin Junjie recalled the man's eerie smile as he left. After hearing Lin Junjie's account, Qin Su and Zhang Yilin left the fruit store and went straight to the Market Management Bureau. It seemed the staff there had anticipated her arrival. As soon as they entered the office, a worker approached them and led them to a room. Inside sat a middle-aged man, around 40, with thinning hair and a slightly plump figure. He greeted Qin Su with a friendly smile. "Miss Qin, right? Please come in and take a seat." Not wanting to show any reaction, Qin Su and Zhang Yilin quietly sat down in the chairs beside her. "Miss Qin, here's the situation. Someone reported that the prices of your fruits are several times higher than those of other vendors, which suggests price fraud. After investigation, we found that your fruit prices are indeed higher than those of others. Of course, if your fruits are imported and you have the proper documentation, that would be reasonable. However, We require your store to provide an import license or a proof of origin, but you have not been able to provide any. To ensure food safety, we are temporarily confiscating your fruits according to the law." The man spoke eloquently, leaving no room for argument.
In
In a city full of billionaires like Jing City, there were certainly local fruits priced even higher than hers. Typically, if the public doesn't report, the authorities won't act. When price complaints arise, fines are common, and it's rare for fruits to be confiscated. It seemed the forces behind this were quite powerful. She hadn't considered all angles and had fallen into a trap, but they couldn't just take her fruits without a fight. Qin Su glanced at the nameplate on his desk and smiled politely. "Director Zhou, I understand you're just following regulations. It's my store's fault for not being thorough. We will improve and are willing to accept punishment. However," she paused before continuing, "if my fruits are temporarily confiscated, once I pay the fine and provide the necessary documentation, I should be able to get my fruits back, right?" Director Zhou remained agreeable. "Of course. Once you complete all the procedures, you can retrieve your fruits." Qin Su didn't linger on the matter, pulling Zhang Yuyin, who wanted to speak, out of the Market Management Bureau. "Why did you pull me away? They are clearly targeting you. There are vendors with even higher prices, and I've bought strawberries for thousands per pound before. Why hasn't anyone confiscated their fruits?" Zhang Yuyin asked, confused, once they were back in the car. Qin Su took out her phone and sent a short message to Zhang Yuejin. After sending the message, she answered Zhang Yillin's question. "I know, but that Director Zhou is just a pawn. There are bigger players behind this. If we don't deal with them, there will be more trouble next time. What about the fruits they took? Do you really think they will return them?" Zhang Yuyin was still worried. She knew those fruits were special, and the reason they took them was to find an excuse. How could they possibly return them? They would return them, but whether they would be the same fruits was uncertain. Sure enough, a few days later, after paying the fine and submitting all the required documents, Director Zhou had someone take her to retrieve her fruits. When Qin Su saw the boxes of fruits in the storage room, she knew immediately that they were not her original fruits. She didn't argue that they weren't hers. What would be the point of telling them these fruits lacked spiritual energy and were just ordinary? She instructed the staff who accompanied her to load all the fruits onto the vehicle, then left. In Director Zhou's office, after Qin Su took the fruits away, he made a phone call. "Mr. Zhang." She took the fruits without noticing they had been swapped. A surprised voice came from the other end. "Did she show any signs of suspicion? She just left like that?" "Yes, she came and said nothing, just took the fruits." There was a moment of silence on the line before the voice said, "Keep a close watch on that store. If they reopen, let me know." "Understood, Mr. Zhang." After hanging up, Director Zhou wiped the smile off his face and returned to a calm expression. Not long after, Qin Su received a reply from Zhang Yuejin. The person behind this was a member of the Zhang family, a hidden lineage. The Zhang family was a well-established cultivation family with a history of over 100 years, and their power was not to be underestimated. Zhang Yuejin warned her that if there was no significant conflict, she should avoid direct confrontation with the Zhang family, as they currently had an ancestor at the peak of Foundation establishment. Qin Su thanked Zhang Yuejin but didn't mention any past grievances with the Zhang family. Since the Zhang family was so powerful, she didn't want to involve Zhang Yuejin. She didn't plan to oppose the Zhang family. She just wanted to reclaim what was rightfully hers. As night fell, Qin Su prepared to act. She had obtained the address of the Zhang family member and, under the cover of darkness, flew directly to the villa of the Zhang family member in just a few minutes. Easily avoiding various surveillance cameras, Qin Su noticed a shallow protective formation around the villa. However, breaking the formation was a simple task for her. With a wave of her spiritual energy, the already weak formation collapsed instantly. The people inside the villa sensed something was wrong and quickly came out to investigate. Zhang Yongqiu was practicing in the villa's training room when he suddenly noticed the protective formation had been breached and hurried outside. He scanned the surroundings but saw no one. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard a female voice from above. "Are you looking for me?" He looked up sharply and saw a slender figure hovering in midair. His pupils constricted in shock. What a high level of cultivation. She could fly. As far as he knew, only those at the peak of Foundation establishment could briefly fly, and no one could hover in midair. It seemed the girl had maintained this state since breaking the formation. What level of cultivation did she possess to be stronger than the Zhang family's ancestor?
Who are you?
Why did you destroy my formation? Zhang Yongcho asked, trying to recall if he had offended such a powerful being.
Yao Yuejin, Qin replied calmly.
Zhang Yongcho's expression changed in surprise. This young girl was the owner of Yuyin? It seemed he had kicked a hard rock this time. He quickly regained his composure. So you're the owner of Yuyin. I apologize for not recognizing you. I am willing to compensate you 10 times the price. What do you think? The person before him had unfathomable strength, so it was better to be cautious and not offend her. Qin Su lazily replied, not interested. Zhang Yongcho broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't expected that a small fruit store would have such a powerful backer. No wonder those spiritual fruits, which were treasures in various cultivation families, could be sold so casually to ordinary people. What would you like for me to do to earn your forgiveness? Zhang Yongcho asked, lowering his attitude, fearing he might be killed with a single blow. Qin Su initially didn't want to let him off easily, but seeing he was so perceptive, she decided to relent. Hand over the spiritual fruits and pay 100 times the compensation. Zhang Yongcho sighed in relief. Although he was reluctant to part with the spiritual fruits, his life was more important. Millions were nothing to him. To preserve his life, he wouldn't even frown if it meant losing everything he had. He hurried into the villa and had the spiritual fruits brought out, placing them on the ground along with a black gold card. Here, I've placed the fruits and money here. Do you need me to deliver the fruits back to you? Zhang Yongcho asked with a flattering smile. Qin Su shot him a cold glance. No need. If you cross my path again, it won't be so easy to talk. Yes. Yes. Zhang Yongcho nodded repeatedly.
Get lost. Qin Su commanded.
Zhang Yongcho hurriedly scrambled back into the villa. Once he was inside, Qin Su waved her hand, and the fruits and black card vanished instantly. She didn't want to confront the Cultivation family just yet. Although Zhang Huaishan said the Zhang family ancestor was only at the peak of Foundation establishment, these century-old families had hidden depths that outsiders didn't know about. Who knew if they had even more powerful beings? Moreover, while her cultivation was high, she had family to protect. She could handle a few powerful cultivators, but she couldn't always be by her family's side. The Cultivation families had developed their power over many years, and she wasn't yet in a position to challenge them. Thinking of this made her even more eager to improve her cultivation, but she had been stuck at the mid-stage of the Golden Core for a while. The Phoenix Divine art was still at the first level. To make matters worse, the spiritual energy in her space had been decreasing lately, and she couldn't find the cause, which made her even more anxious. Though Hua Tianxing didn't show it, he was disappointed that his grandfather hadn't woken up. Qin Su returned home and immediately entered her space. Today's events made her realize that there are many hidden talents and powerful families in the capital city. She first went to the spirit spring, scooped up a spoonful of its water, and tasted it carefully. She didn't notice any problems. It still contained a lot of spiritual energy. She closed her eyes, practiced her techniques, and at the same time, her dantian began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly. However, not long after, Qin Su felt the spiritual energy in the space start to thin out. She opened her eyes and quietly sensed the changes in the energy. Clearly, when she first entered the space, the energy was abundant. Why was it depleting so quickly after only a short time of cultivation? She stopped her practice and wandered around the space. The space was only about an acre in size, with a spring in the center. On the right, there were various fruit trees, and on the left, a field of medicinal herbs. In the far corner, Qin Su had built a simple wooden house. The surroundings of the space were shrouded in chaotic energy. Qin Su had previously tried to enter the chaos, but was blocked by an invisible force. She approached the wooden house, reached out to touch the edge, and was once again pushed back by an unseen force. It was the same as last time. She couldn't get through. What else was hidden in that invisible chaos? Why hadn't her inheritance mentioned this? Feeling helpless, Qin Su retreated and sat down in the wooden house to continue her cultivation. If the spiritual energy was decreasing, so be it. Since she couldn't find a reason, it was better to focus on cultivating and improving her skills. She practiced until the spiritual energy was almost exhausted, then took a deep breath and slowly stopped. Just as she was about to exit the space, she suddenly felt a slight movement in her mind, and in the next moment, she vanished from the wooden house and appeared beside the spirit spring.
Huh.
Where did it go? She had clearly sensed a strange presence here just a moment ago, but now it had vanished in an instant. Qin Su used her spiritual sense to carefully search again, but still found nothing. She shook her head in confusion and quickly exited the space. Not long after Qin Su left the space, the black stone beside the spirit spring moved. Zhang Yongqiu sensed that the powerful figure had finally left and felt relieved. Uncle Wang, go prepare the car. I want to return to the ancestral home, he instructed the butler, who had been following him. Understood, sir. The butler immediately went to inform the driver. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the Zhang family's ancestral home. He strode into the mysterious and ancient building. Upon entering the front yard, the butler came forward to greet him. Second master, the head of the family, is inside. The old butler led the way toward the main hall. After passing through several winding corridors, going through an archway, and around a shadow wall, a tall, red-painted door made of yellow pear wood came into view. Zhang Yongqiu instinctively lowered his head. Every time he returned to the ancestral home and approached the main hall's door, he felt a sense of being looked down upon. He carefully stepped over the threshold and bowed to the person sitting in the central seat of the main hall. Nephew pays respects to the ancestor. Zhang Xiancheng looked down at Zhang Yongqiu, who was bowing and after a moment, said, "Get up." Zhang Yongqiu respectfully stood up, not daring to look directly at Zhang Xiancheng. You called the ancestral home, saying you wanted to see me in person and had something important to discuss? Zhang Xiancheng asked casually, rubbing a smooth string of jade beads in his hand. Yes. A few days ago, I found spiritual fruits for sale in a small fruit shop, Zhang Yongqiu replied respectfully. Zhang Xiancheng paused in his rubbing of the jade beads. Are you sure they are spiritual fruits? Seeing that his ancestor was skeptical, Zhang Yongqiu quickly recounted the events of the past few days, including how Qin Su had disrupted the formation at his villa and her impressive cultivation. You mean that girl can actually fly in the air and stayed suspended for a long time? Zhang Xiancheng's expression changed, and he asked seriously. Absolutely. I confronted her for about 10 minutes, and since I can't be sure how long she had been there, she might have been hovering the whole time. Although Zhang Xiancheng's face remained calm, he was already stirred inside. In today's cultivation world, there were no more than 10 people capable of flying, and they were all ancestors from major sects and families. The Zhang family's ancestor was only at the peak of foundation establishment and had yet to break through the bottleneck to the golden core stage. This young woman with extraordinary cultivation, could she be a prodigy from a prominent family? Have you found out about her background? Zhang Xiancheng was also interested in the spiritual fruits, but he remained cautious. He wanted to clarify her origins before deciding what to do. The information I found shows that the girl is just an ordinary student from a small county near the Yuyin province, now studying at a university in the capital, he said. He had wanted to know who was behind the fruit shop and had used connections to investigate. Because the investigation revealed she was just an ordinary student, he had sent his men to take the spiritual fruits from the shop under a pretext. He never expected to hit a wall and end up losing more than he gained. An ordinary girl? Do you believe that? Zhang Xiancheng looked coldly at Zhang Yongqiu. It's possible that the investigation wasn't thorough. I will send someone to investigate again, Zhang Yongqiu said, breaking out in a cold sweat under his ancestor's gaze. Leave. Zhang Xiancheng dismissed him. Zhang Yongqiu bowed and retreated, leaving the main hall. Qin Su was unaware that her actions regarding the fruits had caught the attention of a hidden family. She was currently busy searching her memories for a suitable cultivation method for ordinary people without spiritual roots. Unfortunately, after going through all her inherited memories, she still couldn't find anything. There were only some martial arts techniques suitable for ordinary people without spiritual roots. Qin Su sighed. It seemed that getting her grandmother and father to practice cultivation together was not feasible. Qin Jun did have spiritual roots, but they were mixed, so his cultivation speed might be slower. Since her grandmother and father couldn't practice cultivation, she would need to find a martial arts technique that suited them. However, martial arts usually required starting from a young age to strengthen the body and often involved using various precious herbs to create medicinal soups for refining the muscles and bones. Her grandmother and father had already passed the best time for body refinement. She would have to prepare more strengthening pills for them later. Thinking of this, Qin Su took action and quickly entered the space. As soon as she entered the space, she noticed something different. In the past, the spiritual energy that had been absorbed during her cultivation would recover after some time, but what was happening now? The spiritual energy in the space not only hadn't recovered, but had become even scarcer. Something was definitely wrong. Qin Su stood still beside the spirit spring and sensed again. Just as she was about to withdraw her spiritual sense, a faint mental wave came from beneath her feet. Qin Su looked down but saw nothing except for the black stone she had obtained from the auction, quietly sitting nearby. She picked up the black stone and examined it closely, cautiously probing it with her spiritual sense. There was nothing unusual. Qin Su tossed the stone, and it fell right into the spring. In the next moment, she quickly reached into the spirit spring and fished the stone back out. "What are you? Come out quickly." Qin Su shook the black stone vigorously. If someone saw her like this, they would surely think she was crazy, talking to a stone. But Qin Su was certain that just as the stone fell into the spring, she sensed a presence. Perhaps because she was close, this time she was sure. The energy was coming from this dark stone. The black stone remained unresponsive. Qin Su sneered, thinking it could hide by playing dead. In the next moment, she gathered some spiritual power and slammed it onto the stone. The stone rolled a few times, shook, and then remained still. Qin Su was both angry and amused. Really? A mere stone could fool her. She picked the stone up again, this time without using spiritual power. Suddenly, a bright red flame erupted in her hand, and she began to roast the stone. As if that wasn't enough, she roasted one side for a few minutes, then flipped it over to continue. To her surprise, this method really felt like grilling, just missing some cumin and chili. Finally, after roasting the stone with the phoenix fire for several minutes, it began to change. The black exterior peeled away, revealing a bright red surface, and a tender voice echoed in Qin Su's mind. "Stop roasting. Stop roasting. I give up, okay?" Qin Su paused but ignored it and continued to increase the heat. The voice became more urgent. "I was wrong. Please, don't roast me anymore. I'll be done for." Seeing it truly panicking, Qin Su finally withdrew the phoenix fire. "Little thing. I can't handle you." Qin Su asked in her mind. "What are you? Did you cause the spiritual energy in my space to decrease?" The tender voice replied, "I am the ancient fierce beast, Tao Tai."
The Tao Tai.
It resembles a sheep with a human face, covered in dark golden scales, with 2 horns, blood-red eyes, and a mouth as large as a basin, filled with sharp teeth, making a sound like a baby. It has the ability to devour everything and can release a mental wave that triggers the deepest greed, selfishness, and madness in people's hearts. Ordinary people have weak mental strength, and prolonged exposure can lead to madness, hallucinations, and amplified fears. No wonder that old man at the auction said that every owner of the stone ends up in trouble. It seems that the stone seals a Tao Tai, and they have spent too much time with it, causing their minds to be eroded. Qin Su's eyebrows moved slightly, but she remained silent. The little Taodai thought that the woman outside would be startled upon hearing its name and would change her attitude to be respectful. After waiting for a while and seeing she still didn't speak, it grew anxious. Woman, do you know I am a Taodai? Why are you so indifferent? Aren't you afraid I will get angry and swallow you whole? Qin Su crossed her arms and looked down at the broken stone she had thrown on the ground. Want to swallow me? You need to have the ability to get out first. If it were an adult Taodai, Qin Su might feel cautious and treat it carefully. But after she had roasted it with Phoenix divine fire for so long, it couldn't get out, nor did it have the strength to resist. With that state, it still wanted to scare her. It was just bluffing. When no more sounds came from inside, Qin Su ignored it and carefully examined the black stone again. The stone, made of an unknown material, could actually trap a legendary creature that devours everything. The spiritual energy in the space suddenly decreased, which surely meant that the Taotai had absorbed it. On the day of the auction, her jade pendant space vibrated because of this stone, and she thought there might be some opportunity. Now, looking back, it was likely that the Taotai sensed something from her and deliberately drew her attention. She grabbed the stone and was about to throw it out of the space. The little Taodai seemed to see through her intentions and quickly shouted, "Woman, what are you doing?" Qin Su sneered. "What am I doing? Of course, I'm throwing you out of the space." The spiritual energy it had absorbed during this time would just be food for dogs. If it were a spirit beast, she might consider whether to keep it. But this fierce beast was truly ungrateful, even stealing her spiritual energy. She needed to throw this ticking time bomb far away to avoid it messing with her space. The little Taodai panicked. "No, I just woke up after 1,000 years, and now I find the world's spiritual energy is nearly exhausted." It was sealed in the stone, and its own power was still weak, not enough to break the seal. Over the years, it had been passed around among ordinary humans, who not only provided no help but also went mad from too much contact with it. Eventually, it became what people called an ominous creature. Humph. It was those humans who were too weak to withstand its mental waves. That day, it sensed a subtle wave of spiritual power from this woman, which was purer than that of the sorcerers it had encountered before. It deliberately released its mental power to attract her attention. Unexpectedly, this woman had a space of her own, filled with rich spiritual energy. It was so happy it almost rolled around, but it still had some sense and knew that if it absorbed all the energy at once, it would definitely be discovered and thrown out by the woman, which would be a loss. So it held back the urge to absorb all the energy and only secretly absorbed it while the woman practiced in the space. Thanks to the energy it had absorbed during this time, its abilities had recovered significantly. But it didn't expect to be caught by the woman. It had let its guard down, thinking that since she hadn't noticed before, it could relax. Now it regretted it. "If you dare to throw me out, I will expose your secret about having a space." The little Taotai threatened fiercely. Qin Su paused, and the little Taodai thought the woman was scared and felt pleased. But the next second, it felt a scorching heat surrounding it. Darn woman, she was roasting it again. It immediately surrendered. Okay. Stop roasting me. I was just joking. Quickly put away that strange fire." It didn't know what kind of fire the woman was using. Even it couldn't withstand it. Qin Su didn't want to waste any more time with it and was about to exit the space. Once she was out, she would throw it into the Mariana Trench and see who could retrieve it. But the little Taoyue's next words made her stop. "I have a way to help you improve your cultivation faster."
Inshu looked skeptical.
If it had a way, how could it be trapped in the stone? Was it trying to fool her? The little Taotai, fearing she wouldn't believe it, explained, "Although we Taotais can devour everything, we can only take in and not let out. Actually, a Taotai can purify the energy of everything it devours. As long as something enters the Taoyue's chaotic stomach pouch, after going through our unique talent, it can be returned with even purer energy." Hearing this, Qin Su's eyes brightened. If what this Taodai said was true, it could indeed be useful. But she still wanted to test it. She asked, "Do you think I would believe you?" I've only heard that Taotais are extremely greedy, even devouring their own bodies. How could they possibly have the behavior of giving back? Seeing she was doubtful, the little Taotai, in pain, opened its mouth, and a pure spiritual energy than before seeped out from the stone. Qin Su felt the pure spiritual energy and immediately absorbed it into her dantian. In an instant, the energy stored in her dantian boiled like water dropped into a hot pan. Qin Su felt delighted. The bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time showed signs of loosening. But she kept her expression neutral and continued, "It seems there's not much difference." The little Taotai panicked. Impossible. The Taoti's talent never fails. It spat out another mouthful of pure spiritual energy, and then its face drooped. All the energy it had absorbed during this time was wasted and spit out. Qin Su quickly absorbed the energy it released, and her Phoenix Divine technique finally broke through to the second level. Though she couldn't see its expression, she could feel its disappointment and kindly comforted it. "Since you have some use, I can keep you. But we need to set some rules. You can't absorb all the spiritual energy from the space, and you must give back to me once a month. Do you agree?" "Agreed, agreed." The little Taoyue's joyful voice entered Qin Su's mind. Qin Su smiled and nodded. "Good. Then you can cultivate well in the space and don't cause trouble." The stone bounced happily, clearly pleased. Little did it know it had just been tricked by Qin Su and had wasted another chance to spit out energy. With a method to improve her cultivation found, Qin Su felt great. She planned to take out another batch of fruit to send to the store.
Just then her phone rang.
It was Zhang Huaishan calling. She answered, and Zhang Huaishan's anxious voice came through. "Qin Su, are you free right now? Can you come over?" Hearing his urgent tone, Qin Su quickly asked, "What happened?" Zhang Huaishan held a high position in Long Country and was a powerful martial artist. What could make him so anxious? Yuyin went to Kunlun Mountain to investigate the seal of the demon seed, and now something has happened. The situation couldn't be explained in a few words. Qin Su hung up the phone and hurried downstairs to take a taxi to the Zhang family. When she arrived outside the villa area, she immediately saw Zhang Huaishan anxiously looking around at the entrance. Seeing Qin Su get out of the car, he quickly approached. "Su girl, you finally made it. Let's go inside and talk." Once in the villa shuttle, Qin Su and Zhang Huaishan quickly arrived at the Zhang family's villa. As soon as they sat down inside, Zhang Huaishan eagerly explained the situation. It turned out that after Qin Su reported the demon seed discovery to the Alliance, they decided to send a team of elite youths from various families to investigate. Of course, the accompanying team also included protectors and elders from each family to ensure the safety of these talented individuals. The journey went smoothly and everyone arrived at the seal site to check, finding no issues. However, on the way back, they were ambushed by a mysterious organization. The attackers practiced a technique different from those of other families or sections. According to those who escaped, the attackers were completely covered in black cloth, making it impossible to see their faces. If hit by their spells, the spiritual energy in a cultivator's dantian goes wild and flows backward, while a martial artist's true energy is suppressed and cannot be used effectively. The most terrifying part is that the lower the cultivation level, the easier it is for one's mind to be affected, turning them into crazed beasts that attack indiscriminately. This time, the sects and families sent a total of 36 disciples and 12 guardians, making 48 people in total, but only 32 have returned. 5 guardians died protecting their disciples, and 8 other disciples from different families were killed. Moreover, Yuyin and 2 other disciples are missing. As he spoke, Zhang Huaishan's face was filled with worry for his grandson. Qin Su felt heavy-hearted after hearing this. Zhang Han had been both a brother and a friend to her, always caring for her, and now she felt upset to hear about his misfortune. Does the Alliance have any plans to respond? This mission was initiated by the Alliance, and with such a big incident, what was their reaction? Zhang Huaishan's expression was serious. As soon as they received the news, the Alliance urgently contacted the heads of various families and sect leaders to discuss it. They decided to send a higher-level team to investigate the incident. However, there were objections. Some believed the priority should be to understand what kind of spells the attackers used that could affect both spiritual and martial cultivators. They argued it was better to find a countermeasure first before taking further action. But families that suffered losses disagreed. They vowed to set out immediately to eliminate that evil organization and avenge their elders and disciples. Qin Su didn't know what to say. Zhang Han was missing, and Zhang grandpa must be very anxious. She wasn't sure what decision to make. Zhang Huaishan looked at Qin Su, hesitating to speak. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and humbly asked Qin Su, "Su girl, I know this might be asking too much, but I truly worry for Heian's safety. I want to ask for your help. I know your master has a mysterious background, and given your young age and high cultivation level, your master must be even more powerful. Could you introduce me to your master? If he is willing to help find Heian, I can pay any price." After saying this, he bowed deeply to Qin Su. Qin Su quickly stood up to help him, saying, "Grandpa Zhang, you flatter me. Don't rush. Let's sit down and think of a way to rescue Brother Zhang." Zhang Huaishan sat down with her support but continued earnestly, "The alliance hasn't finalized their decision yet. Every day we delay, Heian is in more danger. If it weren't for the need for me to stay in the capital, I would go to Kunlun Mountain myself to find him." Now, because of this incident, everyone in the major families in the capital felt anxious, not knowing if someone from their family was involved with that mysterious organization. Their investigation into the sealing of the demon seed, while not classified, was known only to the high-ranking members of the major families. The sudden attack on the team could very well be due to an insider leaking information, causing this disaster. Zhang Huaishan needed to stay in the capital to prevent any further issues. Otherwise, he would personally go to Kunlun Mountain to find Zhang Han. When Qin Su left the Zhang family, she only told Zhang Huaishan that she would do her best to contact her master and see if he could help. She felt a bit overwhelmed. Where was she supposed to find a master? This was just an excuse she made up to cover her sudden changes. Now, how could she find a master? But Zhang Huaishan and Zhang Han had indeed helped her, and she couldn't just ignore them. She returned to school and informed Dean Li about her need for leave. She couldn't go back to the lab and had to find a classmate to fill in for her. When Dean Li asked for the reason, Qin Su shared the excuse she had prepared, and he agreed without hesitation. She also informed her advisor and received approval, then left the school immediately. She didn't know how long she would be gone, so she decided to let Tianqing know and took the opportunity to visit him. When Qin Su arrived at the Hui Group building, she was greeted by the same two enthusiastic receptionists as last time. As before, the two young ladies welcomed her with bright smiles and escorted her to the private elevator on the top floor. Knock, knock. Tianqing, busy with work, heard the knock and replied without looking up, "Come in." Qin Su stepped into the office and stopped a short distance from Tianqing's desk. He seemed very busy, with a pile of documents waiting for his signature on his desk. His sharp eyes were furrowed, seemingly displeased with the contents of the documents. After a long wait without hearing a report, he lifted his cold gaze to look at her. In the next moment, his originally stern expression softened, replaced by uncontainable joy and warmth. "What a surprise to see you. How do you like the surprise?"
Introduced.
Tianqing stood up from behind his desk and pulled Qin Su over to sit on a nearby sofa. "It is a surprise. Shouldn't you be in class right now? Why did you suddenly come to find me?" Tianqing was puzzled because he had memorized her class schedule. "Do you know that a big incident happened in the capital recently?"
"Oh.
What happened?" Tianqing hadn't noticed any recent rumors in the capital. Qin Su briefly explained that the teams formed by the major families had been attacked while investigating the sealing of the demon seed in Kunlun Mountain. Tianqing's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He was not unfamiliar with the demon seed. His grandfather had fallen into a coma because of it. Now that the team investigating the demon seed had been attacked, could the attackers be connected to the demon seed? Could they be the ones who harmed his grandfather? Seeing him deep in thought, Qin Su revealed her main purpose for coming. "Brother Zhang is part of that team and has gone missing. Grandpa Zhang asked me to get my master to help find him, and I agreed. I will be leaving the capital for a while, but I don't know when I'll be back. Hua Tianqing looked at her sharply. How dangerous was this situation? Didn't she realize? Why would she agree to such a request? Though he didn't understand much about cultivators, he had heard Qin Su's earlier words. The attackers were mysterious and ruthless, and even the carefully selected disciples from the alliance and major families had suffered losses. Wasn't it even more dangerous for Qin Su to go there alone? I disagree. Hua Tianqing's voice was not loud, but it was very firm. Qin Su pulled her hand away from his grip and quietly looked at him. Hua Tianqing's gaze was steady and unwavering. He was clearly against her doing something so dangerous. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere became tense. In the end, it was Qin Su who softened first. Let me finish.
I know you're worried about me.
But I have to go on this trip, not just because of the help Zhang Grandpa and Zhang Ge have given me in the past. Actually, this matter is also related to me. If I hadn't mentioned the demon seed to Zhang Grandpa, they wouldn't have sent someone to check the seal of the demon seed. Hua Tianqing's eyelashes fluttered. Qin Su realized that the demon seed was discovered because of the treatment for Grandpa. Seeing his expression soften, Qin Su continued, Besides, with my current cultivation level, I might not be in danger. Zhang Huaishan had told her that the highest cultivation level in Longwa was only at the peak of foundation establishment. She was already at the mid-stage of Golden Core, a whole level above them. Even if there were hidden old monsters in various families and sects, with the current thin spiritual energy, their cultivation would be hindered, and they wouldn't be much stronger than her. They might only have broken through to Golden Core. The Phoenix Divine art she practiced was particularly effective against evil spirits, giving her an advantage against those mysterious individuals. Moreover, most of the techniques passed down in the world of mysticism were incomplete and hard to cultivate into the powerful spells of ancient times. Is your strong stance due to guilt, or is it because Zhang Han holds a more important place in your heart? Hua Tianqing couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Zhang Han had known Qin Su longer than he had. Back in Wencheng, he had noticed Zhang Han's feelings for her. If he hadn't crossed paths with her in Wencheng, would she have ended up with Zhang Han? Just thinking about that possibility made Hua Tianqing's heart tremble. Fortunately, they had met. And now Qin Su was his girlfriend, and she would be his wife in the future. Zhang Han would have no more chances. He would never let go. Qin Su looked at him in shock. Why did he say that? Where had his usual calm demeanor gone? Was he really that bothered by her wanting to see Zhang Han? What did he mean by saying Zhang Han was more important to her? She only treated Zhang Han like an older brother. Did Hua Tianqing see her as a frivolous woman? Qin Su stood up and walked towards the door. Since they couldn't communicate right now, she decided to leave and let him calm down. Hua Tianqing grabbed her arm. Where are you going? Qin Su turned to look at him and said, You have your opinions, and I have my things to do. Since you are my boyfriend, out of respect, I wanted to let you know. But it seems we disagree, and I will still go to save Zhang Han. After saying that, she broke free from Hua Tianqing's grasp and turned to leave. The door closed with a sound, and Hua Tianqing rushed out, only to see the elevator doors closing. He punched the wall in frustration. Why did he say that? He was worried about her safety, yet he ended up making her angry. Qin Su, feeling upset, took out her phone to invite Zhang Yilin out, but then remembered she had class. Not wanting to go back yet, she randomly hailed a cab and got in. Miss, where are you going? The driver asked through the rearview mirror. Qin Su didn't know where to go. Just drive. I'll tell you when we get there. The driver figured she was someone who didn't mind spending money. He started the car and drove off. After circling the inner ring of the city, it was already dark. The driver, eager to make money, finally spoke up, Miss, where are you really going? I've already taken you through the bustling areas of the city. If we go any further, we'll hit the outer ring. This girl clearly looked upset. She had been quiet since getting in, not even playing on her phone, and her responses to his attempts at conversation were cold. Qin Su looked at the scenery outside. The city lights were starting to shine, and the night in the city was dazzling. The driver happened to arrive at the famous bar street in the city. She opened the door, paid the fare, and walked into the nearest bar. The irregularly shaped metal door in front of her had flashing lights. Her keen senses picked up the restlessness and desire in the air around her. She had never been to a place like this before, but Zhang Yuyin often said it was the best place to relieve stress and relax when feeling down. As she hesitated about going in, a flashy luxury sports car roared in and parked nearby. With her sharp eyes, Qin Su quickly recognized the person. Jizi Xuan was on a date with a young model when he received Lu Haoyang's call. After the call, he brought the model over. He got out of the car first and, with gentlemanly manners, opened the door for his new girlfriend. The woman, with a pure look and a devilish figure, linked her arm with Jizi Xuan's, leaning against him delicately. Jizi Xuan leaned down to tease her, occasionally saying things that made her blush and laugh. Qin Su stood in the shadows, waiting for them to leave before she would go. Just as Jizi Xuan was about to enter, he seemed to catch a glimpse of someone familiar out of the corner of his eye. He stopped and looked over at Qin Su. Moments later, his eyes widened in surprise as he walked towards her. "Qin Su, what are you doing here?" Qin Su didn't want to run into him, but since he saw her, she greeted him, "Just came to have some fun." Jizi Xuan looked around, but didn't see Hu Tianqing. He asked curiously, "Is your cousin here?" "I came by myself." She just wanted to leave. Jizi Xuan, experienced in romance, noticed Qin Su was alone and seemed upset, so he guessed she had a conflict with her cousin. "Then it's perfect. Come in with us." "I'm leaving." Just as she was about to tell him she was leaving, Jizi Xuan enthusiastically invited her to join them. Following Jizi Xuan, they entered the bar. The loud noise hit their ears like a tsunami. Jizi Xuan led them to another area, where they entered a private room, and the noise lessened a bit. Several young people in their 20s were already sitting inside. When they saw Jizi Xuan and Qin Su enter, someone whistled. "Ji Xiao, where did you find this girl?"
She's really something.
The comment was directed at Qin Su. Jizi Xuan and Lu Haoyang's expressions changed. Lu Haoyang quickly covered the man's mouth and whispered, "Are you trying to get killed?" "She's Mr. Hu's girlfriend." The whistling man turned pale with fear and quickly apologized to Qin Su. "I'm sorry, miss. I spoke without thinking." Qin Su glanced at him and then looked away, noticing Qin Wanru. Qin Wanru smiled at her, and Qin Su returned the smile. Qin Su wasn't familiar with these people. She had come to the bar to lift her spirits, but now she felt even more down. She stood up to leave, and Jizi Xuan noticed and called out, "Qin Su, where are you going?" "I'm going outside for some fresh air." Without giving him a chance to respond, she hurried out of the private room. She had drunk a little, but as long as she didn't want to get drunk, no alcohol could affect her. Instead of using her skills to dispel the alcohol, she let the alcohol numb her nerves so she wouldn't think too much about her worries. Standing at the door, she remained still. A familiar yet unclear female voice came from nearby. Qin Su looked toward the door and saw a middle-aged man supporting a weak woman who was trying to get to a car. Wasn't that Qi Qinglan, Zhang Yilin's cousin? Although Qi Qinglan was disoriented, she instinctively resisted the man's pull. Her father had threatened her that if she didn't meet her fiancé, he would go find her mother. Qi Qinglan didn't want her mother to see this scumbag, so she agreed. Unexpectedly, this man was so despicable that he drugged her. Now she felt weak all over, and a heat within her was clouding her mind. She was so angry. Why was her father so heartless, pushing her into a pit of fire? Just as she was about to be dragged to the car, a heavenly voice rang out, "This young lady seems very unwilling to go with you." Wang Jiaming, hearing someone meddling, turned around with a harsh tone, "I advise you to mind your own business, or you won't know how you died." Then he saw Qin Su's beautiful face, and a lewd look flashed in his eyes. He let go of Qi Qinglan and walked up to Qin Su, reaching out to touch her face in a flirtatious manner. Qin Su's eyes turned cold as she pinched the man's wrist and twisted it gently. With a crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed.
Ah!
The man's painful scream pierced the air. The bar's security rushed over, seeing the middle-aged man clutching his broken hand, howling in agony. "Mr. Wang, what happened?" The security guards were confused and approached to ask. Wang Jiaming glared at Qin Su with venomous eyes. Get that woman arrested. How dare she break his hand? He would make her pay. The security guards looked at each other, then at Qin Su. This girl looked like a fairy. They couldn't understand how she had offended Mr. Wang. It was unfortunate for her to be so beautiful and caught his attention. No woman he desired ever escaped. Seeing the guards hesitate, Wang Jiaming grew furious. What are you waiting for? If you don't want to lose your jobs, grab her. The guards rushed forward. Since Mr. Wang was one of the bar's investors, they had no choice but to obey. Qin Su stood there, completely calm, showing no signs of wanting to escape. Wang Jiaming thought that in the next moment, the security would subdue Qin Su. No matter how strong she was, he didn't believe so many men couldn't handle her.
Bang, bang, bang.
Several security guards were thrown out like dumplings, while Qin Su stood there without moving an inch. Wang Jiaming's eyes widened in disbelief. This woman looked delicate. How did she do that? Then he became angry and cursed, useless. He took out his phone and called the nearest police station. He had already made arrangements, confident that this woman wouldn't dare oppose the authorities. Qin Su ignored him and walked over to help Qi Qinglan, who was still dazed. She channeled a bit of energy into her. Qi Qinglan regained some clarity and smiled at Qin Su. Thank you for saving me. Qin Su helped her sit down and waited for her to recover before planning to leave. Just then, a police car pulled up outside the bar and 2 middle-aged officers got out. They approached Wang Jiaming and asked Mr. Wang, "Did you call the police? What happened?" Wang Jiaming pointed at Qin Su. She attacked me and broke my hand. The officers walked up to Qin Su. Miss, did you break that man's hand?
Yes, Qin Su replied.
The two officers exchanged glances, expecting her to explain, but she simply admitted it. You are suspected of intentional injury. Please come with us for an investigation, the officers said, showing their badges. Qin Su looked at Qi Qinglan and said, I will cooperate with your investigation, but I need to call someone to pick her up. The officers nodded, knowing she couldn't escape anyway. They just needed to take her in. Qin Su called Zhang Yilin, asking her to come pick up her cousin. Soon, Zhang Yilin arrived, saw Qin Su with her cousin and 2 police officers and rushed over.
Shushu, what happened?
The nearby officers told Qin Su, all right, the person is here.
You need to come with us now.
Zhang Yilin panicked and tried to stop them, but Qin Su held her back. Yilin, take your cousin home first. She needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. After saying that, she got into the police car with the officers. Watching the police car leave, Zhang Yilin anxiously asked Qi Qinglan, cousin, what happened? Why is Qin Su being taken away by the police? Qi Qinglan, now feeling a bit better, recounted everything that had happened. After hearing it all, Zhang Yilin glared at Wang Jiaming in the distance. What a beast, a scumbag, a disgrace. Wang Jiaming noticed Zhang Yilin's gaze. He smirked slyly. Daring to offend me, she won't have it easy inside. What should they do? Qin Su was taken in, and Wang Jiaming clearly wasn't a good person. He would definitely seek revenge. Name?
Qin Su. Age?
Qin Su was taken back to the police station and entered the interrogation room, where 2 officers began their routine questioning. The younger officer, with sharp eyes, stared intently at Qin Su. The complainant says you hurt him for no reason, causing a serious wrist fracture. If you cannot get the victim's understanding, your actions are considered a criminal offense, and you could be detained according to the law. Qin Su was not intimidated by his stern attitude and cold tone. She calmly explained what happened. He ignored my friend's wishes and tried to forcefully take her away. I was trying to help my friend stop him from violating her rights. During this process, we had a physical altercation, and his wrist accidentally broke. My actions were just an attempt to help, and the injury was an unintended consequence of our conflict, so it shouldn't be classified as a criminal case. The young officer was surprised that this young girl could clearly articulate the facts in such a situation. However, they had already received instructions from above and couldn't let her go so easily. The older officer then spoke up. We have talked to the victim. He is acquainted with that girl and did not try to take her against her will as you claim. If you do not admit to your intentional harm, you will need to obtain the victim's understanding. We just communicated with him on your behalf, and he is willing to settle this privately. Do you want to talk to him first? Qin Su wanted to know what the man intended, so she could decide his fate. After a short while, Wang Jiaming arrogantly walked in. According to proper procedure, there should be police present during mediation, but the man seemed to have arranged everything, leaving only himself and Qin Su in the interrogation room. Wang Jiaming had treated his injury, and although his wrist was bandaged, he still carried himself arrogantly, which looked somewhat ridiculous. He leered at Qin Su, his gaze lingering, with blatant desire in his eyes, as if he already considered her his possession. Qin Su shot him a cold glare. Wang Jiaming was startled by her look but quickly regained his composure, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. How dare this woman look at him like that? Just moments ago, he felt a chill, as if he were an ant in her eyes. How infuriating! A prominent figure like him was intimidated by a little girl. You heard the officers. If you want to avoid jail, you need to gain my understanding. He paused to gauge Qin Su's reaction, but saw no change in her expression. She was pretending. He couldn't believe she wasn't scared. She must be acting. It's a shame for a young and beautiful girl like you to go to jail. So, I want to help you. If you agree to my terms, you won't have to serve time and can enjoy a good life. You're still studying at Jing University. You wouldn't want to ruin your future, right? Wang Jiaming tried to entice her first, then shifted to intimidation, hoping to rattle her. Are you done? Qin Su asked, eyeing his smug face. Wang Jiaming was taken aback. Her response was unexpected. Shouldn't she be afraid? Without waiting for him to speak again, Qin Su said, My people will arrive soon. You can discuss any issues with them. She had anticipated trouble when Wang Jiaming called the police, so she had notified Zhang Huaishan to come to the station, and he should be arriving soon. Wang Jiaming, annoyed by her lack of understanding, darkened his expression. Fine, let's see who can save you. In this place, I, Wang Jiaming, won't let you go. His family had been influential in the city for 3 generations, knowing many powerful figures. What could an ordinary university student know about important people? He was waiting for her to beg for mercy, eager to tame her. Wang Jiaming lounged in the interrogation room chair, watching the door, curious about the identity of her savior. Before long, a commotion outside was mixed with a polite, flattering male voice. Zhang Lao, if there's anything you need, just let us know. No need to come in person. Qin Su heard Zhang Huaishan's voice faintly. Director Zhao, a friend of mine has been brought to your station. I heard she might be detained. Can you tell me what she did? Director Zhao's forced smile was almost breaking. He had no idea who her friend was and was confused by the sudden inquiry. He signaled to the nearby officer, who thought about who had been brought in that night. He cautiously asked, Is it a young and beautiful girl? She had made a strong impression, so he immediately thought of her. Zhang Huaishan looked at the officer. Where is she? Knowing who to find, Director Zhao quickly led Zhang Huaishan to the interrogation room. Qin Su and Wang Jiaming watched as a group of people flooded into the room. Zhang Huaishan immediately spotted Qin Su sitting in the interrogation chair, and his expression darkened. Director Zhao, quick to notice, instructed the officer to unlock her cuffs. Zhang Huaishan approached Qin Su, concerned. Su girl, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? Qin Su rubbed her wrist, her tone calm, no. He turned to the group's lawyer behind him. You handle the rest. Then he asked Director Zhao, can my friend leave now? Yes. Yes. Director Zhao nodded repeatedly. But Wang Jiaming, treated like an invisible man, was seething with anger. Who were these people, disregarding him and taking away his prized catch? How arrogant.
Wait.
She can't leave, he shouted. Suddenly, the interrogation room fell silent, and everyone turned to him. He looked at Zhang Huaishan, feeling a sense of familiarity, but couldn't place him. He quickly dismissed it. Keeping the woman was the priority. If someone took her away in front of him, where would he save face? He forced a smile. Director Zhao, this young lady has intentionally harmed me. I haven't agreed to a settlement yet, and you want to let her go? Should I inform Director Wang? Director Wang was Zhao's superior and also a member of the Wang family. Wang Jiaming was making a blatant threat. Zhao was caught in a dilemma, feeling like a bystander in a fight between gods. He helplessly looked at Zhang Huaishan, his expression saying it all. He didn't want to hold her but was in a tough spot. Zhang Huaishan noticed his predicament and wasn't angry. He smiled at Wang Jiaming. May I ask how to address you, sir? I am Zhang Huaishan, chairman of the Renqin Group. It turned out to be Zhang Huaishan. Wang Jiaming put away his arrogant expression and walked up to Zhang Huaishan with a smile. Excuse me. So it's you, Mr. Zhang.
I've heard so much about you.
I am Wang Jiaming from Shengtian Group. He reached out to greet Zhang Huaishan. Zhang Huaishan smiled back, not angry about what he had just said. Shengtian Group mainly operates large hotel chains in the country and has been trying to expand into the pharmaceutical industry in recent years. He had been discussing a partnership with Renqin Pharmaceuticals, which was halfway through. With the Renqin brand, their future plans in the pharmaceutical industry would go much smoother. Who would have thought he would come to this small police station for a little girl today? Wang Jiaming's mind raced. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to befriend Zhang Huaishan. Mr. Wang, is there a misunderstanding between you and my young friend here? Zhang Huaishan looked at the silent Qin Su and then turned his gaze back to Wang Jiaming. Wang Jiaming smiled brightly. Yes. It was just a small misunderstanding. I was a bit hot-headed at first and spoke too harshly. I never intended to do anything to this young lady, right? He smiled at Qin Su, but his eyes held a warning that others couldn't see. Qin Su smiled slightly. That's right. This gentleman was just discussing how to resolve this matter with me. We have already reached an agreement. Wang Jiaming smiled in satisfaction, glad she was smart enough not to complain to Zhang Huaishan. Little did he know, Qin Su is planning to give him a big surprise. Since you both have reached an agreement, Miss Qin can leave now. Seeing that things hadn't spiraled out of control, Director Zhao also sighed in relief. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two big shots. Once Qin Su got into Zhang Huaishan's car, she thanked him. Grandpa Zhang, I'm sorry for making you come out so late. Don't be so polite, Su girl. I treat you like my own granddaughter. If you're in trouble, I have to help. Besides, you risked yourself to help me find Hien. This little matter is nothing. When he mentioned what happened tonight, he couldn't help but ask what exactly had occurred. Qin Su told him the general story, but skipped over why she was at the bar street. After hearing her words, Zhang Huaishan's face showed a hint of anger. Since Wang Jiaming had bad intentions towards you, why did you say he agreed to reconcile? With someone like him, he wouldn't easily give up before achieving his goal. Of course, it's because of your influence, Grandpa Zhang. Before you arrived, he was threatening and tempting me. Qin Su flattered him. Zhang Huaishan chuckled and pointed at her. You're not as easy to deal with as you seem. The whole situation started because Wang Jiaming was driven by lust, wanting to harm Su girl's friend and later set his sights on her. He knew Qin Su had a strong sense of justice, and Wang Jiaming would definitely not end well. Zhang Huaishan dropped her off downstairs, and Qin Su took the elevator to her floor. As soon as she exited the elevator, she saw Hu Tianqing standing at her door. She walked over, took out her keys, and opened the door. Hu Tianqing followed her inside quietly. After turning on the lights in the living room, Qin Su grabbed her cup, filled it with water, and sat down to drink slowly, without saying a word. Hu Tianqing had been feeling restless since Qin Su left his office. When Qi Mingyang came in to report work, he was almost frozen by Hu Tianqing's cold aura. He thought that with Miss Qin around, Hu would be in a good mood, and hoped his recently revised market plan would pass smoothly. But what happened? Why did Hu seem even more terrifying than before? Seeing Qi Mingyang nearly turn into an ice sculpture, Hu Tianqing couldn't sit still anymore and immediately drove to where Qin Su lived. He waited from afternoon until evening without seeing her return, and his anxiety grew as she didn't answer his calls. Just as he was about to ask Qi Mingyang to check where she had gone, she finally came back. Noticing that Qin Su had her head down, drinking water slowly, Tianqing could no longer bear the silence. He walked over, hugged her from behind, and nuzzled his head against her neck. Qin Su almost spilled her water due to a sudden movement, but managed to steady herself in time. She placed the cup on the coffee table, but still didn't speak. Su, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said those things, Tianqing murmured in her ear. Only then did Qin Su turn her head to look at him, her eyes bright. Tianqing continued, I shouldn't have doubted your feelings for me. I was just jealous. You're willing to do so much for Zhang Han, but sometimes when I want you to spend more time with me, you refuse. Qin Su didn't realize he felt this way. Both of them were busy with their studies and managing a huge business empire, leaving them with very little time together. I know I shouldn't be jealous at a time when safety is at stake, but seeing you so determined to risk your life for him, I just couldn't stand it. He wanted Qin Su to focus only on him and not put herself in danger for others. Qin Su sighed and reached out to touch Tianqing's handsome face. Tianqing, brother Zhang is my friend. Not to mention how well he and Grandpa Zhang treat me. Even with other friends, I'm willing to help within my capacity. Tianqing knew Qin Su was a kind girl, and it was her kindness that had drawn him to her in the first place. He smiled wryly, realizing that he had been resentful when she showed her kindness to others. Compared to her, he felt selfish. But so what? This girl was his, and no one could take her away. The strong possessiveness surged within him, making him unconsciously hold Qin Su tighter. Qin Su felt like she couldn't breathe and gently patted his hand. Tianqing loosened his grip slightly, but still held her firmly in his embrace. Let's promise not to argue anymore, okay? During the hours he couldn't reach Qin Su, Tianqing felt panic, worry, and fear. Hearing the concern and a hint of grievance in his voice, Qin Su softened. Okay, she replied softly. Tianqing lifted her face, looking at her with focused and gentle eyes. Su, I really can't help it. Who made me love you so much? With that, he leaned down and kissed her lips that he had long desired. Qin Su set off the next day. Zhang Huaishan arranged for a few assistants to take care of Qin Su's daily needs and to be at her service at any time. That day, they flew to Heisher. As soon as they got off the plane and reached the exit, they saw a tall man waiting for them. Hello, Miss Qin. My name is Huang Xianfeng, and I am responsible for arranging your travel and accommodation in Heisher during this time. He checked the time and asked for Qin Su's opinion. Miss Qin, it's getting late. Would you like to rest at the hotel tonight and head to the Kunlun Mountains tomorrow? Seeing that it was already late, Qin Su agreed to Huang Xianfeng's suggestion, knowing they couldn't enter the mountains tonight. They got into the car and went straight to the hotel. Qin Su went to her room while Huang Xianfeng took care of the others. Originally, she planned to go to Kunlun Mountain alone, but she couldn't resist Zhang Huaishan's insistence and brought along the people he found. Among them were assistants specifically hired by Zhang Huaishan to help Qin Su, as well as some high-priced practitioners who would accompany her into the mountains to find Zhang Han. Qin Su checked their cultivation levels. The highest was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while the lowest was just starting. Qin Su entered her space to practice diligently. Although she was confident in her strength, regular training was beneficial, and she didn't want to be overly arrogant. After all, there are always stronger people out there. The dark stone continued to slowly absorb spiritual energy by the spiritual spring. It wasn't that it didn't want to absorb more, but it had been strictly ordered by Qin Su to maintain the concentration of spiritual energy in the space. She couldn't let the fruit trees and medicinal herbs in the space die from lack of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would face dire consequences. Qin Su picked up the stone and shook it. Hurry up and spit out some pure spiritual energy for me. Since discovering that the energy refined by the little greedy beast was more pure, she would occasionally enter the space to let it release some for her to absorb. Although it felt a bit strange to absorb the energy it produced, her cultivation speed had been rapidly increasing, so she didn't mind the discomfort. Qin Su was immersed in her training until she was startled awake by a knock on the door. She quickly exited the space, opened the door, and saw Huang Xianfeng standing outside. Miss Qin, I found a local guide for you. He is very familiar with the place you're going to and may be able to help you." Qin Su nodded in gratitude and noticed that the other practitioners were also coming out of their rooms. After breakfast, they got into the business car driven by Huang Xianfeng and headed toward the mountain where Zhang had gone missing. They arrived at a small village near the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and Huang Xianfeng parked in front of a small shop. As Huang Xianfeng got out of the car, a dark-skinned, strong man walked out of the shop. Huang Xianfeng exchanged a few words with him, and the man looked over at the car. After a while, Huang Xianfeng returned. "Miss Qin, that man is the guide who will take you into the mountains. He is a local Hui person, and you can call him Uncle Ma. He said that to enter the mountains, you need to hike from a nearby spot because the terrain is rugged and cars can't go up." Qin Su nodded and got out of the car. Seeing her get out, the others followed suit. They approached Uncle Ma, who frowned slightly when he saw the group, especially when he looked at Qin Su. He turned to Huang Xianfeng and spoke a string of local dialect. Qin Su couldn't understand but could guess their conversation from their expressions. It seemed the guide had some reservations about her. Sure enough, Huang Xianfeng soon translated the guide's meaning. "Miss Qin, please forgive him. Uncle Ma might have some misunderstandings about you. He worries that you might not handle the unexpected dangers in the mountains due to your delicate appearance. However, I explained to him that you are the leader of this mission, and he will follow your instructions later." When he first saw Qin Su, he was surprised. Although he had read her profile from Beijing and knew she was specially invited by the chairman to find young Master Han, seeing her in person was still unexpected. He didn't expect such a young and beautiful girl to possess such impressive abilities. The other practitioners hired by Zhang Huaishan were not offended by Huang Xianfeng's words. They were only here because of the high pay offered by Zhang Huaishan. It was better for them not to be in charge, as it would save them from having to take responsibility if something went wrong. They had also heard some rumors. Even elders from prominent families had fallen in the expedition to the land of demonic seeds. They were just low-level practitioners. If it weren't for the tempting rewards, they wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. So, they were happy to follow orders and lend a hand when necessary for a substantial reward. Qin Su organized the team and reminded everyone of the precautions before heading straight toward Kunlun Mountain. China had already entered November, and the winter Kunlun Mountain was particularly treacherous. The entire Kunlun mountain range was covered in thick snow, with the towering peaks resembling giant beasts lying on the ground. Under the guide's lead, the group climbed up step by step. Qin Su didn't find it too difficult. Her golden core cultivation allowed her to create a barrier around herself, blocking the biting cold wind. The others also had their own cultivation levels. Although they weren't as comfortable as Qin Su, they could still move easily. In contrast, the guide was just an ordinary person. Even though he had lived in the area for a long time and was experienced in mountain paths, his stamina couldn't compare to that of cultivators. After 2 hours of climbing, the guide signaled for Qin Su to take a break. Once the guide rested, they set off again. Seeing Qin Su following behind with ease, the guide retracted his earlier disdain. With a somewhat halting Mandarin, he said, "Girl, you are truly amazing. I've lived here for so many years and often run in the mountains, but I can't walk as easily as you. How do you do it?" Qin Su smiled. "Maybe it's because I have good physical fitness. I exercise regularly." Uncle Ma saw she didn't want to talk further and didn't press the issue. Climbing Kunlun Mountain wasn't something that could be done just because one was fit. Every year, mountain enthusiasts had accidents. Many lives were buried at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The team fell back into silence, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing around them. After climbing over a mountain, they entered a large canyon. The path underfoot became increasingly difficult. Uncle Ma warned those behind him, "Watch your step and follow my footprints. There are many glaciers under this mountain. If you fall, even the gods would have a hard time saving you." Qin Su stayed close behind Uncle Ma, using her spiritual sense to carefully probe the ground. Although she wasn't afraid of the dangers, if Uncle Ma, an ordinary person, fell into a glacier, even if she could rescue him, it would still be a huge burden. Just as they were about to reach the opposite mountain, Qin Su sensed the faint sound of cracking ice beneath Uncle Ma's feet. "Be careful," Qin Su called out, but the ground beneath Uncle Ma began to crack, and he was about to fall into the endless glacier. The others barely had time to react when Qin Su appeared next to Uncle Ma, lifting him with one hand and lightly landing a short distance away. Uncle Ma was still shaken, his face pale and trembling. The others hurried over. They were still trying to process what had just happened when Qin Su had already saved the person. Having witnessed Qin Su's skills, they no longer treated her casually. "Miss Qin, Uncle Ma, are you both okay?" asked a man in his 50s with a goatee, wearing a long cloth coat.
I'm fine.
"You all need to stay focused and not let your guard down." "I can't always be there to save people," Qin Su replied. If she hadn't used her spiritual awareness to check ahead and notice the danger, Uncle Ma might have fallen in. The others listened seriously and nodded, glancing at the spot where the accident occurred. They saw a large hole where the collapse had happened, revealing deep, dark blue glacial water below. They felt a chill. Given the depth of the water and the smooth ice around it, even with their abilities, falling in would make it hard to get out. "Uncle Ma, how much longer until we reach the spot marked on the map?" Qin Su looked around, seeing nothing but white snow, losing all sense of direction. If they were unfamiliar with the terrain, they could easily get lost in the vast mountains, let alone find anyone. "We need to cross the big mountain ahead to reach the place you're looking for," Uncle Ma said, looking at his compass. At that moment, a young man nearby laughed at Uncle Ma's compass. "Guide, what era are we in? Why are you still using a compass?" Many adventurers use advanced GPS now. Only older folks like you still use such antiques. Uncle Ma wasn't angry. He had seen many arrogant young people. But every year, rescue teams looking for people lost in Kunlun Mountain came to him for guidance. Did those rescue teams not have advanced equipment? In the end, they still relied on him.
You don't understand, young man. Kunlun Mountain is tricky.
People who entered with the best gear still got lost. Once, a geological survey team went in and couldn't be found. It was only when I led the rescue team that they were located. He spoke with a clear sense of pride. He continued, "When I was young, my grandmother told me that deep in Kunlun Mountain, there are ancient gods. If you accidentally enter their forbidden area, you can never leave. You will serve the gods forever as their messenger." The young man couldn't help but scoff. "Those aren't gods. They just trap people and call it serving. They sound more like demons. Those people are probably in serious trouble." Uncle Ma's face turned pale at the young man's words. He waved his hand, signaling him to stop talking, then looked around nervously and whispered, "You want to get us killed? If the gods hear you, we won't survive." The young man was defiant and about to retort when the goateed man stopped him. Qin Su, listening to the conversation, asked Uncle Ma, "You said people who go deep into Kunlun Mountain never come back. Where do those rumors come from?" "Oh, that was decades ago. Someone came out and said it, but later that person went mad and died soon after. The villagers thought he froze his brain in the mountains and was just rambling," Uncle Ma explained. Qin Su remained silent, lost in thought. After resting, the group regained their energy and continued forward. Thanks to Qin Su's earlier warnings, they reached the location marked on the map without incident. "This is the spot on the map," Uncle Ma said, stopping. Qin Su looked around. Everything was still a white expanse with no signs of human activity. If Zhang had disappeared here, according to those who escaped, he was injured by members of a mysterious organization and fell off a cliff. Given the harsh conditions in Kunlun Mountain, she didn't know if he was still alive. "You two search east, west, and south. I'll check north," Qin Su instructed the group. Turning to Uncle Ma, she said, "Uncle, your job is done. Just wait for us here." Uncle Ma quickly shook his head. "No, I want to go with you. I have experience in rescue and can help." After Qin Su saved him earlier, he now trusted her completely. Even if they couldn't find anyone, he believed they could safely leave Kunlun Mountain together. Seeing his determination, Qin Su agreed. The two headed toward the northern canyon. Qin Su carefully searched for any signs, but it had been 2 days since Zhang had disappeared. With daily blizzards in Kunlun Mountain, any traces would have been covered. She used her spiritual awareness to scan the area, but still sensed no signs of life. Finally, after prolonged searching, her mind couldn't take it anymore, and she felt a sharp pain in her head. She had to withdraw her awareness and sit down to rest. Uncle Ma noticed Qin Su standing still, and soon beads of sweat formed on her forehead, freezing into tiny ice pellets as they hit the air. He wanted to ask if she was okay, but was afraid to disturb her, pacing back and forth anxiously. Once Qin Su had rested, she stood up and was about to tell Uncle Ma to stop moving when she felt a tremor from the ground. Not good. The ice is shifting.
Uncle Ma shouted.
Disaster struck as a booming sound echoed from afar, initially resembling distant thunder, low but filled with a heart-stopping tremor. Qin Su looked up to see the once still snowy peak behind them, now crashing toward them like a raging wave. It's over. It's over. Uncle Ma was so frightened that he lost his ability to react, mumbling to himself. Run.
Insuscauti.
She turned and grabbed Uncle Ma, sprinting forward. The other 6 appeared from nowhere, following closely behind Qin Su. The rumbling grew louder behind them. Just as Qin Su was about to use her power to fly, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. What was happening? Why couldn't she use her energy? This delay slowed her down. She stopped a goateed man who was about to run past her and handed Uncle Ma to him.
Take him.
The goateed man was confused as to why Qin Su had stopped, knowing she could easily escape with her abilities. Qin Su pushed Uncle Ma into his arms, urging, "You all go first." Seeing her determination, the goateed man didn't hesitate, lifting Uncle Ma and continuing to run. Qin Su watched the approaching wave of snow without panic. If she couldn't avoid it, she could hide in her space. Just as the wave was about to engulf her and she prepared to enter her space, the ground beneath her suddenly began to crack. In the next moment, she fell into an endless, dark abyss. It's fine. There was still time to enter the space during the fall. Qin Su was not worried about danger. It was dark all around, and since she couldn't fly, she feared she was falling from a height of over 1,000 meters. Just as she was about to enter the space, a faint light appeared ahead. Could she have fallen inside a volcano? Feeling the air temperature around her, there was no burning sensation, so it shouldn't be. While she was lost in thought, the light grew brighter. With a loud bang, Qin Su landed on the ground. Fortunately, she managed to hold her breath and pause for a moment just before hitting the ground, avoiding a messy fall. Once she recovered, she carefully looked around. It was a fairly spacious stone room. Inside, there was only a simple wooden bed and a 4-legged wooden table. Nothing else. She looked up at the spot where she had fallen, and the hole was gone. Though she didn't understand why the hole had disappeared, hearing footsteps approaching from outside made her quickly enter the space. Strange. Wasn't there noise here just now? Why is it silent now? Qin Su heard a hoarse voice from outside. Forget it. Let's hurry back to the main hall. The ritual is about to start, and I heard there's a high priest giving blessings to all the attendants. If we're late, we'll miss it. Another voice urged. As the footsteps faded away, Qin Su waited a moment longer before leaving the space. What were the ritual and blessings they mentioned? Why was there an underground palace beneath Kunlun Mountain? Could these people be part of the mysterious organization that attacked the exploration team? Qin Su quickly followed them quietly. As she kept close to the 2 ahead, she observed the environment of the palace. Even though it was deep underground, the walls and ceiling were embedded with something that made the light very bright, lacking the eerie and terrifying atmosphere typical of a palace. Moreover, the palace was quite large. It took her nearly 10 minutes to reach the hall they mentioned. To avoid being noticed, Qin Su hid about 10 meters away from the hall. Inside the hall stood a group of people completely wrapped in black fabric from head to toe. Their clothing resembled that of the people who returned from the sealed area of the magic species, indicating she had fallen into the lair of the mysterious organization. Just as she was speculating, A black figure descended from the high platform and landed on a black and gold chair. The figure was tall and wore a black robe embroidered with dark golden lotus patterns. As soon as he appeared, the black-robed people below stirred. Black lotus descends, bringing back the light. The netherworld arrives, devouring the sun for eternity. A voice began to resonate, and the group of black-robed people excitedly chanted, Black lotus descends, bringing back the light. The netherworld arrives, devouring the sun for eternity. The chants echoed back and forth as the man in the black robe raised his hands, reciting an incantation that Qin Su couldn't understand. The demon god grants us power. We are the most loyal servants of the demon god. We will bring the demon god back to the world. Greed and evil are human nature. We will free humanity and unleash their true selves, no longer allowing those hypocritical mystics to suppress human desires under the guise of justice. The high priest's stirring words made the crowd even more excited, continuously chanting slogans. He then took out a basketball-sized black stone from a box and held it up. As soon as the black stone appeared, the crowd of black-robed people became incredibly fervent. Their gazes toward the stone were filled with intense heat and desire. The demon god grants this loyal servant great power. He raised the black stone high, murmuring incantations, and an invisible energy spread throughout the hall. The black-robed people tilted their heads back, eyes closed, their expressions ecstatic and frenzied. Soon, their auras became increasingly violent, and a few black-robed individuals couldn't withstand the energy, their bodies swelling rapidly. With a loud bang, they exploded into blood mist, while the others greedily absorbed the energy without concern. Qin Su watched everything with a furrowed brow. What kind of energy was this? Why were these black-robed people willing to explode rather than give it up? After several minutes, dozens more black-robed individuals exploded into blood mist. The demon god's blessing is complete, the high priest said, placing the black stone back in the box, seemingly ignoring the exploded black-robed people. Next, we will offer sacrifices to the demon god. Bring those 3 people up. Hearing this, Qin Su's heart skipped a beat. She saw 3 individuals being dragged in from the corner of the hall by the black-robed people. The 3 stumbled as they were pulled, clearly injured. Qin Su looked closely at their faces, but did not see Zhang. The 3 were brought to a large furnace at the foot of the high platform. Fear was evident on their faces, and they resisted, trying to back away, but the black-robed people held them tightly. With a wave of his hand, the high priest commanded the black-robed individuals to throw the 3 into the furnace. There were muffled cries from within, quickly fading into silence. The runes engraved around the furnace began to emit blinding light. Thick black smoke started to rise from the furnace, absorbed by the black lotus patterns on its surface, which became even more radiant and glossy. The high priest descended from the platform with a wooden box and placed it in the center of the black lotus. In the next moment, the lotus petals slowly closed, tightly wrapping around the box. Seeing this, Qin Su realized the black-robed people would soon disperse, so she hurriedly left the area. She had wanted to save the 3, but her spiritual power had issues. She couldn't use her cultivation now. If she rushed out to save them, it would only lead to her death. Taking advantage of the distraction, she slipped into a hole she had seen earlier. As soon as she entered the hole, she immediately entered the space. She needed to check what was wrong with her body. She went straight to the small wooden house, adjusted her breathing, and focused on the spiritual energy in her dantian. The spiritual energy in her dantian was still abundant and not depleted. Qin Su tried to run her technique, but a sharp pain shot through her dantian, which she forced herself to endure as she continued. She watched the spiritual energy flow through her body. The technique completed a full cycle without feeling blocked, still smooth. Only when the energy reached her dantian did it become restless, struggling to break free from confinement. Qin Su had to stop her meditation. She had never encountered such a situation before. After pondering for a long time, she realized the only difference was that the last 2 times she absorbed energy were from the small gluttonous creatures. Could the problem lie here? Thinking of this, she stood up and walked out of the wooden house, arriving at the spirit pool, where she picked up the black stone that was leisurely absorbing spiritual energy. The little glutton inside the black stone noticed it was being picked up and sensed the woman's unfriendly gaze. "What are you doing?" it asked, a bit breathless. Could it be that it was caught secretly absorbing too much spiritual energy? Qin Su stared at the stone. Although she couldn't see the little glutton's expression, she had a strong intuition that it had done something wrong again. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Is there any other effect of the spiritual energy after you refine it, besides speeding up cultivation? Her tone was calm, revealing no unusual emotion. I don't think so. The little glutton replied uncertainly. Qin Su narrowed her eyes, her tone becoming ominous. I don't know. I'm just a little baby. The bloodline inheritance only tells me that occasionally, royal bloodlines in the glutton clan can refine spiritual energy. As for whether there are other issues with the refined energy, I really don't know. After all, she was the first one to make the glutton clan spit out what it had swallowed. Seeing that it didn't seem to be lying, she decided to verify if the energy it had spit out was problematic. Spit out some spiritual energy. The little glutton was reluctant, but knowing the woman was in a bad mood, it didn't dare to provoke her and slowly spat out a bit of energy. Qin Su absorbed the energy into her body while running her technique. A sharp pain hit her, and she quickly stopped her technique. Indeed, the refined energy from the little glutton had issues. She hadn't noticed it before because the problem hadn't manifested right after absorption. This time, as she began to use her cultivation in Kunlun Mountain, the issue arose. It was frustrating that the problem occurred just as she entered the enemy's stronghold. Even if she found Zhang, it would be difficult to save him. Now she had to find the source of the problem and resolve it before continuing her search for Zhang. She focused inward on her dantian, repeatedly probing with her consciousness. Finally, Qin Su discovered a strand of spiritual energy moving in the opposite direction of the others. This strand was different from the other transparent energies, with a hint of white. It was pure white, like the cold gleam of a sword, shining brightly for a moment. Qin Su's consciousness pressed closely against that bright white strand. The strand of energy seemed to have its own awareness, quickly darting away from her probing consciousness. Qin Su wouldn't let this obviously problematic energy escape and intensified her consciousness to wrap around it. Eventually, the strand slowed down and was firmly trapped by Qin Su's consciousness. She tried to pull the strand out, but she couldn't find the right method. However, this clearly problematic energy couldn't stay in her dantian. After thinking for a moment, she decided to try refining it with the Phoenix Divine Art. Suddenly, a crimson flame rose in her dantian, aimed at the white spiritual energy. The white energy twisted and tried to escape the binding of her consciousness, but couldn't break free. At the moment the Phoenix Divine Fire touched the white energy, Qin Su felt a vague awareness coming from it. This strand of energy was called Golden Spirit, a type of spiritual energy that had gained awareness after millions of years of cultivation. It had been swallowed by a glutton shortly after gaining its awareness. It didn't know how long it had been trapped in the glutton's belly, but one day it suddenly saw the light again. Before it could be happy, it was absorbed by Qin Su. It had been trapped in the chaotic stomach of the glutton for tens of thousands of years and was now absorbed by a human cultivator. It could tolerate the glutton but not a mere human. However, it had been trapped in the glutton's belly for too long and was still a bit weak, so it lay low for a while, slowly recovering in Qin Su's dantian. Today, it finally felt fully recovered and was thinking of breaking free from this body when it realized that the energy inside was different from what it had encountered before. Whenever it tried to escape, it was surrounded by other energies. In a fit of anger, it could only keep devouring the energies surrounding it. If Qin Su didn't use her spiritual power, it wouldn't feel much, but as soon as she activated her energy, the clash between the two energies in her dantian caused greater impact, leading to her intense pain every time she practiced. The culprit had been found, and Qin Su attempted to communicate with the white energy. So, if I release you from my body, my dantian won't be under attack anymore, right? She sensed the response. No. After their clashes in the Dantian, they had already merged into one. If it were expelled, her cultivation would regress to when she first started. Qin Su frowned deeply. There was no way she would give up her cultivation. For now, she could only try to communicate and see if they could agree to a temporary truce. After she rescued Zhang Han, she could think of a way to let it leave her body. Qin Su conveyed her thoughts, and after a moment of silence, she sensed agreement from the other side. The problem was temporarily resolved, but Qin Su was furious that the golden spirit had been swallowed by the glutton and then absorbed by her. This glutton absorbed spiritual energy from the space daily, yet it brought her such trouble. The more she looked at the black stone, the more displeased she became. She took the black stone and directly removed it from the space. The little glutton, still absorbing energy, was suddenly grabbed and, before it could react, was removed from the space. Feeling the chaotic energies outside, which were like wild vegetables compared to the delicacies in the space, it grumbled, "Woman, why did you take me out of the space? I was absorbing energy. You still want to absorb energy? I think you want to suck air." The trouble it caused made Qin Su lose her usual politeness and curse.
Ah.
"You woman, clarify what you mean. How did I offend you? I refined the energy I painstakingly absorbed for you, helping your cultivation rise quickly. You're just killing the donkey after the grind." The little glutton cried out in panic. "Painstaking? I saw you enjoying yourself every time you absorbed energy, not looking the least bit tired. And don't think I don't know you secretly absorbed more than I allowed." Qin Su pointed to the nearby fruit trees and spiritual herbs. "Look over there. Those spiritual fruits haven't produced a single fruit in days, and those herbs look wilted."
This.
"I was just trying to absorb more spiritual energy for you," the little Taotai said, sounding a bit guilty and lowering its voice. Qin Su didn't want to argue with it anymore. The spiritual energy it had just released was less than half of what it had absorbed. Jinling had already agreed to cooperate with her and wouldn't oppose other spiritual energies for now, so she could go find Zhang Han. After rescuing him, she would think of a way to help Jinling leave her Dantian. Qin Su stepped out of the cave, looked around, and seeing no one, prepared to leave. She wasn't sure if Zhang Han was in the underground palace, but since she was here, she needed to investigate this organization thoroughly. Seeing Qin Su really leave it behind, the black stone on the ground jumped anxiously. "Hey, woman, come back. Take me with you." Qin Su pretended not to hear and continued walking. The little Taotai, realizing she was serious about abandoning it, panicked. "I was wrong. I promise I won't greedily absorb spiritual energy again, and next time I'll give you double the energy." If this woman still disagreed, it would give a little more. The little Taotai felt a bit pained. It had hoped to quickly regain its strength using the spiritual energy in the space. But this woman was too cold-hearted. No amount of acting cute would move her. It seemed it had to endure the pain and give in. Hearing this, Qin Su finally stopped. She walked back to the black stone and said with her spiritual sense, "Since you still have some use, I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, I'll roast you into Taotai jerky." If it weren't for the fact that the energy it refined was genuinely useful for her cultivation, she wouldn't care about it at all. Looking at the basketball-sized stone, Qin Su frowned. Carrying such a large stone was inconvenient, but she didn't want to put it in her space. After thinking for a moment, she threatened, "Aren't you bragging about your Taotai clan's great abilities? Shrink down, or I'll just leave you here." The little Taotai, frightened by the threat and fearing abandonment, immediately complied. With a whoosh, the basketball-sized stone shrank to the size of an egg. Qin Su nodded in satisfaction, bent down to pick it up, and placed it in her pocket. She cautiously scanned her surroundings, hiding in the shadows whenever she saw someone. The guards in the underground palace were not very strict. It took several minutes for a patrol to pass by. Qin Su had already checked the stone chambers and entrances she discovered, but had not found any trace of Zhang Han. Another patrol team approached, and Qin Su quickly hid behind a dark, recessed stone wall. The person the high priest wants to catch is still missing. Our leader is really stressed about this. If we can't find him soon, or if the right guardian finds him first, we will definitely be punished by the leader. The 4-member patrol team came toward Qin Su's direction. She overheard their conversation. Who are they trying to catch? Could it be Zhang Han? The 4 did not notice Qin Su hiding in the shadows and continued walking ahead. Qin Su followed them, hoping to gather more useful information. You guys go ahead and patrol. I have a stomachache and need to take care of something, the one who had spoken earlier suddenly said to the other 3. Go ahead, hurry back, one of them replied. That person quickly bent down and ran off in another direction. Once the others were far enough away, Qin Su hurriedly followed him. After finishing his business, the man in black was about to turn around when a pair of long, white hands pressed on his pressure points. With just a little force, he could drop dead on the spot. He didn't dare move and said softly, I don't know where I offended this brother. Let's talk it out. This man was quite reasonable. Qin Su kept her hand in place and coldly asked, You just said your high priest wants to catch someone. Who is that person? Hearing a woman's voice, the man in black's eyes darted around. Oh, it's a female hero. You're quite skilled, but I don't know which guardian you're under. Qin Su tightened her grip, and the man quickly answered her question. The person the high priest wants to catch seems to be a young man who was captured from outside. He escaped a couple of days ago. However, our Shiri Palace has a protective formation. Without the high priest breaking the formation, he can't get out. The high priest wants us to catch him quickly. Qin Su frowned slightly. If the man was indeed Zhang Han, he was in danger, but she didn't know where he had hidden after escaping. Seeing that no one was moving behind him, the black-clad man tried to escape, but the next moment, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Qin Su knocked him out and considered the black robe he was wearing. A few minutes later, another black-clad person emerged from a corner, quickening his pace until he caught up with the 3 ahead. Why did you take so long? The tallest black-clad man said in a reproachful tone.
Hee hee.
Qin Su lowered her voice and chuckled. The tall man glanced at her with his eerie eyes peeking out from the black robe, then looked away. Quick, keep looking for him. With that, he led the way. Qin Su quickly followed the other 2 black-clad individuals. She followed them around the entire underground palace. Although she didn't find anyone, she became familiar with the layout. Soon, the 4 returned to the Guardian Hall, where several members from other squads had already gathered. The tall man entered the hall and approached a man sitting at a high chair at a square table in the center. Bowing slightly, he respectfully reported to the man, Report, Hall Master. I failed to find the person. The man referred to as Hall Master was not fully cloaked in black like the others. He wore a long black silk robe but had a ghostly mask on his face, making him look terrifying. The face hidden beneath the mask revealed no expression. He raised his hand, and the bowing tall man suddenly seemed to be struck hard, flying backward and falling to the ground, spitting out blood. Qin Su tightened her grip under the black robe. This person's cultivation was quite high. In her view, he was at least stronger than President Zhang of the Xianmen Alliance. The injured tall man, however, seemed relieved. He got up and knelt before the masked man, bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master, for sparing my life. You have 2 more days. If you still can't find him, the Black Lotus Cauldron will be your grave. The masked man's voice was gritty and sharp. The tall man struggled to stand, bowing his head in response. Yes, I will do my utmost. The masked man waved his sleeve and left. Qin Su sensed that everyone in the hall had unconsciously sighed in relief. At that moment, a black-clad man who had been watching from the side approached the tall man and mocked, Haiming, you're really useless. You couldn't find a mere 3rd-level martial artist in 2 days. If it were our right guardian, you would have been dead several times by now. Haiming bowed his head and remained silent. The black-clad man, seeing no response, snorted coldly and left with his subordinates. The others gradually left the hall, leaving only the 3 members of the earlier team standing there, unsure of what to do. After a while, Haiming slowly stood up from the ground and walked outside, without saying a word. Qin Su and the other 2 quickly followed. Their patrol mission for the day was complete, but after what happened in the hall, the 4-person team dared not return to rest. The left protector had only given them 2 days to find someone, and if they failed, they would lose their lives. A person in a black robe standing next to Qin Su cautiously said to He Ming, "Leader, you just suffered a serious injury and shouldn't overexert yourself. Why don't you go back to rest, and I'll continue looking for the person with them?" He Ming did not respond, but his ominous aura suggested he was in a bad mood. The speaker awkwardly stepped back. Qin Su continued to search with them in the underground palace. There was no day or night in the underground palace. It was lit by unknown objects on the stone walls. The 4 of them wandered around the underground palace several times, almost digging 3 feet into the ground, yet they still hadn't seen anyone. Qin Su estimated the time in her mind. It should be evening by now. However, He Ming, who was walking ahead, showed no signs of stopping. The person who had just advised He Ming whispered to Qin Su, "Hey 11, we've already searched the underground palace several times and still haven't seen anyone. If he really hasn't escaped, he can't hide for that long. Apart from the people from the Sun Erosion Palace, we haven't seen anyone else. Could he really have broken the formation and escaped?" He Ming suddenly stopped. "What did you just say?" The person had only whispered to Qin Su and didn't expect He Ming to hear him. He thought He Ming was upset with him and was too scared to speak. Seeing that he didn't answer, He Ming's cold gaze grew impatient. The person quickly replied, "I said, could that person have broken the formation and escaped?" "Not that sentence, the one before it." The person thought for a moment and cautiously replied, "We've only encountered people from the Sun Erosion Palace along the way. We haven't seen anyone else." He Ming narrowed his eyes. They had sent so many people to search the underground palace multiple times, except for the high priest's chamber. Not even a mosquito could escape their search. How had that person managed to hide? He looked at the 3 figures cloaked in black robes before him, and a sudden realization flashed in his mind. Qin Su felt a bad premonition when He Ming asked that question. Sure enough, she saw suspicion in He Ming's gaze as he looked at them. "You, take off your masks." The black robes were not a single piece. Removing part of the head covering would reveal their faces. The other 2, though unsure why the leader wanted them to remove their masks, complied and took them off. Only Qin Su remained still. 11. Why aren't you taking yours off? He Ming's gaze toward Qin Su grew more suspicious. Seeing Qin Su not respond or move, He Ming's hand rested on the hilt of his knife as he walked toward her step by step. 1 step, 2 steps. He Ming was getting closer. At that moment, Qin Su moved, quickly striking He Ming with a palm. He Ming raised his knife to block, but his blade swiftly changed tactics, releasing a dark aura toward Qin Su. After exchanging a few blows, Qin Su had gauged his skill level. With a twist of her hand, she unleashed the Phoenix Divine Art, sending He Ming crashing into the stone wall behind him. He fell to the ground and lay still, lifeless. This sudden turn of events happened in an instant. The other 2 black-robed figures had yet to understand why their leader was fighting with He 11 and that the leader had been defeated. The black-robed person who had spoken earlier angrily asked Qin Su, 11, how dare you attack the leader? Are you crazy? Another black-robed person, slightly more intelligent, pieced together the leader's earlier questions and Qin Su's strange behavior, seeming to understand something. Old 6, be careful. This person is not 11. But the warning came too late. Qin Su unleashed a powerful force toward Black Old 6, and he fell to the ground instantly. Only one black-robed person remained, watching Qin Su warily as he stepped back. If you can answer a few questions, I might consider sparing your life. What do you want to know? The black-robed man swallowed hard, his voice trembling with anxiety. He had joined the Sun Erosion Palace only to cultivate immortality. He didn't want to die so soon. What does the person you are looking for look like? How old are they? Male or female? Although her intuition told her that person was Zhang Han, it was still better to confirm with someone who knew. The black-robed man, relieved that the questions were simple, replied, male, probably in his 20s, quite handsome. When was he brought here by you? The black-robed man answered, 4 or 5 days ago. It was the right protector who brought him back, but he later escaped. What did that person mean when they mentioned a formation in the underground palace? As she spoke, Qin Su kicked the fallen old six. The Sun Erosion Palace has a protective formation that only allows entry, not exit, unless the high priest breaks the formation. Qin Su recalled how the hole she fell through disappeared after she dropped from Kunlun Mountain. It seemed she had inadvertently entered the formation. What exactly is the Sun Erosion Palace? Did you attack a team from the Xianmen a few days ago? Qin Su continued to ask. We are not an evil cult. The Sun Erosion sect aims to save the world and its people, unlike your hypocritical Xianmen. The black-robed man, who had been somewhat timid, became agitated upon hearing Qin Su tarnish his sacred beliefs and shouted at her. Fearing he would attract attention, Qin Su was about to knock him out. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out something, throwing it directly above his head. Qin Su raised her hand to swat the object away.
Boom!
The object exploded in the air like fireworks. The noise quickly drew the attention of nearby guards, and hurried footsteps approached.
Ha ha!
Let's see how you escape now. The black-robed man had taken advantage of Qin Su's distraction to fire a signal flare.
Is that so?
At least I can still take your life before they arrive. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Su struck the black-robed man. The man's smile froze on his face, and the next second, his eyes widened in shock, never to close again. Figures were getting closer. Qin Su didn't linger, turning to find a passage to escape. Thanks to spending the day searching the underground palace with them, Qin Su now knew the layout like the back of her hand. He Sha, along with his subordinates, was also capturing people. Upon hearing the signal, he rushed over immediately. He quickly spotted the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, and when he saw that He Ming was also dead, he was taken aback. He Ming's strength was on par with his own. Who could have silently taken their lives? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he immediately ordered his subordinates to return and report to the protector. He then led the remaining black-robed figures to continue pursuing the assailant. The sun-devouring palace began sending out many followers to search for and capture. The right protector received news from his subordinates and immediately reported to the high priest. High priest, my subordinates found a warning signal at the Rakshasa Hall. By the time they arrived, it was too late. All the sub-team led by the left protector's subordinate, He Ming, were killed. Based on the signs of the fight, the intruder is a highly skilled person. Otherwise, He Ming, at the peak of the demon body realm, wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. The reporting subordinate noted that there wasn't much destruction from a fierce battle, indicating that He Ming was killed in a very short time. In the sun-devouring sect, only the high priest possesses such strength. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the right protector understood that the sun-devouring palace was invaded by a powerful enemy. With their current strength, it would be difficult to fight back, so he risked disturbing the high priest's closed-door training to report immediately. The high priest sat cross-legged on a stone platform, with a black lotus-patterned cauldron hovering above him, surrounded by a dark orb. The orb was emitting thick black gas which he was absorbing into his body. Upon hearing the right protector's report, the high priest did not move but raised his eyelids slightly, his cold gaze piercing through to the visitor. When did the defenses of the sun-devouring palace become so lax? Not only did the captured person escape, but now someone has killed a mid-level leader in the palace. The protector hall should go to the Soul Refining Valley for some training. The high priest's sharp, hoarse voice was particularly grating. Upon hearing Soul Refining Valley, the right protector's pupils shrank, his heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Yes, the right protector did not dare to plead for mercy. As the name suggests, those who go to the Soul Refining Valley have their souls equivalent to entering the 18th level of hell, experiencing every kind of punishment. Every year, hundreds from the sun-devouring palace are sent to the Soul Refining Valley for mistakes, but only a small fraction manage to return. Although the right protector was also at the peak of the demon body realm, going to the soul refining valley would still be a painful experience. All followers of the sun-devouring palace feared the soul refining valley. Then I will take my leave and immediately capture the thief. The right protector was about to exit the hall, fearing that another word might cost him his life, as the high priest was known for his unpredictable temperament. At that moment, the high priest spoke. You and the left protector lead everyone to search. You must find the person by today. Yes, I obey. The right protector bowed and withdrew. In the vast hall, only the faint buzzing from the cauldron remained. To kill a peak demon body realm expert in just a few moves, have those old monsters in the Xianmen finally lost their patience? Qin Su navigated through the intersecting passages, quickly resolving encounters with unavoidable black-robed figures. However, the number of shadows heading in her direction was increasing. Qin Su glanced at the fork ahead. The left path led to the sacrificial hall, while the right led to the dungeons of the sun-devouring palace. She had learned from the black-robed figures that it contained people captured from outside. She decisively headed toward the dungeon. Even if she couldn't find Zhang, rescuing those captured individuals would not be in vain. The once heavily guarded dungeon seemed to have lost some guards due to the commotion she had caused earlier. When Qin Su arrived at the dungeon entrance, she saw a black-robed figure lying on the ground. Qin Su was taken aback. Could there be someone else here to rescue people like her? Without further thought, she entered the dungeon. Inside, the lighting was dim, but Qin Su was unaffected as she swiftly approached the stone chambers where the prisoners were held.
Whoosh.
A sound of air slicing through came at her, and Qin Su had already sensed a hidden presence upon entering. She raised her hand to block while simultaneously launching an attack against the opponent.
Ugh.
A muffled grunt followed by a violent coughing fit echoed. Just as Qin Su was about to launch her second strike, she suddenly paused. She released her spiritual sense to check, and the opponent's aura felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she remembered something and called out in that direction. Brother Zhang, is that you? Zhang, hearing Qin Su's voice, was incredulous. How could she be here? By this time, Qin Su had reached him, and seeing the figure wrapped in black robes, she finally felt relieved. Zhang pulled off his mask and looked at Qin Su, unsure whether to be happy or worried. Qin Su, how did you get here? Your grandfather asked me to come. Hurry, the pursuers are coming. We can talk later. Hearing the commotion, the black-robed figures were approaching fast. In a hurry, Zhang called out to the people in the stone chamber. Everyone, come out quickly. We need to escape together. About a dozen people emerged from the stone chamber, all showing signs of having been tortured, with wounds and blood on their bodies. Two of them stepped forward to Zhang, saying, Brother Zhang, we didn't expect you to come to rescue us. All right, everyone hurry up. The sun-devouring palace people are coming. Zhang urged them to leave quickly. The two speakers were disciples from the Bai and Yun families who had accompanied him to investigate the sealed area of the demon seed. On their way back, their group was attacked by the sun-devouring palace. During the pursuit, he and they accidentally fell into the underground palace of the sun-devouring palace, where he was captured by the right protector, but he managed to escape while they were imprisoned in the dungeon. A group of them emerged from the dungeon, and not long after, they encountered the black-robed pursuit team led by He Sha. He Sha looked at the dozen people in front of him and sneered coldly, Let's see where you can run this time. With that, he swung his large knife in a fierce manner toward them. Qin Su stepped in front of the group, forming hand seals as a blazing flame suddenly appeared.
Go!
Qin Su shouted, sending the crimson flames toward He Sha. Feeling the terrifying power of the flames, He Sha spun his large knife, creating a vortex of thick black gas as if trying to extinguish the flames. However, when the crimson flames met the black gas, it was like fire meeting dry grass, and with a loud explosion, the flames surged high, consuming the black gas entirely. He Sha was hit hard, stumbling back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Knowing he was no match for this person, He Sha did not overestimate himself and shouted, Everyone listen up. Let's capture the thief together. A group of black-robed figures rushed forward, and Qin Su's side did not hold back either, charging ahead. In an instant, the long corridor of the underground palace was filled with the sounds of various spells and weapons clashing, mixed with the dull thuds of impacts on flesh. Qin Su had heard from those who returned that the black-robed figures' techniques were strange, and being hit by them could affect one's mind. She noticed several of her side had been struck, their eyes beginning to show signs of madness. They couldn't hold on any longer. The number of black-robed figures was increasing, and their situation was becoming dire. She remembered some talismans she had drawn in her spare time and wondered if they would be effective against these black-robed figures. She pulled out a large stack of talismans from her space, tossed them forward, and recited incantations to activate them. As the talismans landed among the black-robed figures, they suddenly exploded. The fierce lightning talismans were truly devastating against these practitioners of dark arts. More than half of the black-robed figures were struck down, and Qin Su quickly urged the others to rush forward. After running for a while, unsure of which direction to take, Zhang suddenly said, "Qin Su, let's head to the sacrificial hall. The formation's core is there." Qin Su knew that to leave the underground palace, they had to activate the protective formation, but she didn't know where the core was. Just as she was anxious, she was surprised that Zhang actually knew. She felt a surge of joy and led everyone toward the sacrificial hall. Qin Su and the dozen or so people behind her quickly moved through the underground palace, swiftly dealing with any black-robed figures that blocked their path. Not far ahead was the main hall, and Qin Su quickened her pace. However, as soon as she entered the hall, she saw the left guardian, wearing a fierce mask, standing ready with a group of black-robed figures. Qin Su's heart sank. It seemed that escaping would not be easy. The left guardian fixed his cold gaze on Qin Su and the group of escapees she led. He and the right guardian had planned to split their forces, with the right guardian taking a team to catch the intruders while he stayed in the hall to wait for them. If the right guardian's team failed to catch them, those intruders would eventually have to come to the hall to escape. The only passage out of the Shiri Palace was beneath the protective formation. To leave, one needed to know the steps and incantations to break the formation or forcefully break the formation's core. However, the protective formation was set up by a powerful demon cultivator thousands of years ago, and no one had been able to break it for centuries. The left guardian did not believe this group could escape. Zhang, following Qin Su, also saw the masked figure in the hall. What should we do? How can we get out? With danger in front and behind, escaping was their only option. His handsome face gradually showed determination. He was a member of the Zhang family, and he would rather risk his life to escape than become a mindless killing machine for the Shiri Palace. During the days he hid among the black-robed figures, he had figured out why the Shiri Palace captured people from outside. They selected ordinary people with good potential and used soul manipulation to lure them into joining the Shiri Palace, turning them into loyal followers. Those without cultivation talent would have their minds destroyed, and through cruel secret methods, their physical strength would be enhanced in a short time. In this phase, over 90% of those who couldn't withstand the brutal treatment would die. The few who survived, transformed by the Shiri Palace's special methods, could match even beginner martial artists. Let's end this quickly. Everyone, stay alert and try to protect yourselves. I will lead everyone out, Qin Su whispered to those behind her. After thinking for a moment, she took out some calming pills from her space and handed them to Zhang. Distribute these. They should help resist the demonic energy for a while. These pills were made from spiritual herbs she had in her space and should be useful. She had already given some to a few people who had been affected by the demonic energy, and their conditions had not worsened, indicating some suppressive effect. Zhang took the pills and distributed them to the others. Seeing that Qin Su's group was still not moving, the left guardian decided not to delay any longer. The high priest ordered them to quickly capture this group, or they would face even more terrifying punishments. With a swift movement, he charged toward Qin Su and her group, and the black-robed figures behind him also launched their attack. Black demonic energy clashed violently with various colored techniques in the air, and the black-robed figures around Qin Su quickly fell. In just a few exchanges, the left guardian and most of the black-robed figures were knocked down by Qin Su. The escaping group gathered around Qin Su, feeling relieved as they saw her in action. With her powerful cultivation, they might actually escape today. Qin Su quickly found the core of the formation. Based on her knowledge from her inherited memories, the protective formation of the Shiri Palace was an ancient array, and breaking it using conventional methods would take a long time. But their situation did not allow her to take her time. Seeing Qin Su suddenly stop, the others guessed she was thinking of a way to break the formation and instinctively formed a protective circle around her. With no better plan in mind, Qin Su could only start breaking the formation step by step according to the method she learned. In the vast hall, the only sounds were the groans of the fallen black-robed figures. However, Zhang, alert and scanning the surroundings, felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a tall man in front of him exploded into a cloud of blood, warm, sticky blood splattering across Zhang's face. He felt a terrifying force envelop him. Qin Su, focused on breaking the formation, quickly used her spiritual energy to defend when she sensed an incoming force. But the man in front of her was still not saved in time. She stared into the void and coldly said, "Since you are here, stop playing tricks."
Ha! I didn't expect you to block my attack.
"No wonder you easily killed my two guardians," a voice replied. A cloud of black mist rose in an empty area nearby, gradually taking on a human form and slowly walking out. It was the high priest of the Shiri Palace, whom Qin Su had seen before. Qin Su remained vigilant. This person gave her a sense of danger. Monsters and evil paths should be eradicated by all. Qin Su said coldly. What is righteous? What is evil? The rules of the world are set by the victors. When we become the winning side, your sect will be seen as evil, while we will be righteous. The high priest sneered and continued, "I see you are young but have great talent. If you join the Shiri Palace, when we rule the 6 realms, you can be our saintess." A bunch of rabble thinks they can rule the 6 realms. Qin Su gathered her spiritual energy to the limit and attacked. The high priest scoffed, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then die." At the same time, the black mist around him transformed into a giant python, opening its mouth wide to swallow Qin Su. Qin Su did not dodge. Instead, she formed a seal and chanted an incantation, summoning a phoenix to confront the black python. The fiery red phoenix and the black python fought fiercely in the air, shaking the hall and causing stones to fall. Zhang and the others dodged the falling debris. He wanted to help Qin Su, but he couldn't even get close. The energy fluctuations from the battle could take his life. However, it was clear that the fiery phoenix was stronger than the black python, keeping it at bay. His anxious heart began to relax. With a painful screech, the black python was knocked down by the phoenix's fiery wings, turning into a cloud of black mist that entered the high priest's body. Cough, cough. The high priest coughed painfully, blood trickling down from beneath his mask. Qin Su seized the opportunity to attack, aiming to kill him. But in the next moment, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. "I remember you. One day, I will take revenge for today." Only the echo of his voice remained in the empty hall. Defeated dog, Qin Su muttered to herself. With the enemy gone, Qin Su had time to slowly break the formation. Just then, she felt a movement in her pocket.
It was the little Tiao.
What did it want? Qin Su inquired with her mind. "I have a way to quickly break the formation." Hearing the little Tiao's message, Qin Su was delighted. It was finally useful. After confirming how the little Tiao would break the formation, Qin Su took out a black stone the size of a goose egg from her pocket and placed it in the core of the formation. She didn't know how it would work, but in just a few minutes, she felt the formation had been broken. She called everyone to step into the formation, and the next moment, they felt weightless. When they regained their senses, they found themselves at the entrance of a small cave not far from Kunlun Mountain. The escapees cheered as they saw the scene before them. They had finally emerged from the dark depths below. A handsome young man was the first to kneel before Qin Su. Seeing this, the others followed suit, kneeling down, while only Zhang stood there, unsure whether to kneel or not. Seeing this, Qin Su quickly stopped them, and everyone felt an invisible force lift them up. "Everyone, please don't bow so deeply. I can't accept it." She hadn't expected them to kneel suddenly, and couldn't stop them in time. "This esteemed one saved our lives. We owe you this bow," the handsome young man said firmly. The others echoed in agreement. Qin Su rubbed her forehead, unsure how to handle the situation. In the end, it was Zhang who persuaded everyone to stop kneeling. At that moment, Qin Su sensed a presence of a cultivator approaching from not far away. "Master, how did you end up here?" A figure walked in from outside the cave. Qin Su noticed someone approaching but sensed no danger from them, so she did not act. Seeing the newcomer surprised her. It was the Taoist Wen Yi, whom she had met in Wen City. Wen Yi had also heard news from the capital about the Xianmen alliance and several families teaming up to investigate the sealed area of the demon seed, only to be attacked on their way back. As the leader of the Dawa sect and one of the managers in the Xianmen alliance, he immediately rushed to the capital when he learned of this serious incident. However, he learned from his junior that his nephew had gone missing during the attack. Since he needed to stay in the capital, he asked Qin Su for help in rescuing him. Wen Yi was very fond of his nephew. Upon hearing he was in trouble, he arranged for several of his disciples to handle matters in the capital and hurried over himself. On the day Qin Su entered Kunlun Mountain, he had just arrived in Haishur. He first contacted Huang Xianfeng, intending to catch up with Qin Su's group, but since they had already entered the mountain a day earlier and night was approaching, Huang Xianfeng advised him against going into Kunlun Mountain at night. He persuaded him to wait until the next day to find a guide to go in together. Unexpectedly, as soon as dawn broke, when he insisted on entering Kunlun Mountain. As they entered the area, they felt tremors coming from the nearby mountains. Fearing an avalanche, Wen Yi and the guide quickly sought shelter behind a mountain. Once the shaking stopped, they continued deeper inside. Not far from the cave, he sensed fluctuations from a formation and thought to investigate. To his surprise, he found his nephew standing there safe and sound, looking astonished to see him. Seeing that he was unharmed, he felt relieved. He ignored the young man and turned to Qin Su. With a gentle smile on his thin face, he said, "Qin, my young friend, we meet again. Thank you so much for saving my nephew." He slightly bowed to express his gratitude. His nephew's safe return from Kunlun Mountain was undoubtedly thanks to Qin Su, and as an elder of Zhang, he sincerely thanked her. Qin Su quickly avoided his bow and returned the gesture, saying, "You are too kind, Taoist. Grandpa Zhang and Brother Zhang have also helped me a lot. He was in trouble, and I had the ability to help, so no need for thanks." When he laughed heartily, "Qin, my young friend, you are still so charming." Zhang, seeing his master engrossed in conversation with Qin Su and ignoring him, helplessly touched his nose.
"What happened to you all in Kunlun Mountain?"
"I sensed strong tremors from another mountain and came to check, but I didn't expect to run into you." Qin Su's group was unaware of what had happened on the surface, while they were underground in Kunlun Mountain. Hearing Wen Yi's words reminded her of the fierce battle they had fought not long ago. There is a demon cult called the Shiri Palace deep underground in Kunlun Mountain. Brother Zhang and the others were all captured and taken inside. Qin Su recounted the events regarding the Shiri Palace. After listening, Wen Yi stroked his flowing beard, deep in thought. This demon cult has never been heard of in the realm of mysticism. From what you say, it must have been established for quite some time without revealing any information. If it weren't for their attack on the team investigating the sealed area, we wouldn't have known there was such an evil cult hidden deep in Kunlun. Could this evil cult be related to the demon seeds? He recalled the devastating scenes caused by demon seeds recorded in ancient texts. Wen Yi felt concerned about the existence of such an evil cult beneath Kunlun Mountain, where the demon seeds were sealed. As they descended from Kunlun Mountain, They arrived at a small shop at the foot of the mountain, where they saw Huang Xianfeng anxiously coming out. Seeing young Master Zhang beside Qin Su, a smile spread across his face. "Miss Qin, young master, Daoist one, you are finally back." Finding young Master Zhang was a relief. This mission assigned by old Zhang was successfully completed. Huang Xianfeng had also helped with the rescue. If it weren't for Uncle Ma, she might not have found the place so quickly. Thinking of Uncle Ma and the other Taoists, Qin Su asked, "Did Uncle Ma and those Taoists come back?" Huang Xianfeng then noticed that Uncle Ma and the other Taoists were not among Qin Su's group. He had only remembered to look for young Master Zhang and assumed the others were inside, given their disheveled appearance. "I stayed at the shop from last night until today and didn't see them return. Weren't you all together? Why didn't they come with you?" He had been friends with old Ma for a long time, and now that he hadn't seen him return, he felt a bit worried. Qin Su thought that with the cultivation level of those Taoists, they should have been able to escape even if there was an avalanche. Could something have really happened to them? Before she could finish her thought, several people came down from the mountain, looking somewhat disheveled as they approached the shop. Qin Su recognized them as Uncle Ma and the other Taoists. Others also noticed the group and became wary, fearing they might be people from the Shiri Palace chasing them. When the group got closer and saw Qin Su's group, Uncle Ma asked in surprise, "Miss Qin, what are you doing here?" He had seen her buried under the snow. How did she escape? Qin Su briefly explained the situation to everyone and then told the dozen or so people who had escaped with them, "Now that you are out, you should all go home." The group, grateful for their escape, thanked Qin Su once more before leaving. Qin Su and Zhang Han returned to their hotel. When Yi approached Zhang Han, saying, "You should call your grandfather to let him know you're safe. Don't make him worry. I won't be going back to the capital." Zhang Han felt a bit sad hearing his master wouldn't return with him. "Master, are you going to wander again? You came all this way to find me, and I wanted to take good care of you when we got back to the capital." When Yi patted him on the shoulder, "Go on. Call your grandfather. I have to leave now." Without giving Zhang Han a chance to persuade him, he left directly. Qin Su returned to her room, locked the door, and immediately entered her space. She still needed to resolve the issue with Jin Ling. She sat cross-legged in the small wooden house and slowly drew on the spiritual energy from her dantian. Using her spiritual sense, she communicated with Jin Ling. "All right, I've resolved my matters. Let's think about how we can separate you from the source in my dantian." Jin Ling's white point suddenly brightened as it received Qin Su's spiritual message. Qin Su focused her mind and worked with Jin Ling to separate the spiritual energy that had merged into one. After a long time, the fused energy showed no signs of separating, and Qin Su was already exhausted. "This isn't working. We need to think of another way." The small white point in her dantian had dimmed, flickering as if weakly responding to Qin Su. Qin Su searched through her inherited memories for a solution, but after looking around, she found nothing. Feeling dejected, she walked out of the small wooden house. If she couldn't separate Jin Ling from her dantian, it would be a constant hidden danger. She couldn't guarantee when Jin Ling might cause trouble in her dantian. If one day she was fighting someone and Jin Ling caused a scene, she would die a horrible death. Feeling upset, she thought of the root cause and took out the black stone from her pocket. She angrily said to the little greedy creature inside, "You caused such a big mess, and you still have the nerve to absorb spiritual energy?" It turned out that when Qin Su entered the space, the little greedy creature sensed it and, driven by its greedy nature, forgot Qin Su's previous warning and began to absorb spiritual energy. Hearing Qin Su's angry voice, it shrank back. Hadn't that matter already been settled? Why was this woman turning against it again? "I don't even know when I swallowed it. And besides, I helped you break the formation in the underground palace. Isn't that making up for my mistakes?" The knock on the door interrupted what Qin Su was about to say. She walked over and opened the door to see Zhang Han standing outside, looking fresh and clean. It seemed he had already washed up before coming to find her. "Brother Zhang, has Master Wen left?" Qin Su had noticed that Master Wen went to find Zhang Han, and she thought the two of them would talk for a while. Just a few minutes had passed, and Zhang Han was already here to see her. Zhang Han nodded. Master one has left, so I came to find you. Qin Su invited Zhang Han into the room. Huang Xianfeng had booked the highest standard suite in the hotel for them. Once inside the living room, Zhang Han sat on the sofa. Qin Su sat across from him. Did you come to see me for something, Brother Zhang? It was getting late, and he had just come out of the sun-eating palace. He should be resting well. The urgency in his visit meant he had something important to discuss. Zhang Han's hands, resting on his knees, curled up unconsciously. He appeared calm, but thinking about what he was about to say made him a bit nervous. I came mainly to thank you again. Thank you for risking danger to come to Kunlun Mountain to save me. Seeing Qin Su about to speak, he quickly added, I know you will say it was because my grandfather helped you before, and you wanted to repay that. But in my view, our past help to you is also beneficial to us. Besides, those things are nothing compared to your willingness to risk your life to save me. He paused, unsure how to continue. Besides that, I actually wanted to tell you that He gathered his courage to speak, but was interrupted by a ringing phone. Qin Su's phone rang at that moment. Seeing it was a call from Tianqing, she smiled apologetically at Zhang Han. Sorry, I need to take this call. Zhang Han's confession got stuck in his throat. Hello, Tianqing. Yes, I've been rescued. I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. Since Zhang Han was still there, Qin Su didn't talk long and quickly hung up. Hearing her conversation, Zhang Han felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The person calling Qin Su was actually Brother Hua. From her tone, their relationship seemed very close. He struggled to ask, is it Brother Hua? When did you two become so close? Qin Su didn't notice anything wrong with Zhang Han. Feeling a bit awkward, she admitted. We are together now. Upon hearing her answer, Zhang Han's last bit of hope vanished. Did he still have no chance? He felt dazed, his heart aching. He recalled the days he was trapped in the sun-eating palace. During that time, he held on to the belief of returning to his grandfather and parents to keep himself from collapsing. Deep down, he also wanted to see Qin Su again, the girl who made his heart flutter. On the day he left the capital, he had gone to find her, wanting to confess his feelings, but in the end, he was too afraid of rejection to say anything. At that moment, he thought, if he could survive and return, he wouldn't hide his feelings out of fear anymore. He wanted to confess to her, even if it meant being rejected. So when he saw Qin Su appear in the sun-eating palace, he was shocked into silence. Although he knew she came to save him because of his grandfather's request, he was still very happy. Did that mean Qin Su might feel something special for him? Qin Su finally noticed something was off with him and asked with concern, Brother Zhang, you look unwell. Are you feeling sick? Zhang Han forced a smile. I might just be a bit unwell after spending a few days in the underground palace. Then you should go rest quickly. Don't take my saving you too seriously. I've always considered you and Grandfather Zhang as family, so let's not be too polite. So it was just like family. Zhang Han turned and left Qin Su's room, leaving behind a lost and despondent figure. When the plane landed at the capital's airport, it was already the next afternoon. Qin Su, Zhang Han, and two members from the Yuyin and Bai families exited the airport together. From a distance, Qin Su spotted Tianqing's tall figure standing at the arrival area. His handsome features, combined with his impressive stature and the confident aura he exuded, caused passers-by to slow down and look at him. Several young girls wanted to approach him, but they were quickly turned away by his cold expression. Zhang Han also saw Tianqing, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. But he quickly composed himself and walked over with Qin Su. Tianqing had just rejected a few women who tried to talk to him when he looked up and saw Qin Su approaching. His cold face quickly softened with warmth. Brother Hua, Zhang Han greeted him. Tianqing nodded. It's good you're back. Grandfather Zhang was very worried about you. His tone was neutral, making it hard to tell if he truly cared. Qin Su joined him, saying, I told you if you're too busy, you don't have to come pick me up. I can go back by myself. Though her words sounded like complaints, her tone revealed she was quite happy. I still want to pick you up. You must be tired after a few days away. Let me take you home to rest. Zhang Han, who was standing nearby, noticed, I saw Uncle Li coming in just now, so you don't need me to take you. At first, when Zhang Han saw Hu Tianqing, he felt a bit uneasy and hadn't realized there was anything off about Hu Tianqing's attitude. But now he began to understand that he was the one feeling disappointed for not having had the chance to confess, yet he was the one feeling resentment towards his rival. Before he could think it through, Hu Tianqing and Qin Su had already walked out of the terminal hand in hand, looking very close. Just then, Uncle Li arrived and quickly said to Zhang Han, Young master, I'm sorry for being late. I had a little accident while parking. Zhang Han waved his hand. It's fine. Let's go back. Looking at the two behind him, he asked, Do you have someone to pick you up? Should I take you back first? The young members of the Yuyin and Bai families waved in thanks. Brother Zhang, it's fine. We have someone to pick us up. Zhang Han didn't insist and left with Uncle Li in the car. Hu Tianqing held Qin Su's hand tightly without letting go. He looked her over, relieved to see she had no visible injuries. I really didn't get hurt, Qin Su said helplessly to Hu Tianqing again. Seeing his worried expression, one might think something terrible had happened to her. Hu Tianqing's long fingers brushed over her face, his eyes filled with deep affection. He said softly, You don't know how worried I've been about you these past few days. I was often awakened by nightmares and couldn't fall back asleep. He couldn't stop worrying about Qin Su and had to suppress his fears, staying awake until dawn. He began to doubt himself, as he had always believed there was nothing he couldn't handle, but now he realized there were times when he felt powerless in another world. Qin Su did not expect that this trip to Kunlun Mountain would put such a heavy psychological burden on Hu Tianqing. Before they left, they had a disagreement about it, but in the end, she compromised. Since obtaining her space and practicing the supreme technique from her inheritance, Qin Su had become a bit proud. She thought that even if she went to rescue Zhang Han and failed, she could still protect herself and return safely. However, when her Dantian suddenly had problems on Kunlun Mountain, she realized that nothing is absolute. No matter how confident she was, she could not predict unexpected events. Fortunately, they returned safely without any major issues. Seeing Hu Tianqing, who was usually so strong and cold, become anxious because of her made her feel both guilty and sad. She wrapped her arms around his waist and said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you worry so much. Hu Tianqing rested his chin on her head and stroked her back, saying, I can't interfere in the matters of the mystical world. With your abilities, few can match you. But Su, even the strongest can stumble when faced with cunning adversaries. I hope you won't face challenges alone. Remember, you still have me. Qin Su's heart trembled. Due to her family background, she had developed a resilient character, solving her problems on her own no matter the difficulty. No one had ever told her that someone was there to protect her. She buried her head in his arms and softly replied, Hearing her muffled voice, Hu Tianqing held her even tighter. In the smoothly driving car, they felt like lonely little beasts finally finding a partner to lean on, snuggling closely together. Qin Su still had a few days left of her leave from school and was in no hurry to return, spending time with Hu Tianqing. After their recent experiences, their relationship deepened. For the past few days, Qin Su accompanied Hu Tianqing in his office, handling work. However, being in the same room for a long time, especially during such a passionate time, led to moments of temptation. One time, they almost got caught in a compromising situation by the unexpectedly arriving Qi Mingyang. Qin Su was so embarrassed that she didn't dare return to the Hu group for a while. The culprit, Assistant Qi, not only ruined his boss's moment, but also made the future president's wife too shy to come back. In a fit of anger, Hu Tianqing transferred him to Africa for 6 months to handle affairs there. Qin Su then checked on the fruit shop's operations and left once she confirmed everything was fine. Not far from Beijing, on a mountain, stood several grand Chinese-style courtyards. This was the residence of the Yuyin and Bai families in the secular world. Amidst the falling snow, a black car approached from a distance. The guard at the gate hurriedly opened the heavy door upon seeing the car. Bai Zian stepped out and asked Yun Mingcheng, should we go inside for a bit before heading back? Yun Mingcheng shook his head. No. Mother is probably waiting anxiously at home. I'll come back another time. Indeed, they had been missing for several days, and their family was understandably worried. The Yun family was just next door, so visiting later was fine. Before Bai Zian could step through the door, a graceful woman hurriedly approached from the main building. Zian, is it really you back? Mrs. Bai fainted upon hearing the news of her son missing in Kunlun Mountain. When she woke up, she begged her husband to send someone to search for their son immediately. Bai Rongjing explained the rescue plan from the family and the mystical alliance. However, gathering a team would take a few days, and during that time, no one could guarantee the missing person's safety. Mrs. Bai spent every day crying at home. Bai Zian was her youngest son, whom she cherished deeply. Initially, she had opposed Bai Zian going on this mission, but Bai Rongjing insisted it was a chance for him to grow. Now, with her son missing, she regretted not stopping him. While she anxiously waited, she received a call from Bai Zian yesterday. He said he had been rescued and would return the next day. She wanted to rush to Haishur immediately, but was persuaded by her son to stay home and wait. Now, seeing her son safe in front of her, Mrs. Bai's tears flowed freely. Bai Zian comforted her until her intense emotions calmed down. Once they sat in the living room, Mrs. Bai asked him about the events of the past few days. Mingcheng and Zhang Han were chased by black-robed men and fell into a black hole. Bai Zian spoke for an entire hour, drawing his throat before finishing. Mrs. Bai's heart ached as she listened, especially when she heard that a young girl had saved them. Her earlier worry turned into curiosity. Which family does the girl who saved you belong to? How could she be so powerful at such a young age? From her son's description, even the high priest of the Shiri Palace was no match for her. Bai Zian shook his head. I don't know, only that her last name is Qin. But Zhang Han knows her, and should have more information. Thinking of the girl who saved her son, Mrs. Bai said, then tomorrow, your father and I will visit the Zhang family to express our gratitude. After all, she saved your life. Bai Zian agreed. Mingcheng also wants to thank her. Once Dad returns, we can discuss the details at the Yun family. Qin Su returned to school. She wanted to spend more time with Hu Tianqing, but after the embarrassing incident, she felt too shy to go back. Not long after she sat down at her desk, Zhang Yuejin rushed over. Su, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? I called you, but your phone was off. The day you were taken, I went home to ask my dad for help, but when he got to the police station, they said you had already left with someone. You have no idea how worried I was. Zhang Yuejin spoke rapidly, almost out of breath. After she finished, Qin Su handed her a glass of water. Zhang Yuejin gulped it down and stared at her, eager to hear where she had been. Qin Su magically pulled a bright red apple from her bag and handed it to her. After watching her take a bite, she said, I had to go home for an urgent matter. A friend helped me out of the police station that day, and my phone broke, so I didn't get a chance to fix it. Qin Su briefly answered her questions. Zhang Yuejin didn't suspect her friend was lying. Now that she saw Qin Su was fine, she didn't press further. Qin Su thought about Qi Qinglan's situation. Is your cousin okay now? It was clear she had been set up that night, and Qin Su wondered if they had found the person responsible. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuejin almost exploded with anger. It's that scummy dad of hers. He wants to marry someone else for business, but can't let go of his illegitimate daughter. That fox encouraged her to marry that old man. My cousin was threatened by that scummy dad using my aunt, so she agreed to meet the old man. But it turned out he was a jerk who tried to use drugs to achieve his goals. She was furious, her face turning red. Thank goodness she met you. Otherwise, my cousin would have fallen into a trap. Qin Su was truly a benefactor to the Zhang family, having healed her aunt and now saving her cousin. Qin Su didn't expect such a dramatic family story. She asked, what happened next? My cousin wants to sever ties with that scummy dad. As for the old man who tried to drug her, I heard he must have offended some big shot. His company is under investigation, and the partners are cutting ties with them for fear of being implicated. I think bankruptcy isn't far off, Zhang Yilin said with a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Su felt a sense of satisfaction. That man had looked at her with such disgusting eyes. She almost wanted to gouge them out. If she hadn't been in a hurry to Kunlun Mountain to save someone, she would have made him pay. Hearing that he was on the verge of bankruptcy made her feel a bit better, though she wondered who had helped eliminate the threat. With the return of the missing descendants from the Zhang, Yuyin, and Bai families, the top families in the capital had different reactions to the situation. In a secret guest room of the Zhang family's Cultivation clan, Zhang Xianqing sat steadily in a grand chair by an eight immortals table, slightly closing his eyes while continuously playing with a string of jade beads. On the other side sat a middle-aged man with a fair face and refined features. Zhang Huaishan's grandson, Bai Zian from the Bai family, and Yun Mingqing from my Yun family were reportedly rescued by a little girl. I wonder what you think about this, Brother Zhang? Yun Qingya noticed that Zhang Xianqing merely kept his eyes half closed, casually fiddling with the beads, seemingly indifferent to his visit, so he took the initiative to start the conversation. Zhang Xianqing stopped playing with the beads, opened his eyes, and looked directly at Yun Qingya. He smiled suddenly. What are you worried about? Yun Qingya's expression remained calm. What do I have to worry about? A peerless talent has emerged in the cultivation world, and I am naturally very pleased. Zhang Xianqing stared at him for a long time before slowly saying, I share your view. With this new genius in the cultivation world and the rising talents from various families, they will surely become the backbone of the future. We old folks can step back. Old fox. He speaks so generously, but who doesn't know he has a narrow mind? Step back. Humph. Yun Qingya cursed inwardly. Brother Zhang is right, but I wonder which family this outstanding genius belongs to? Do you have any information about her? This was also his main reason for visiting today. The Yun family received news first and had already sent someone to investigate the girl's background. They found out she grew up in a remote village, lost her mother at 6, and now only has a grandmother, a father, and a younger brother at home. The investigation revealed that she was a calm and intelligent girl, somewhat better than her peers. Her family had borrowed money from the village bully 6 months ago due to her father's leg injury, so they often faced disdain from some villagers. However, during her summer break from university, she began to change. First, she formed a connection with a kind-hearted Zhang Huaishan, and later, she displayed extraordinary skills against the village bully's family. Villagers claimed that a master had taken her as a disciple and taught her martial arts. Such tales might fool the villagers, but ordinary martial arts can only deal with ordinary people. This time, she rescued someone from the evil cult's base in Kunlun Mountain, something even he wouldn't dare to attempt. Her profound cultivation level suggests that she must have been secretly taught by a hidden master for a long time. It's impossible to reach the peak of the cultivation world in just 6 months. Why didn't she use her abilities to improve her family's situation earlier? Yun Qingya couldn't understand this. The Zhang family is better at gathering intelligence than the Yin family, so he wanted to see if Zhang Xianqing had any information he didn't know. Brother Yin thinks too highly of me. I just received the news and haven't had time to investigate. If you have any information, please let me know, Zhang Xianqing deflected. In fact, just half an hour before Yun Qingya arrived, Zhang Yongqiu had brought all the information about Qin Su. However, the information about the girl hadn't changed. It was her mother's background that intrigued him. It turned out that 40 years ago, the young master and mistress of the Yun family had left behind a baby girl. The documents detailed Qin Su's mother's life from childhood to adulthood, including the life-changing fate that the Yao family thought was unknown. Years ago, the Zhang family secretly sent people to hunt down Yunzhe to obtain the Yun family's cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, Yunzhe and his wife never revealed where the techniques were before they died. As he connected the dots, his mind stirred, but he quickly calmed down. Seeing that he couldn't get useful information from Zhang Xianqing, Yun Qingya took his leave. Once he left, Zhang Xianqing called for Zhang Yongqiu. Master, is there anything else you need me to do? Zhang Yongcho asked humbly. Look into the Yao family, preferably starting from 40 years ago. Yes. Although he didn't understand why the small Yao family caught his master's attention, Zhang Yongcho quickly left the Zhang family's old residence to investigate the Yao family. A few days later, the Yao family finally invited the shaman to the capital. Dear shaman, thank you for making the trip. As the Yao family's car pulled into the front yard, Zhang Hohat personally stepped forward to greet the shaman. Yao Shuamon followed closely behind, also wearing a respectful expression. The car door opened, and a beautiful woman with a slender figure got out first, then turned to help the person inside. A pair of withered hands reached out to grasp the woman's delicate white hand before stepping out of the car. Yao Shuamon saw a short, thin old woman in unusual clothing standing before her. She secretly glanced at the old woman and met her dark, piercing gaze. Startled, she quickly looked away and hid behind Zhang Hohat. The shaman's face, lined with deep wrinkles, broke into a strange smile. Although Zhang Hohat felt a bit scared of the shaman, she had matters to request, so she steeled herself and approached. Shaman, you've worked hard. Please rest first. We've prepared a feast for you. The shaman remained silent, and the woman beside her said to Zhang Hohat, the shaman isn't interested in food. Please take us to the resting room. Zhang Hohat personally escorted the shaman and the woman to the prepared room. Once the door closed, her tension eased. Downstairs, Yao Shuamon curiously asked, Mom, is that the shaman? She seems so scary. Seeing her daughter say this, Zhang Hohat quickly glanced upstairs. Not seeing any movement, she turned back and whispered, Remember to show respect to the shaman. If you offend her, you won't know how you'll die. Yao Shuamon nodded repeatedly, I understand. I won't offend the shaman. With a sly look, she whispered, the shaman is so powerful, she should be able to deal with Yao Yuejin's daughter, right? Zhang Hohat replied proudly, Of course. The shaman is very capable. No matter how talented Yao Yuejin's children are, they can't compare to someone with decades of experience like the shaman. Back in their hometown, her mother said the shaman was the strongest. Many enemies had come looking for the shaman, but they all ended up dead at her hands. Villagers only knew that the shaman was the most skilled within 100 miles, but she was very eccentric, so the villagers rarely interacted with her, treating her with both respect and fear. In the room on the second floor, Meyer find a chance to get close to her and learn about her background. Unexpectedly, Ling Po's voice was as sweet and charming as that of an 18-year-old girl. Yes, master. The woman followed Ling Po's usual habits, lighting incense and organizing the necessary items before standing respectfully behind her, responding to her instructions. That day, Qin Su had just returned home from school. After a simple dinner, she was about to enter her space to continue her training. She had a slight headache. The golden spirit had been increasingly restless these days. She needed to think of a way to separate it from her dantian. If this continued, it might cause trouble again. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Qin Su was puzzled. Who could be looking for her at this hour? She walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a woman with a pure yet charming appearance and a graceful figure. Seeing Qin Su open the door, the woman smiled warmly. Hello. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm your new neighbor, Yu Meyer. I hope we can look out for each other in the future. Qin Su smiled politely in return. Hello.
I'm Qin Su.
Her previous neighbors were a warm family of 3, and she had met the lady of that house a few times. She hadn't heard they were moving, so it was surprising that they had changed neighbors right after she returned from Kunlun Mountain. But she didn't think much of it. Perhaps they had changed jobs or had other reasons. Yu Meyer handed Qin Su a small box she was holding, looking a bit shy as she said, This is a small gift for you, my new neighbor. I've given gifts to the other neighbors, but your house was quiet until today, so I thought I'd bring it over. I hope you don't mind. The woman was warm yet a bit reserved, making it hard for Qin Su to refuse as she accepted the box. Thank you. If you need any help, just let me know, Qin Su replied politely. Then I won't disturb you any longer. After waving goodbye, Yu Meyer turned and went back into her house. Yu Meyer had a good sense of balance. neither overly friendly nor too distant, leaving a good impression on Qin Su. Qin Su closed the door and placed the box by the entrance. She quickly entered her space and focused on her training. Back at her home, Yu Meyer's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by indifference. Her grandmother had told her to get close to this person, and from their brief encounter, she hadn't sensed any overwhelming power from Qin Su. Having trained with her grandmother for over a decade, she was now at the peak of Qi refinement, just one step away from entering the foundation establishment stage. Her talent in cultivation was outstanding, and among her peers, only a few from hidden families could compare. Her grandmother had sent her to investigate this Qin Su, but she felt disdainful about it. She couldn't understand why her master was so cautious about this woman. What was so special about her? Just a bit of skill. How strong could she really be? When the Yao family invited her master to the capital, she thought her master would refuse, but to her surprise, he agreed. She wondered how the Yao family managed to persuade him. Now that she had met Qin Su, she would continue with her plan. Qin Su sat in her space, meditating until she felt her dantian was full before stopping the absorption of spiritual energy. The golden spirit was wrapped in a dense aura of spiritual energy, its white spots flickering rhythmically. Qin Su knew it was absorbing the metal attribute energy from the spiritual energy. After some time, it had grown from the size of a fingernail to that of a quail egg. This was troublesome. She knew that absorbing too much energy would deepen their connection, yet it couldn't help but keep absorbing. Well, as long as it didn't cause trouble, she would let it be for now. The next day, as Qin Su returned home from school and reached the entrance of her community, the property manager approached her with a flattering smile. "Miss Qin, you're finally back. A few important guests are waiting for you in the property hall. I've been waiting here to let you know. Please hurry over."
Insufronet. Important guests? Who could they be?
Following the property manager to the hall, she saw several elegantly dressed men and women sitting on the reception sofa.
Recognizing tu familiar faces, Inshu understood.
Bai Zian stood up eagerly as soon as he saw her. "Miss Qin, you're finally back." Yun Mingqing also stood up and nodded at Qin Su. Seeing the situation, Qin Su knew this wasn't the place for a conversation and said to Bai Zian, "Let's go to my house first." Once they arrived at Qin Su's home and everyone was seated, Bai Zian introduced his and Yun Mingqing's parents in detail, explaining their purpose for visiting. They were there to thank Qin Su for saving their children. Bai Rongjing, as their representative, spoke up. "Miss Qin, if it weren't for you saving these two boys, they would surely have perished. We are here today to express our gratitude." He pulled out a bag and handed several papers to Qin Su. "Miss Qin, this is a commercial building from our Bai family in the city center. I know this is nothing compared to my son's life, but please accept it as our sincerity." Yun Qing'en also took out several documents and handed them to Qin Su. "This is a small token from our Yun family. We hope you can accept it, Miss Qin." Qin Su glanced at the papers and immediately understood what was happening. She didn't take the papers from them. Saving Bai Zian and Yun Mingqing had been incidental, and she didn't need such a grand gift.
"Please take it back.
I was originally going to save Zhang Han, and saving them was just a side matter." The others felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, but Mrs. Bai said, "Regardless, they were saved because of you, Miss Qin. Please accept it. This small property is nothing to our two families." No wonder they were from hidden families. They were truly wealthy. Qin Su thought to herself. The Yun couple also insisted that Qin Su accept it, so she had no choice but to take it. After discussing the main matters, Mrs. Bai started chatting warmly with Qin Su. "Miss Qin, I didn't expect someone as young as you to have such impressive abilities. Your parents must have taught you well." She assumed that a girl as capable as Qin Su must come from an extraordinary family, but she didn't know which family it was. Qin Su knew she was mistaken but didn't explain.
"Thank you, Auntie."
They weren't really familiar with each other, and it was mostly Mrs. Bai and Mrs. Yun who were trying to engage Qin Su in conversation. Bai Rongjing wasn't as simple as his wife thought. Qin Su's abilities were unmatched even among the Bai and Yun hidden families. Currently, The three prominent families in Long Country were the Bai, Yuyin, and Zhang families. Qin Su's sudden emergence made him wonder if there was another hidden family in Long Country. After a short while, they took their leave. Qin Su saw them to the door, closed it, and turned to head to her bedroom to rest when there was another knock at the door. Opening it, she found her new neighbor again. Yuyin was holding a plate with exquisite pastries. She said to Qin Su, I just made some pastries at home and thought I'd bring some over for you to try since I saw you were home. Seeing the beautiful pastries, Qin Su invited Yuyin into the room. As Yuyin entered the living room and noticed the cups on the coffee table, she casually asked, Did you have guests earlier? Qin Su nodded and poured her a glass of water. Yuyin looked around the room, noticing that everything indicated Qin Su lived alone. Why are you the only one here? Aren't your family with you? She asked with concern. They're studying here. My family isn't nearby, Qin Su replied simply. Yuyin didn't press further and changed the topic. I just moved to the capital not long ago and am not very familiar with the area. Can I ask you to take me around this weekend? Since she wanted to learn more about Qin Su, she needed to find more opportunities to interact with her. Qin Su felt a bit awkward. I'm sometimes busy and might not have time to accompany you. It's okay. I can find you when you're free.
Please.
You're my first friend here, Yuyin said, winking playfully.
Reluctantly agreed.
On the weekend, Qin Su couldn't resist Yuyin's persistent pleas and agreed to accompany her to the Hua group to see Hua Tianqing. Hua Tianqing thought she was still shy about being caught in an intimate moment with Qi Mingyang, so he extended Qi Mingyang's stay in Africa by 3 months. Qi Mingyang, caught in the crossfire, received a call from his boss while he was in the African savannah, watching a herd of wild horses run by. He felt utterly helpless. Yuyin said she wasn't familiar with the fun places in the capital, so she asked Qin Su to decide where to go. Qin Su could only take her to a large supermarket not far from their neighborhood to browse around. She didn't know many fun places in the capital either. In the past, it was always Zhang Yuyin who planned everything, and she just followed along. After visiting several floors, even Qin Su, who was quite capable, began to feel tired, not physically but mentally. She wondered how Yuyin had so much energy. After shopping for a whole morning, she still looked lively. Yuyin was carrying so many bags that she could barely hold them and still wanted to buy more. Qin Su reminded her, Mayor, you've already bought a lot. If you buy more, you won't be able to carry them. Only then did Yuyin notice that their hands were full of bags, all containing her purchases. She smiled sheepishly. I just thought everything was so beautiful that I couldn't resist. Seeing that Qin Su hadn't bought anything, she couldn't help but ask Su, didn't you find anything you liked? I see you haven't bought a single thing. I don't really need these things, Qin Su replied. She genuinely didn't enjoy shopping. She preferred to use her time wisely. Yuyin looked at Qin Su's beautiful face and said with a feigned jealous tone, Well, if I had skin as flawless as yours, I wouldn't need all these skincare products. She then glanced at Qin Su's clothes. Although they didn't have brand labels, the fabric and craftsmanship were far superior to those in the mall. Ahead was a restaurant, and since they had been shopping for quite a while, Yuyin offered to treat Qin Su to a meal, and they entered the restaurant. After placing their things down, Yuyin took out her phone to scan and order. While they chatted and waited for their food, another table nearby had Yao Yuejin watching the woman in front of her with a mix of hatred and strange satisfaction. Sitting across from her, Hua Xinwei noticed her intense gaze and couldn't help but ask, Cici, what are you looking at so seriously? You didn't even hear me talking to you. Yao Yuejin withdrew her gaze and smiled at Hua Xinwei. I was just lost in thought for a moment. She had just seen that woman and recalled the embarrassing scene of being kicked out of the Hua group by Hua Tianqing, filling her with resentment. But then she thought of the secret her grandmother and aunt had shared, giving her a sense of secret pleasure. So, what if Mr. Hua liked her? Even her mother didn't know she had been swapped for another life, making her just another clueless pawn. After finishing their meal, Qin Su and Yuyin left the restaurant, looking at the pile of things in their hands. They decided not to continue shopping and took a taxi home. Qin Su helped Yu Mei carry everything to her apartment and noticed that the room was sparsely furnished, unlike what one would expect from a girl. Seeing the confusion in Qin Su's eyes, Yu Mei explained, "I just moved in not long ago, and I haven't had time to set up everything, so it looks a bit empty." She went to the kitchen, took out a cup, and poured a drink from the fridge for Qin Su. "Thank you for your help today. Sit down and have some water." Qin Su took the cup and sipped lightly. Yu Mei noticed that Qin Su's long, fair neck was bare and seemed to remember something. From the pile of items she had bought, she took out a small bag, opened it, and revealed a beautiful diamond necklace. "As a thank you for spending the day with me, this is my gift to you." She stepped behind Qin Su to put the necklace on her. Qin Su instinctively moved to avoid it, but then hesitated. Yu Mei fastened the necklace around her neck, examined it closely, and praised, "It looks stunning. This necklace really suits you." "Thank you," Qin Su replied. "You're welcome." When Qin Su wasn't paying attention, a mysterious glint flashed in Yu Mei's eyes. Qin Su didn't stay long before leaving. Once Qin Su was gone, Yu Mei closed the door, turning with a cold smile. She had placed her unique spell on the necklace, one that even peak foundation establishment practitioners wouldn't detect. No matter how high Qin Su's cultivation was, she couldn't possibly sense the spell within the necklace. The spell would connect with the wearer's energy. If a practitioner wore it during a duel, Yu Mei could use her secret technique to render the opponent powerless. Back at home, Qin Su took off the necklace Yu Mei had given her and examined it closely. There was a faint trace of a spell. If she hadn't reached the golden core stage, she might not have noticed it. At first, she hadn't realized Yu Mei was a practitioner. Perhaps she had some hidden cultivation technique. While at Yu Mei's house, she sensed something was off. In the corner of the living room, she found a yellow talisman with a faintly evil energy flowing from it. When Yu Mei went into the kitchen, Qin Su took a closer look at the symbols on the talisman. She recognized the symbols from her inherited memories. They were part of a dark art meant to steal one's fortune to aid in cultivation. She was surprised to find it in Yu Mei's home. That's why she had held back when Yu Mei offered her the necklace with the spell. She was curious to see which sorcerer was trying to deal with her this time. Zhang Huaishan sent an invitation to Qin Su. In 2 days, it would be his 80th birthday, and the Zhang family had sent invitations to the elite families in the capital, 3 hidden families, and friends from the cultivation world. Zhang Han was supposed to deliver the invitation to Qin Su personally. However, his grandfather wanted him to start taking over the family's affairs, which included handling the recent termination of cooperation between Renqin Pharmaceuticals and the Wang family. Hearing that Zhang Huaishan was passing the family business to Zhang Han, some people in the collateral line began to stir. So, Zhang Han was too busy to deliver the invitation himself and had to send someone else. After receiving the invitation, Qin Su entered her space and prepared a pill to help Zhang Huaishan break through to the martial master level as a gift. Soon, the day of Zhang Huaishan's birthday arrived. Hu Tianqing had already arranged for a custom evening gown for Qin Su for the celebration. The Hua and Zhang families were family friends, so Hu Tianqing naturally planned to attend the old man's birthday party. Before it was fully dark, Hu Tianqing came to pick up Qin Su to head to the Zhang family banquet. Zhang Huaishan's birthday banquet was held at the Zhang family's old residence, located in a beautiful and quiet hillside villa estate. When Qin Su and Hu Tianqing arrived, the spacious front yard was already filled with various luxury cars. As they approached the reception area, the attendant saw the name on the invitation and immediately whispered something to Mai, who was standing nearby. Qin Su looked around the brightly lit, high-ceiling hall, where elegantly dressed women and well-mannered men greeted each other with polite smiles and small talk. Hu Tianqing took off the coat that Qin Su had draped over her shoulders and handed it to a nearby attendant. Her perfectly curved figure, wrapped in a gorgeous dress, was now on display for everyone to see. Instantly, she attracted amazed glances from those around her. Hu Tianqing frowned intensely. He had asked the designer to keep the dress conservative, but Qin Su's figure was simply too stunning. Even a piece of fabric couldn't hide her charm. He shot a warning glare at the man who was looking at Qin Su and possessively wrapped his arm around her waist as they walked inside. Qin Su pretended not to notice the man's actions and followed him into the hall, where she saw Zhang Han approaching them from a distance. As the host of the event, Zhang Han looked more mature and composed than usual in his attire. Perhaps it was because he had recently taken over the Zhang family business. He now exuded an air of authority, quite different from the cheerful and sunny person she had met before. Zhang Han looked at Qin Su, his eyes showing surprise. Although he already knew Qin Su was beautiful, she looked so stunning tonight that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Noticing Zhang Han staring at Qin Su for a long time, Tianqing cleared his throat and shot him a disapproving look. Only then did Zhang Han retract his gaze and say to them, "Qin Su, brother Hu, you finally made it. Grandpa has been looking forward to your arrival. He's in the inner courtyard living room catching up with some old friends. Grandpa asked me to bring you in to meet them. Let's go in," Qin Su said, taking Tianqing's hand and following Zhang Han. Yao Yuejin furrowed her brow as she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Was she mistaken? Did she just see that woman's back? "Cici, come here quickly. Mrs. Li heard you also returned from Yale. Her youngest son is studying there too, and wants to introduce you." Yao Yuejin approached, noticing Yao Yuejin was distracted, and pulled her toward a group of wealthy women. Yao Yuejin snapped back to reality and followed Yao Yuejin to meet the socialites of the evening. Yao Yuejin was accompanying Hu Xing'an to celebrate the Zhang family's birthday. The Zhang family had not sent an invitation to the Yao family. However, Yao Yuejin had heard that the banquet was full of prominent young elites, and she didn't want to miss the chance to meet influential people, so she had begged Yao Yuejin for a long time to let her come along. She certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Qin Su and Tianqing entered the inner courtyard living room and immediately heard voices chatting inside. Zhang Han walked in and said to Zhang Huaishan, "Grandpa, Qin Su and brother Hu are here." Qin Su stepped into the living room and saw several elderly men and a few middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s sitting there. She sensed that they were all practitioners. Zhang Huaishan looked pleased to see Qin Su and Tianqing. "Shugel, Dianxin, you finally made it. Come here. I want to introduce you to some of my old friends and disciples." One of the rosy-cheeked elderly men looked at Qin Su and said to Zhang Huaishan, "Old Zhang, this girl is the one you told us about, your young friend, right? For someone so young, you must have praised her a lot. She must be a smart and understanding girl." Qin Su approached the elderly men and performed a respectful greeting typical of younger practitioners, humbly saying, "Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa. I have a good relationship with Grandpa Zhang, who treats me like a granddaughter, so he may be a bit biased." The elderly man laughed heartily. "No wonder old Zhang always praises you in front of us. You truly are understanding." He then pulled out something from his pocket and handed it to Qin Su, saying, "Girl, I feel a connection with you, so consider this my gift to you today." Qin Su hesitated as she looked at the jade pendant he offered. After glancing at Zhang Huaishan and seeing him nod, she accepted it. "Thank you for the gift, Grandpa," Qin Su said, bowing in gratitude. At this point, Zhang Huaishan began introducing her to a few others. The elderly man who had just given her the jade pendant was the elder of the Gu family. Qin Su then remembered that on her first day back in the capital, Tianqing had taken her to the Gu family's private restaurant, where she had heard about this elder. The others also presented their gifts to Qin Su, and she thanked each one with a bow, remembering their names. Zhang Huaishan knew that Qin Su's cultivation was higher than that of the people present, but he had never heard her mention anything about her sect. He thought it might be because her sect had been disconnected from the mundane world for too long, and no one had informed her about the current state of the cultivation community. However, since Qin Su would be living in the mundane world, it would be easier for her to integrate if she got to know more people in the cultivation community. So, taking advantage of his birthday celebration, he called Qin Su over to introduce her to some connections. This way, it would be much more convenient for her in the cultivation world in the future. Qin Su understood this as well and felt even more grateful to Zhang Huaishan. Tianqing remained in the background unnoticed. Once Qin Su finished meeting everyone, Zhang Huaishan realized that young people didn't like staying in one place for too long, so he asked Zhang Han to take them out. Zhang Han initially wanted to sit with them, but soon a servant came to find him for something urgent. He had to apologize for leaving and went off with the servant to handle the matter. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Hua Tianqing asked gently, tucking a loose strand of hair behind Qin Su's ear. Qin Su looked up into Hua Tianqing's warm gaze and smiled sweetly at him. "Then I'll trouble you, President Hua." Seeing her playful demeanor, Hua Tianqing playfully tapped her nose before turning to the dining area to get her some food. Qin Su found a quiet spot to sit and wait for Hua Tianqing. While feeling quite bored, she suddenly heard shouting from the garden outside. "Hua Tianyu, you need to explain to me what's going on between you and Deng Xiaolan. Why did you both come out of the hotel room together yesterday?" Qi Qingyu's sharp voice reached Qin Su's ears. She then heard the man's impatient reply, "Haven't I already told you? We were just discussing business, nothing like what you think." Discussing business? Discussing business all night? You were there from 11 at night until morning. You expect me to believe you were just discussing business? Do you think I'm an idiot? Qi Qingyu had completely lost her innocent demeanor. She now sounded like a woman who had caught her boyfriend cheating, full of rage. At first, Hua Tianyu had indeed been captivated by Qi Qingyu's pure and gentle appearance. But once he had her, that was it. Moreover, Qi Qingyu constantly acted like Mrs. Hua, checking his schedule every day. Coincidentally, there was a female subordinate in the company who showed him some interest, so he started an affair with her, not expecting Qi Qingyu to find out. Thinking about his father's warning regarding their family's business dealings with the Qi family, he didn't dare to provoke Qi Qingyu too much and softened his tone, saying, "Really, I was completely drunk that day. I had no energy for anything else. If you don't believe me, ask my assistant if I was out of it. If you still don't believe me, I'll fire her tomorrow, okay?" The man went on to say a lot of sweet words, gradually silencing Qi Qingyu. Before long, however, there came the sound of heavy breathing. Let's find another place, so that no one thinks she has a peeping habit and enjoys watching people get intimate. Just as Qin Su was about to get up and leave, the noise from over there stopped. "Brother Tianyu, didn't you say Uncle Hua has already found someone to deal with Qin Su? When will that woman be taken care of?" She hated Qin Su for stealing Brother Hua and ruining the business deals between the Qi and Wang families. Her father had planned for Qi Qinglan to marry that old man from the Wang family with strange preferences, but unexpectedly, Qi Qinglan was saved by Qin Su. Moreover, the Wang family, for some unknown reason, has faced pressure on several of its recent ventures, and even a deal with the Zhang family was suddenly halted. The Wang family is now too busy to continue their previous cooperation with the Qi family. So when she heard from Hua Tianyu that Hua Xing'an wanted to find a master from the Xianmen alliance to deal with Qin Su, she was overjoyed. Hearing her name, Qin Su sat back down. She didn't care much about being called a peeping Tom. Hua Tianyu, stirred by her teasing, was eager to take her to a private place to continue. But Qi Qingyu interrupted, feeling anxious. To quickly win her over, he mysteriously said, "Don't worry, the expert my father found is very powerful. That woman will definitely be no match. Once we capture her, I'll help you get your revenge." "Really? When you catch her, you must tell me. If she likes to charm men, then she would give her a group of men to play with." And she wanted to ruin that woman's face and see how she would charm Brother Hua again.
Imagining Qin Su's downfall, Qi Yinggu smiled cruelly.
"All right, let's hurry over there. We haven't been together for days, and I missed you." The man flirted with Qi Qingyu, making her pretend to be playfully angry. Their teasing laughter faded as they walked away.
Insurimandi expressionless.
It seemed that after Zhong Baichi was caught by her, Hua Xing'an was still not giving up. She wondered who he would find this time to deal with her. She was actually a bit curious. At that moment, Hua Tianqing returned with desserts and, seeing the cold smile on Qin Su's face, asked suspiciously, "What are you smiling about? How strange." Qin Su hid her smile. "Nothing, just thinking of something funny." She didn't plan to tell Tianqing. He was just an ordinary person, and sharing would only worry him. Tianqing placed a plate with a piece of fresh green tiramisu in front of Qin Su. I brought you your favorite matcha tiramisu. Qin Su took it and smiled at him as a reward. Mr. Hua, you're a perfect boyfriend. Qin Su gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Hua, who wasn't very familiar with the internet, didn't know what perfect boyfriend meant, but he guessed it was a compliment from Qin Su. Seeing her rare girlish demeanor in front of him, he felt inexplicably satisfied. As Qin Su ate her dessert, she wondered who Yuexin would bring to deal with her. Could it be you, Mayor? Just then, the birthday star of the night finally appeared. Zhang Huaishan stood on the high platform in the hall, expressing gratitude and welcoming words to the guests. Then he moved on to another important topic. Dear guests, I am very grateful for your presence at my birthday banquet tonight. I also have another important announcement. From today on, the Zhang family will be managed by my grandson Zhang. I hope everyone here will support him in the future. Let's work together for mutual success. Clap, clap, clap. The guests below, whether willing or not, applauded. Qin Su saw Zhang standing beside Zhang Huaishan, toasting and thanking the guests. As the banquet officially began, Tianqing and Qin Su hid in a corner of the hall, relaxing. Don't you need to socialize with those people? Seeing Tianqing not moving, Qin Su couldn't help but ask. I'm not going. It's boring. If it weren't for the old man's birthday, he wouldn't have come at all. Just because he didn't want to go didn't mean others weren't looking for him. A few people who noticed Tianqing were already coming over. Qin Su didn't want to listen to their boring conversations, so she quickly said to Tianqing, "Someone is coming to find you. I want to take a walk outside, and we'll come back to find you later." Before Tianqing could respond, she slipped out. After wandering around the Zhang family's garden for a while, she finally found a secluded spot to sit down. But she hadn't sat for long when she heard noise nearby.
Inwardly.
Was she somehow attracting gossip? How could she end up in this secluded corner and still encounter inappropriate scenes? Mr. Lee, did you also study at Yale? How come I didn't see you at the international student gathering? A somewhat familiar female voice rang out. I graduated and returned to the country 4 years ago, just missing Miss Yao. What a pity. I only now realize how beautiful you are. The man was quite charming, making the woman giggle. Qin Su peeked through the flowers and saw Yao Yuejin, someone she had met once before. She remembered that this person had stirred trouble for her and Tianqing in a private room to support Qingyu. Fate had brought them together again today. Her position wasn't hidden. If they walked a bit further, they would see her. Now, she couldn't decide whether to leave or stay. Sure enough, the two soon spotted Qin Su. What are you doing here? Yao Yuejin was startled to see this annoying woman, and anger quickly surged within her. How long had she been here? Was she eavesdropping on their conversation? Qin Su glanced at her indifferently. This isn't a private place. Can I be here? The man beside Yao Yuejin was captivated by Qin Su's beauty. His mother had introduced him to Yao Yuejin, but she paled in comparison to the woman in front of him. From Yao Yuejin's tone, it seemed they knew each other, but their relationship wasn't good. He put on a gentlemanly smile. Miss, my friend didn't mean to blame you. She was just startled by your sudden appearance and spoke a bit harshly. Please don't take offense. The man was quite polite, so Qin Su didn't want to escalate things. She stood up to leave. Seeing her about to go, the man became anxious. He hadn't even gotten to know this beauty yet, and now she was leaving. Miss, I am Li Linfeng, son of Li Kita from Jinjiji Industrial. May I get to know you? This beauty truly captivated him, and he intentionally revealed his identity to attract her attention. Yao Yuejin, seeing Li Linfeng fawn over the woman in front of her, felt her eyes turn red with anger. Sure enough, Sister Qingyu was right. This woman was a fox, not only stealing Sister Qingyu's man, but now trying to take the man she liked. When Qin Su returned to the banquet hall, guests were gradually presenting their birthday gifts. She immediately spotted Tianqing, who stood out in the crowd. His striking appearance and presence made him the center of attention, even among the wealthy and famous guests. As Qin Su approached, She noticed a stunning woman in a fiery red gown standing next to him. The woman seemed oblivious to Hua Tianqing's cold demeanor and smiled brightly as she said, "Mr. Hua, I've heard from my elders at home that you are an outstanding gentleman. They have always praised you. Now that I see you in person, you truly are exceptional. May I befriend you?" The woman was bold and enthusiastic, showing no concern for Hua Tianqing's indifference, clearly interested in him. She was the eldest granddaughter of the Yun family head, known for her exceptional talent and intelligence among her peers. At just 21, she had already earned dual master's degrees in finance and medicine from top global universities. With such achievements, she had high standards and had turned down many suitors. Given the Yun family status, she didn't need her father to congratulate Zhang Huaishan on his birthday. Having just returned from abroad and feeling bored at home, she had asked her father to let her attend the birthday banquet. To her surprise, she encountered a man who caught her interest. Hearing others talk, she learned that this man was Hua Tianqing, the current head of the Hua family. She had heard his name from her father a few times and was curious about the person who had earned such high praise from her demanding father. Seeing Hua Tianqing for the first time tonight, she felt a flutter in her heart, realizing she had feelings for him. She had never been one to settle for less. If she liked someone, she would pursue them. So even though Hua Tianqing was cold towards her, she refused to give up. It was a pity he was an ordinary person without any cultivation talent. But she quickly reassured herself that it didn't matter. The Yun family had plenty of elixirs that could extend his life by decades. Yet, despite hearing about her background, he remained indifferent and increasingly impatient, which only fueled her desire to conquer him. Hua Tianqing's expression grew colder, but the woman continued to talk as if she didn't notice. He knew about the Yun family, one of the 3 major cultivation families in the capital. But that didn't matter. He wouldn't show kindness to someone he didn't like, even if they were from a prestigious family. Seeing Hua Tianqing's expression darken, Qin Su quickly stepped up beside him, linking her arm with his. "Tianqing, there you are. I've been looking for you." Yun Nishang noticed a stunning woman with a cool demeanor linking arms with the man in front of her. She raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Hua Tianqing uninterested in women? Rumor had it he kept them at a distance. Who was this woman? Had Hua Tianqing already found a girlfriend? But it didn't matter. As long as Yun Nishang set her sights on someone, she would get what she wanted. Qin Su noticed the challenge in the woman's eyes. She didn't back down and met her gaze directly. Their eyes locked, and a tense atmosphere filled the air, which those nearby could sense. People began to turn their attention toward them. Hua Tianqing wrapped his arm around Qin Su's waist and leaned in to whisper gently in her ear, "Tonight is Grandpa Zhang's birthday banquet. Let's not engage with a crazy woman." Normally, he would have had someone remove such a woman, but he tolerated her harassment tonight.
Bin su avertet her gaze.
All right, let's go wish Grandpa Zhang a happy birthday. The two ignored Yun Nishang and walked toward Zhang Huaishan. Following them back to the banquet hall, Yao Sisi saw Qin Su confronting the woman in the red dress. She felt a bit pleased, thinking Qin Su was always unpopular. However, she had arrived late and didn't know the reason behind the confrontation. She asked her aunt, Yao Yuejin aunt, who is the woman not getting along with Mr. Hua's companion. How dare she offend Hua Tianqing's girlfriend? Although she didn't like Qin Su, she was wary after the last incident and feared Hua Tianqing might defend Qin Su, which could affect her family, so she didn't dare openly oppose her. Now, seeing someone unafraid of Hua Tianqing piqued her curiosity. That woman is the young lady of the Yun family. She has taken a liking to Hua Tianqing. Just now, Hua Tianqing's girlfriend was clashing with her. The Yun family is a cultivation family. I don't understand what Hua Tianqing has that attracts her. Yao Yuejin was quite envious. She had witnessed the earlier events and knew the whole story. The Yun family's young lady truly lacked discernment. What was appealing about Hua Tianqing's cold and unfeeling nature? He was nowhere near as good as her own Tianyu. Why wasn't the Yun family young lady interested in Tianyu? If she were, with the Yun family's support, the Hua family would surely fall into Tianyu's hands. Hearing her aunt's words, Yao Sisi's eyes sparkled. It would be great if she could use that Yuyin lady to deal with Qin Su. Qin Su and Hu Tianqing approached Zhang Huaishan. Hu Tianqing presented a long wooden box to Zhang Huaishan. Grandpa Zhang, this is my birthday gift for you. A piece you love, of a replica of Feng Qingsu's preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Zhang Huaishan excitedly opened the box, carefully taking out the scroll and gently unfolding it. A beautiful calligraphy piece from 1,000 years ago, flowing and seamless, was revealed to everyone.
Wow.
Mr. Hua is truly generous. This piece must be worth 9 figures. People exclaimed in admiration. The Hua family is wealthy and has been friends with the Zhang family for decades. Of course, they wouldn't be stingy. With Hu Tianqing's treasure on display, the gifts from others seemed rather ordinary. At that moment, Yun Nishang stepped forward. She held a palm-sized box, made of an unknown wood that exuded a faint, pleasant medicinal aroma, instantly refreshing those who smelled it. In the crowd, there were knowledgeable people who, upon seeing the wooden box in Yun Nishang's hands, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's made of spirit wood. The contents must be extraordinary." Spirit wood grows in areas rich in spiritual energy and takes 100 years to mature, thus it carries a strong spiritual aura. Boxes made from it can nourish and stabilize the potency of pills, preventing them from dissipating. Millions of years ago, spirit wood was not rare, and cultivators used to store their pills in boxes made from it. But now, in this age of dwindling spiritual energy, many spiritual herbs and medicines cannot grow, let alone the more demanding spirit wood. The Yun family using such rare wood just for storing pills shows their deep heritage. Seeing the envious gazes around her, Yun Nishang calmly stepped forward. "Old Zhang, this is a congratulatory gift from the Yun family. Inside is a revitalizing pill. It can heal old injuries and strengthen bones, promoting longevity. I wish you blessings as vast as the East Sea, and a life as long as the South Mountain." After delivering her wishes, Yun Nishang handed the box to Zhang Huaishan. She then turned to look at Hu Tianqing, her gaze ambiguous. Zhang Huaishan politely accepted. "Thank you, Miss Yun, for coming to celebrate my birthday tonight, and thank you to the Yun family for the gift." Upon hearing it was a revitalizing pill, those nearby couldn't help but express their envy. As expected from a family of cultivators, they present a pill that is priceless. Few families in Long Country can produce effective pills like this. Some families in the capital may have alchemists, but they are usually low-level practitioners. They lack dedicated fields for growing spiritual herbs like the Cultivation families do. Many families send people to collect herbs with a hint of spiritual energy from deep mountains, but the quality of the pills they produce cannot compare to those made by Cultivation families. One person nearby, aware that Zhang Huaishan had recently sold a batch of excellent pills, was not impressed. "This revitalizing pill may be precious to us, but not necessarily to old Zhang." Curious, another asked, "Does the Zhang family have pills that are better than the Yun family's revitalizing pill?" The first person explained about the exceptional pills Zhang Huaishan had sold, including the even rarer cleansing marrow pill and meridian opening pill, and even qi training pills for spiritual cultivation.
Wow.
The listener gasped. Looking at Zhang Huaishan, they noticed he showed no excitement at the mention of the revitalizing pill. He grabbed the person next to him, wanting to know more about the situation. Yun Nishang, not seeing the reaction she hoped for from Hu Tianqing, felt disappointed. She glanced at Qin Su standing beside him, feeling bored. Yao Yuejin had come over with her aunt while everyone else was presenting gifts. She had been watching Yun Nishang's expression and, seeing her look at Qin Su, came up with a plan. Feigning elegance, she approached Zhang Huaishan and said, "Old Zhang, I also represent the Yao family in sending you a gift. I wish you good health and a long life." Yao Xueman, not paying attention, saw her niece approaching Zhang Huaishan to celebrate his birthday and panicked, wanting to pull her back. The Zhang family hadn't sent an invitation to the Yao family, and now Yao Yuejin boldly approached to congratulate him. If anything went wrong, the Yao family would be embarrassed. But everyone's attention was already on her, so she couldn't just pull her back. She could only hope nothing would go wrong. Zhang Huaishan, although unsure which Yao family she belonged to, politely accepted the gift. After presenting her gift, Yao Cece returned to her aunt's side. Out of the corner of her eye, Yao Cece noticed Yuyin Nishang standing behind her. She whispered to Yao Xueman, "Aunt, I just saw Qin Su holding a wooden box too, seemingly preparing to give a gift to old Zhang. I wonder why she hasn't shown it. Maybe she's afraid it won't compare to Miss Yun's gift?" Yao Xueman didn't understand why her niece suddenly brought this up, but disdainfully replied, "She's just a girl from an ordinary family. What kind of gift could she possibly have? If it weren't for Hu Tianqing, she wouldn't even have the right to enter the Zhang family." Although they spoke softly, Yuyin Nishang still heard them. So, Hu Tianqing's girlfriend is just an ordinary girl? With her demeanor, she thought she was from a prominent family. The thought of being overshadowed by such an ordinary person made her uneasy. Remembering how Hu Tianqing hadn't even glanced at her, her usual pride couldn't accept being ignored. Suddenly, she smiled at Hu Tianqing and said loudly, "Mr. Hua, I heard your girlfriend also prepared a gift for old Zhang. Since you've given a priceless calligraphy piece, I assume her gift must be extraordinary too." Everyone turned to look at Hu Tianqing. Many had noticed the beautiful companion beside him, and now hearing the Yun family's young lady call her his girlfriend surprised them. Isn't Mr. Hua indifferent to women? When did he get a girlfriend? Then, recalling Yuyin Nishang mentioning she also had a gift for old Zhang, they curiously looked at what she was holding. Qin Su indeed held a small wooden box. However, unlike Yuyin Nishang's box made of spirit wood, this was just an ordinary wooden box. What precious item could be inside such a plain box? Seeing everyone's attention on her, Qin Su felt no panic. Upon hearing Yuyin Nishang's sudden comment, she realized Yuyin Nishang wanted to embarrass her in front of everyone. It seemed that Hu Tianqing's earlier indifference had angered the proud Yun family young lady, and now she wanted to use her to make Hu Tianqing look bad. Holding the ordinary wooden box, she approached Zhang Huaishan. "Grandpa Zhang, happy birthday. Wishing you health." She handed the wooden box to Zhang Huaishan. Zhang Huaishan, with a joyful expression, took the box and opened it. Inside was a pill radiating a white glow, with faint patterns appearing on its surface. Zhang Huaishan didn't know what kind of pill this was. It was very different from the ones Qin Su had taught him about. But he could feel a strong attraction to this pill. "Su girl, what kind of pill is this? I've never seen it before." Even though he didn't know what it was, Zhang Huaishan carefully closed the box, treating it like a treasure. "It's a pill I made myself. Grandpa Zhang, you are now a martial artist at the innate level. I believe you'll soon break through to the warrior level, so I thought to make you a warrior pill to help you overcome the bottleneck." The reactions of the people around varied. Some had never heard of such a pill before. Others from the mystical sect looked shocked and in disbelief. Could it be the pill they were thinking of? Wasn't the formula for the martial master pill lost long ago? Even if the formula still existed, could anyone gather the materials needed to make the martial master pill today? An elderly man, clearly from the mystical sect, looked disapprovingly at Qin Su and said, "Little girl, I understand you want to give a nice gift to old Zhang. But just casually taking out a pill and calling it the martial master pill, do you even know what that is?" Instead of getting angry, Qin Su looked confused. "I know. Didn't I just say? This is the pill that can help Grandpa Zhang break through to the martial master level." "You." The old man was taken aback. Did the girl not understand him? He couldn't believe that a young girl could produce the long-lost martial master pill. He thought Qin Su was just talking nonsense for the sake of pride. Yao Cece, hearing someone question Qin Su, was secretly delighted. She had said that Qin Su, being poor, could never offer an expensive gift. She was worried that Hu Tianqing would prepare a gift for her, which would ruin her chance to embarrass Qin Su. Unexpectedly, Qin Su was so arrogant as to present a pill she made as a gift. She covered her mouth and chuckled, whispering to Yao Xueman, "Aunt, have you heard of this so-called martial master pill that Qin Su brought out? It's nothing compared to Miss Yun's revitalizing pill." Though her voice was soft, the people around were not ordinary and heard her clearly. Yao Xueman had never heard of this martial master pill either, but she wanted to see Qin Su make a fool of herself. So she sarcastically said, I don't know what this so-called martial master pill is. But Miss Yun's pill was made by the Yun family's alchemist. It's not something random people can compare to. Thinking she was flattering Yun Nikhang, Yao Yuejin looked at her, only to see her expression was not good, but rather shocked and displeased. Yao Yuejin's heart sank, sensing something was off. Yao Sisi, hearing Yao Yuejin's words, became even more convinced that Qin Su's gift was worthless. She smiled at Qin Su and said, "Miss Qin, I know your family isn't well off and can't afford a good gift. But you don't have to just bring a pill you casually made as a gift. After all, it's something that goes into the mouth. What if it has bad effects? Wouldn't you be harming Grandpa Zhang?" She thought her words would embarrass Qin Su, hoping her Tianqing would see her true colors and realize she was trying to impress people with an unknown pill. Yao Sisi looked at Qin Su, eager to see her reaction when everyone exposed her. But Qin Su remained calm, showing no signs of panic. Instead, she looked at Yao Sisi as if she were watching a silly clown. Yao Sisi's face stiffened. She was furious inside. Just wait and see how long you can keep pretending. At that moment, the host of the banquet, Zhang Huaishan, finally spoke up. "I believe in Su girl. This pill she brought is definitely the martial master pill." Having worked with Qin Su for so long, Zhang Huaishan had no doubts about her abilities. Someone who could produce several bottles of top-quality pills would not bring a fake as a gift. The elderly man who had doubted Qin Su earlier, seeing Zhang Huaishan speak for her, was still reluctant to believe it. "Old Zhang, are you sure this girl's pill is really the martial master pill?" To dispel everyone's doubts, Zhang Huaishan had to open the wooden box. Instantly, a strong, rich fragrance of medicine filled the air. He showed the pill to a few old friends. "Look at the quality of this pill and the patterns on it. Don't they match exactly what the ancient texts describe?" The people from the mystical sect looked at the pill in Zhang Huaishan's hand, inhaling the rich aroma. In their hearts, they were convinced this was the legendary martial master pill. In an instant, they all turned to look at Qin Su, their eyes shining with excitement, making her feel a chill. The elderly man from the Gu family who had given Qin Su the jade pendant quickly approached her, excitedly asking, "Su girl, do you have any more martial master pills?" In today's world, there are two systems, martial cultivation and spiritual cultivation. However, spiritual cultivation depends on personal talent, and not everyone can pursue it. Martial cultivation is different. As long as one is physically strong and has refined their body with precious herbs to a certain level, along with practicing some simple internal techniques, they can become a postnatal martial artist. To reach the innate martial artist level, one needs to take a connecting veins pill to open the body's meridians and temporarily store spiritual energy in them. Among the three major cultivation families, there are pills that can help postnatal martial artists break through to innate martial artists. However, because these pills are extremely rare and precious, the families only give them to their most talented descendants. For outsiders to obtain a connecting veins pill, they must be of great use to the family or join one of the cultivation families as a vassal, contributing enough to earn a pill. Thus, most people remain stuck as postnatal martial artists their entire lives, unable to progress. The martial master level is even more unimaginable for them. Reaching the martial master level means one can compete with spiritual cultivators in the foundation building stage. Currently, there are no martial artists at the martial master level in Long Country. Although he was still far from breaking through to the martial master level, it wouldn't hurt to obtain a martial master pill for future use. Others were a bit slower to react, but soon they surrounded Qin Su, looking at her eagerly. Qin Su held her ground under their gaze and apologetically said, "I only have this one pill, and it took me a long time to make it." She didn't want people to know she could produce more pills just yet. Once her cultivation level improved, she would naturally refine and sell more. Yao Sisi saw the people who had doubted Qin Su earlier now excitedly surrounding her. Jealousy and anger twisted her expression. She wanted to say more. But just then, Zhang Han, who had gone to handle some matters, returned. He had already heard the story from the attendants and was very displeased with the woman who slandered Qin Su. "This young lady, Miss Qin, is a valued guest of our Zhang family. If you cannot show her respect, please leave. Zhang Huaishan had just welcomed his grandson back and handed the situation over to him. Hearing someone speak ill of Qin Su, he was also very angry. But due to his elder status, he didn't want to scold her directly. Zhang Han approached Qin Su and said apologetically, "Qin Su, I'm so sorry you had to face such disrespect at our Zhang family's banquet." After speaking, he turned and gestured to the attendants nearby, who promptly approached Yao Cece and politely escorted her out of the banquet hall. Seeing that Zhang Han showed no mercy, he ordered the servant to throw Yao Cece out. Yao Xuemon's face turned ugly. She looked at Zhang Huaishan for help, hoping he would say something. Unexpectedly, Zhang Huaishan seemed to ignore her and turned to talk to the old man from the Gu family. Yao Xuemon felt a surge of anger. The Zhang family was truly overstepping. After all, Cece was brought by her, yet they disregarded her feelings and kicked her out. The Zhang family had a long-standing relationship with the Hu family. Did they really look down on them just because the current head of the Hu family was Hu Tianqing and not her husband? Zhang Huaishan allowed his grandson to trample on the dignity of his elder. Hu Xing'an was nowhere to be found. He should have stepped in at this moment, but was missing. She suppressed her anger, wanting to save some face for her niece. Otherwise, tomorrow in the social circles of the capital, everyone would know about the Yao family's disgrace at the Zhang family's birthday banquet. Han, although what Cece said was harsh, it was for the safety of old Master Zhang. Who can guarantee that the pills she made are safe? Cece meant well, but you kicked her out without consideration. Isn't that too rude? Zhang Han, facing Yao Xuemon's criticism, still wore a gentle smile. Aunt Yao, our family treats Qin Su like a relative. She is a guest of the Zhang family, and we won't allow anyone to bully her. That young lady has repeatedly targeted our esteemed guest, so naturally, she is not welcome here. In that brief moment, the Zhang family staff had already investigated the woman's background. She was the daughter of the Yao family in the capital and was not on the guest list invited by the Zhang family. She came with her aunt, who was Hu Xing'an's wife, to attend the birthday banquet. The Zhang family could have overlooked this, as many people try to enter the upper circles of the capital to make connections. Since she was here, she should have behaved, but instead, she acted like a clown, constantly causing trouble for Qin Su. Zhang Han felt no need to show her any courtesy. Yao Xuemon knew she had lost face tonight, but seeing Hu Tianqing's indifferent expression only fueled her anger. Tianqing, are you just going to watch the Zhang family treat us like this? As the head of the Hu family, are you going to let them trample on our dignity? She felt mistreated by the Zhang family, believing it was because the Hu family was no longer under her husband's control, which gave them the audacity to look down on her. This thought deepened her resentment towards Hu Tianqing. Hu Tianqing saw his second aunt deliberately escalate personal grievances to a conflict between the Zhang and Hu families. He sneered, "When did she become part of the Hu family? Second aunt, go home and teach your niece to mind her own business. The Hu family is not something just anyone can meddle with." Yao Xuemon felt humiliated by Hu Tianqing's lack of respect and the mocking gazes of those around her, causing her to seethe with anger. To maintain her last shred of dignity, she suppressed her fury and turned to leave. After the commotion, everyone shifted their focus back to the martial master pills that Qin Su was refining. They all eagerly asked Qin Su to inform them first when she produced more pills. Once Qin Su dealt with everyone, she secretly sighed in relief. These people were too intense, pushing her to the brink. Hu Tianqing noticed she had finally escaped the crowd and led her to a quiet spot. Will these people cause you trouble? He was worried about those who looked at Qin Su with such fervent eyes, fearing someone might secretly harm her. Although he didn't know what martial master pills were, he could tell from their reactions that they were precious. He feared that if they discovered Qin Su could refine such items, they might resort to underhanded tactics. Qin Su knew Hu Tianqing was concerned for her and shook her head. "You don't need to worry. With my current abilities, no one can force me to do what I don't want to do." Only then did Hu Tianqing feel reassured. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor approached them. Qin Su looked up to see a woman in a red dress standing before them. Yun Nishang looked at Qin Su with a complex expression, initially thinking she was just a pretty face. She was surprised to learn that Qin Su possessed the rare martial master pill. Still, she didn't believe that Qin Su had refined it herself. It must have been given to her by her master. What a waste, she thought, to give away such a precious pill, knowing that even the Yun family might not be able to refine one. She reassessed this woman. There was no way she was from an ordinary family. What ordinary family could casually produce a pill that cultivators coveted? Qin Su noticed Yun Nishang staring at her without speaking and frowned. Hu Tianqing saw the annoying woman approaching again, thinking she was still interested in him. He coldly said, "I'm not interested in you. Please don't disturb us." Yun Nishang, lost in thought, was brought back to reality by Hu Tianqing's words. She smiled charmingly at him. "But what should I do? I think I've developed feelings for you." Hu Tianqing's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Qin Su felt anger rise as the woman flirted with her boyfriend in front of her. "I know my boyfriend is excellent, but for the esteemed Miss Yun to openly say she likes him in front of me is quite disrespectful." She realized the woman was deliberately provoking her, since she had been with Hu Tianqing since she arrived. After Yun Nishang took out the martial master pill, Qin Su had felt the hostility directed at her. Yun Nishang intended to irritate Qin Su with her words. Seeing Qin Su get angry only made her smile wider. "I'm not just here for Mr. Hua. I want to ask Miss Qin what sect you belong to?" With an unknown force emerging in the capital, she needed to clarify the other party's background. Qin Su found Yun Nishang's commanding tone unworthy of her attention. "If you have nothing else to discuss, please leave. Don't disturb us," she said bluntly. Yun Nishang was taken aback, not expecting such a harsh refusal and being asked to leave. As the daughter of the Yun family, she had always been proud. It was rare for her to lower herself to someone, yet the other person showed her no respect. She immediately wanted to teach Qin Su a lesson. But before she could act, a terrified scream echoed from outside. "There's a murder!" In the banquet hall, the guests heard a chilling scream and looked towards the source in fear. Something has happened. Zhang Huaishan's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure. He needed to calm the guests first. If chaos broke out, the consequences could be worse. He immediately went up to the stage and spoke soothing words to the guests below. Zhang Han took some servants and rushed to the scene as soon as the incident occurred. The sound seemed to come from the Zhang family's flower house in the front yard. Qin Su and Hu Tianqing exchanged worried glances. They wanted to follow Zhang Han to see if they could help. But after looking at the other guests, they decided to stay put. They waited for news with the other guests. For a moment, the once lively banquet hall was filled only with whispers. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Han returned to the banquet hall with a serious expression and whispered a few words to Zhang Huaishan. Zhang Huaishan immediately instructed the butler to arrange for the guests to leave. Although the guests were curious about what had happened at the Zhang family, they didn't dare to stay when they saw Zhang Huaishan's serious face and left one by one. Once the unrelated people had left, Zhang Huaishan turned to those who remained and said, "The situation is serious. You should come with me to take a look." Everyone followed him to the flower house. Soon, they arrived at the flower house in the front yard. In the cold winter of the capital, some noble families built flower houses to enjoy beautiful flowers during the winter. The Zhang family also built a flower house in the front yard, planting many precious flowers and plants inside. The flower house was about 300 square meters in size. Since it was the scene of the incident, the usually empty flower house was brightly lit. When Qin Su arrived at the flower house, she saw a few servants guarding the scene and a maid trembling in the corner. Zhang Han then said to everyone, "I noticed something was wrong when I came here. The deceased does not appear to have been killed by an ordinary person. It resembles the situation we encountered on Kunlun Mountain." After saying this, he led everyone to the side of the deceased. Qin Su saw a person lying on the ground, with blood pooling around them. Zhang Huaishan instructed the servants to turn the deceased over. The person's clothing suggested they were not a servant of the Zhang family, but rather a guest attending the birthday banquet. His heart sank. If a guest had an accident at the Zhang family, it would be a big problem. As the servants turned the person over, one of them screamed in fright. "Ghost!" The servant stumbled back in terror and fell to the ground. Qin Su had already seen the deceased's face and was startled. It was a face that looked dried up, like a 1,000-year-old corpse, with only thin skin hanging on the bones. Qin Su noticed Huatianqing's grip on her hand tighten. She realized this was his first encounter with the terrifying and cruel side of the supernatural world. Qin Su squeezed his hand back to reassure him. The others also frowned at the sight. "Heian, did you ask the person who found the body if they saw the murder?" Zhang Huaishan looked at the corpse in front of him, unable to identify them. This person had clearly been drained of their life force. "Grandpa, I didn't have time to ask," Zhang Heian replied. He had rushed to inform them about the supernatural connection before asking any questions. Zhang Heian approached the trembling maid in the corner and gently asked, "Did you see who did this?" The maid seemed greatly frightened, shrinking back and repeatedly muttering, "Ghost! Ghost!" Seeing her in such a state, Zhang Heian realized he wouldn't get any useful information. "Let me ask," Qin Su said as she knelt in front of the maid. Noticing her dazed expression, she placed her hand on the maid's head and cast a calming spell. After a while, the maid's eyes gradually cleared, though fear still lingered in her gaze. "What did you see tonight?" Qin Su asked her. The maid looked at the pretty girl in front of her and hesitated to speak. Her body trembled involuntarily. Qin Su infused her with a bit of spiritual energy, and she finally calmed down. "The butler asked me to come to the flower house to cut some green plums. When I first entered, I heard some." The maid stammered, struggling to find the words. Seeing her avoid eye contact and appear embarrassed, Zhang Heian urged, "What did you hear?" The maid, no longer able to hold back, quickly said, "There were people doing that kind of thing inside the flower house." She continued, "I didn't dare to go in, thinking it might be some young master and miss from another family, so I went back to the backyard to work. After a long time, I returned, thinking they must have left, but then I saw that." The maid's face still showed lingering terror. Zhang Heian's expression turned from red to pale. What kind of people were they? So reckless. To do such a thing at someone else's banquet, they truly deserved their fate. Hearing the maid mention infidelity, Qin Su recalled that she had accidentally overheard Qi Qingyu and a man being intimate earlier. The direction they left seemed to be towards this area. She stood up and leaned closer to Huatianqing, whispering about her encounter with Qi Qingyu. "When you went to get me dessert, I accidentally heard Qi Qingyu flirting with a man named Tianyu. Later, they left in this direction. See if you recognize him." Qin Su gestured for Huatianqing to look at the dead body on the ground. As soon as Huatianqing heard the name Tianyu, he felt a bad premonition. He looked closely at the body on the ground and indeed recognized something familiar. The watch on the person's wrist was the same as the one Huatianyu wore. He remembered it clearly because it was a gift his grandfather had specially ordered for him on his birthday a year ago. When Huatianyu saw his grandfather give him a watch worth millions, he felt envious and asked his grandfather to get him one too. The only difference between their watches was the name engraved on them. His watch was kept safe, while the one on the dead person's wrist could only belong to Huatianyu. Several members of the Xian men stepped forward to examine the bodies on the ground, hoping to find some clues, but after a long time, they found nothing. What kind of evil method is this? I've never encountered anything like it in the world of Xian arts before. The speaker was Wang Jisheng, a cultivator from the Dawa sect and the disciple of Zhang Huaishan. He had come down the mountain to celebrate his master's uncle's birthday, only to encounter a demonic practitioner harming people at the Zhang family's banquet. Old Master Goose stroked his beard, looking worried. The current strength of the Xian arts world was far from what it used to be. The younger generation struggled with a lack of resources, making it hard for them to progress. The Xianmen alliance seemed to be losing its power. Meanwhile, the demonic practitioners had no scruples in their cultivation. For them, killing was trivial as long as it helped them improve. It seemed that chaos was about to descend upon the capital. "Su girl, can you tell how this person was killed using any method?" Zhang Huaishan asked Qin Su. He looked at her with hope, knowing her extraordinary background. Perhaps she could uncover what kind of evil arts the killer had used. He had also examined the deceased, but the man's face was so badly damaged that he couldn't recognize him. He had heard the maid's words and, seeing the gruesome state of the body, suspected it was the work of a demonic practitioner from the Xianmen. However, he wasn't a spiritual cultivator and couldn't tell what kind of evil arts could instantly drain a person's essence. The maid had said a couple was having an affair when a demonic practitioner killed the man, but what about the woman? There was only one male corpse at the scene, with no sign of the other person. After confirming the identity of the deceased with Huotianqing, Qin Su was approached by Zhang Huaishan. She walked over to carefully examine the body again. She sent her spiritual energy toward the corpse, trying to sense any lingering traces of the arts. Strangely enough, Qin Su withdrew her spiritual energy, frowning. Seeing her expression, Zhang Huaishan quickly asked, "Did you find something?" Qin Su shook her head. "No, I didn't sense any traces of arts on the body." "How is that possible?" Zhang Huaishan couldn't believe it. The state of the deceased clearly indicated it was the work of a demonic practitioner. How could there be no traces of arts? "Maybe the other party used some hidden techniques," Qin Su said helplessly, as she truly found no traces of arts. Upon hearing this, everyone felt hopeless. If even Qin Su couldn't detect any traces, they were at a loss. Yuyin watched from behind as Qin Su was treated like the main support by everyone, feeling quite displeased. Wasn't it just a matter of having a martial artist's pill? If the Yun family wanted to refine it, they could still do so. She was frustrated seeing how everyone was elevating Qin Su. Now that Qin Su couldn't figure out how the person was killed, she couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreude. With her arms crossed, she stood there watching the scene, soon drawing attention. "Miss Yun, can you tell how this person was killed using any evil arts?" Wang Jisheng frowned at Yun Nishang's indifferent demeanor. Did she not realize this matter was crucial to the safety of the Xian arts world? How could she act so nonchalantly? Noticing his disapproving expression, Yun Nishang smirked. Is the Xianmen really that fallen? They can't even figure this out. After saying that, she stepped forward, and when she reached Qin Su, her disdain became even more apparent. Qin Su didn't want to argue with her. The most important thing was to clarify how the demonic practitioner harmed people. This person was killed by a technique called blood-sucking soul refining evil art. Yun Nishang glanced at the body and stated. Everyone had never heard of this evil art and began to ask Yun Nishang what it was. "I saw this evil art in my family's ancestral manuscripts. It resembles this situation. It is said to have been created by an ancestor of a demon sect hundreds of years ago, relying on absorbing a person's essence and flesh to rapidly enhance one's cultivation. However, that demon sect was exterminated by righteous cultivators hundreds of years ago. How could it resurface now?" She had discovered this when she secretly entered the forbidden area of the Yun family's library as a child, where the manuscript detailed the brutality and bloodiness of this technique, leaving a deep impression on her. "Miss Yun, do you know the name of that demon sect?" Hearing her mention the demon sect, Zhang Han recalled the Shiri Palace beneath Kunlun Mountain and asked anxiously. Yun Nishang glanced at Zhang Han and shook her head. The manuscript didn't record it. Everyone realized that this should be the work of an evil art that was thought to be long gone, and a new worry arose in their hearts. The resurgence of evil arts indicates that the remnants of the demon sect have not been eradicated. We are in the light, while they are in the dark. We fear they will continue to harm people. Zhang Huaishan sighed deeply. At that moment, a piercing female voice cried out from outside, "Tianyu, where are you? You mustn't be in danger." After confirming the identity of the deceased with Huotianqing, Zhang Han had sent someone to notify Huotianyu's parents. Soon, an anxious figure burst into the flower room. Yao Yuejin, angry after leaving the Zhang family banquet, initially planned to visit the Yao family to see Cici. However, midway, she received a call from the Zhang family saying her son was in trouble. Upon entering the flower room, she only saw a figure lying on the ground and rushed forward to check, but Huotianqing stopped her. "Aunt, you need to be prepared. Get away." Yao Yuejin pushed Hua Tianqing's hand aside and trembled as she approached the person on the ground. Hua Tianqing's eyes flashed with a fierce look before quickly returning to normal. Yao Yuejin turned the person over, and the next moment, she screamed and collapsed to the ground, fainting. Zhang had no choice but to have someone carry her to a room, waiting for her to wake up before discussing further. What about the other person? Someone suddenly asked. Only then did everyone remember there should be another woman. They had been so focused on the gruesome state of the man's body and what Yun Nishang had said about the evil arts that they had forgotten about the other woman. Qi Qingyu slowly regained consciousness from her daze. Feeling a chill wash over her, she pulled up her torn dress, ignoring the intense pain in her body, and shakily made her way toward the light. The coldness sharpened her mind, and she recalled what had happened earlier. Thinking of the monstrous man and everything he had done to her, her already pale face turned even whiter. She had been close to Hua Tianyu in the flower room when a dark shadow suddenly appeared. The light was dim, but Qi Qingyu still saw the person's blood-red eyes like a demon. He had brutally drained Hua Tianyu until he was a dried corpse. Terrified, she had lost her senses, but a strong desire to survive made her crawl on the ground, pleading for him not to kill her. The monster had initially intended to kill her, but the moment his hand touched her, he hesitated. She didn't know whether it would have been better to be killed then or to endure such inhumane treatment and survive. But thankfully, she had managed to live through it. Are you okay? Qin Su noticed that Hua Tianqing had been silent since leaving the Zhang family and getting into the car, and she felt worried. Hua Tianqing's features were blurred by the streetlights shining through the car window. I hate my second uncle. After Grandpa fell into a coma, his actions made me see things clearly. I used to think our family was harmonious and happy, but that was just my illusion. In the years right after my parents passed away, he often took me and Tianyu out, teaching us to ride horses and play golf. I treated him like a father because I had lost mine. But when did our relationship start to change? Was it when Grandpa suddenly said he wanted to groom me as his heir? Or was it because of the shares my parents left behind? From that moment, he still acted warmly towards me, but my natural sensitivity allowed me to easily sense his resentment. I want to tell Grandpa that I don't want to take over Hua's. I want my second uncle to take over. If this means losing family ties, then I would rather not have Hua's at all. But I accidentally overheard a conversation between my second uncle and aunt. It turned out their kindness was not genuine. They only pretended to care for me in front of Grandpa. I hate that they deceived me when I lost my parents and relied on them for emotional support. Later, I thought that since they weren't sincere and only cared about Hua's, I wouldn't let them have their way. I agreed to Grandpa's plan for me to study abroad and gradually distance myself from them. Then, when Grandpa suddenly fell into a coma, I returned to fight for control of Hua's and confronted my second uncle. I no longer consider them family. Hua Tianqing's voice was flat, showing no change despite witnessing his brother's tragic death and his aunt's anger towards him tonight. But Qin Su knew he was sad. Qin Su leaned over and hugged him. It's not your fault. You don't have to feel guilty. Hua Tianqing held her tightly, not saying anything. The two returned to be high-houting. Hua Tianqing insisted on seeing Qin Su to her door before leaving. When they reached her floor, just as Qin Su opened the door next door also opened. Qin Su, you're finally back. I tried making a new dessert tonight. I wanted you to try it when you got back. Yumire's voice trailed off when she saw a powerful man standing next to Qin Su. She suddenly felt awkward and shy. You have a friend. Then I'll make it for you tomorrow. Qin Su was unsure of what she was planning, especially since she had important things to do tomorrow. No need, you can come in with us. After saying that, she pushed the door open and walked inside. Hua Tianqing followed her in. Yumire hesitated for a moment, but then brought in the dessert she had made. After turning on the lights, Qin Su asked Yumire to put the dessert on the table. It's so late. Why are you still making desserts instead of resting? Qin Su asked after she and Hua Tianqing sat down on the sofa. I stayed home all day and thought of a new dessert recipe, so I wanted to try it out. I didn't expect you to come back just as I finished, so I brought it over for you to taste. She looked a bit apologetic. I didn't know you were with a friend. I hope I didn't interrupt you. After saying that, she stole a glance at the cold-faced man beside Qin Su. Qin Su seemed to remember to introduce them. This is my boyfriend, Tianxing. And this is my new neighbor, Yuyin. Qin Su introduced them. Oh, so you're Qin Su's boyfriend. Nice to meet you. Yuyin greeted Tianxing with a smile. Tianxing nodded slightly, remaining silent and aloof. Yuyin felt a bit awkward. Qin Su pretended not to notice her discomfort and picked up the dessert Yuyin brought. Your skills are impressive. It looks delicious. Yuyin smiled. I just made it casually. Try it and let me know if it needs any improvements. Qin Su took a fork, picked up a small bite, and tasted it. It's pretty good, Qin Su praised. Yuyin watched as Qin Su finished the dessert, occasionally glancing at Tianxing. I'll head back now. Next time I make a new dessert, I'll bring it for you to try. Yuyin stood up and said to Qin Su. Qin Su didn't insist on keeping her and walked her to the door. I don't like that woman. Suddenly, Tianxing spoke up. Qin Su raised an eyebrow. Was he really that perceptive?
Why?
It's only your first time meeting her. She hasn't offended you, right? She has bad intentions. You need to be careful. Tianxing's unusual sensitivity told him that the woman had a hidden agenda. Don't worry, I have my plans. Tianxing looked at her. You know she means no good, so why give her a chance to get close to you? Tianxing didn't know what Qin Su was planning, but he didn't want her to take risks regarding her safety. I want to draw out the big fish behind her. Tianxing sighed. There was no use opposing what Qin Su wanted to do. Just be careful. If you need my help, let me know. Actually, there was something she needed Tianxing to help with.
Perfect.
Can you help me investigate her background? Yuyin family. Yuyin Nishang returned home and asked the servant, learning that her father was in the study, so she went straight upstairs.
Father.
Yuyin Nishang called out to the man who was painting at a desk. The man stopped his movements and set the brush down. You're back. He looked up, revealing a refined, thin face, his piercing eyes making it hard to meet his gaze. Yuyin Nishang glanced at her father and then looked away. I just got back and wanted to discuss something with you. The man walked to a nearby tea table and sat down, sending the servant who was making tea away. He picked up a cup of tea, lowering his gaze to the cup, seemingly uninterested in what Yuyin Nishang wanted to say. Sit down, the man commanded. Only then did Yuyin Nishang walk over and take a seat. Father, something happened at the Zhang family's banquet tonight. Yuyin Qingye finally put down his teacup and looked up at Yuyin Nishang. Yuyin Nishang held her breath for a moment before speaking. Tonight at the Zhang family's birthday banquet, a warrior pill appeared. Yuyin Qingye's eyes narrowed. A warrior pill, such a rare medicine, appeared at the Zhang family? Could it be that there really is a hidden master supporting them? More than 2 months ago, Zhang Huaishan, who had been stuck at the acquired warrior level for over a decade, suddenly broke through to the innate level and later even used precious medicines like the meridian pill and the bone cleansing pill. The Yuyin family had investigated the origins of those pills but found no useful information. Zhang Huaishan was too cautious. Did the Zhang family bring out more pills? Yuyin Nishang shook her head in confusion. She didn't know that the Zhang family had sold pills before. No, it was a girl named Qin Su who gave Zhang Huaishan a birthday gift.
Qin Su.
Yuyin Qingye felt the name was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he recalled that she was the one who rescued people from the Zhang, Yuyin, and Bai families at Kunlun Mountain. The intelligence hall had thoroughly investigated her family's background for 3 generations. Except for her mother's unclear origins, everything else was ordinary. They were all farmers for generations. Did she go alone to congratulate Zhang Huaishan? Could this Qin Su be a disciple of the hidden master behind the Zhang family? Yuyin Nishang replied, no. She went to the Zhang family with others. Yuyin Qingye's eyes flickered. Do you know who they were?
Yuyin Nishang nodded.
Dad, you often praised him and said he was outstanding. Yuyin Qingye frowned. He knew him, but he couldn't remember such a remarkable person in the capital. Seeing her father's worried expression, Yuyin Nishang quickly added, it's Tianxing from the He group. Qin Su is his girlfriend. How could it be Tianxing? Yun Qingye thought it would be someone from the mystical sect accompanying Qin Su, but it turned out to be Hu Tianqing. Hu Tianqing was just an ordinary person without any cultivation. He couldn't possibly have connections with the mystical sect. It seems they could only send someone to keep an eye on that girl named Qin Su to see if they could uncover her master's background. Dad, something else happened at the Zhang family tonight. Yun Qingye shot a warning glance at Yun Nishang. Why couldn't his daughter just finish telling everything at once? Yun Nishang stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit guilty. There are magic cultivators in the capital. Someone was drained of their blood at tonight's banquet. After being hit with 2 shocking pieces of news in one night, even someone as calm as Yun Qingye was a bit surprised. Magic cultivators had appeared in the capital? Hadn't those evildoers been wiped out a century ago? If Qin Su claims she can produce a warrior pill, it must be because those from the mystical sect hold her in high regard. Yet she couldn't even recognize the blood-draining soul technique. Yun Nishang recalled how she had been overwhelmed by the birthday gift Qin Su had given her. Fortunately, she didn't recognize the evil technique used by the magic cultivators, and she managed to turn the situation around. Feeling a bit smug about this, she unconsciously said it out loud in front of her father. How do you know about the blood-draining soul technique? Yun Qingye suddenly asked coldly. Yun Nishang stiffened. She had been too proud and accidentally revealed too much. She lowered her head, not daring to look at her father. I saw it by chance when I entered the library before. Next time, don't recklessly wander into forbidden places. If your grandfather finds out you entered a restricted area, he'll lock you up. Yun Qingye was somewhat fond of this daughter, who had better cultivation talent than his other sons, but he still needed to give her a warning.
I understand, Dad.
Yun Nishang quickly replied, knowing that if her grandfather found out she entered a forbidden area, she would be punished. All right, you can go now. Yun Qingye gestured for her to leave. Yun Nishang hurried out of the study. On her way downstairs, she ran into her brother, who had just returned home. Brother, you're back. As she entered, she caught a whiff of a mixed scent of perfume, smoke, and alcohol. She wrinkled her nose in disgust. Did you go out drinking with those rich kids again? Her brother, lacking spiritual roots, couldn't pursue spiritual cultivation and had to follow the martial path. But he was lazy and preferred an easy life. Martial cultivation required strong will and endurance, which he didn't want to endure, so he focused on managing part of the Yun family's business. He often mingled with the spoiled children of various families in the capital. Fortunately, her brother was the opposite of her. Although he followed the martial path, he was tough and hard-working from a young age. With the Yun family's abundant resources, he had already reached the peak of the acquired warrior level and was preparing to break through to the innate level. Yun Mingrui shrugged, completely unconcerned about his sister's disdainful expression. You just returned to the country and went to the Zhang family's birthday banquet. I really can't see what's so great about an old man's birthday party. Places with beautiful women and fine wine are much more fun. Yun Nishang looked down on her brother's lack of ambition. If you had even half of Hu Tianqing's excellence, the family would think more highly of you. Yun Mingrui hated being compared to others, especially Hu Tianqing. The name Hu Tianqing was often used by the elders of various families in the capital to compare with their disappointing younger generations, which annoyed many spoiled children. Nishang, saying that really hurts your brother's feelings. Have you forgotten who bought you all those beautiful jewelry and dresses? Yun Mingrui pretended to look hurt, gazing at Yun Nishang with a pitiful expression. After her brother's teasing, Yun Nishang, who had been preparing to persuade him, fell silent. She decided to let it go this time since he had done her a favor. Zhang Yu looked at the time. It was almost midnight, and Qingyu still hadn't returned. Tonight, she had gone to the Zhang family banquet with Hu Tianyu. Before leaving, she had reminded her several times to come back early. How could it be midnight and Tianyu still hadn't brought her back? Could it be that the two young lovers went on a date somewhere? Just as she was thinking, she heard a maid scream from downstairs. Miss, what happened to you? She hurried downstairs. When she reached the bottom and saw Qingyu's condition, tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Qingyu, my daughter, what happened to you? Were you bullied? Where is Hu Tianyu? Did he hurt you?
I'll go find him.
Qi Qingyu looked terrible. Her dress was torn, and there were bruises all over her exposed skin. Zhang Yuru was worried and angry, thinking Hu Tianyu had bullied her daughter. She stood up, ready to go outside to see if Hu Tianyu was there. She wanted to ask how he took care of her daughter, how she had been fine when she left but returned looking like this. But Qi Qingyu grabbed her hand. "Mom, don't go." It wasn't Tianyu. Seeing her daughter covered in injuries, she quickly told the maid to call a doctor. Once the maid left, she hugged her daughter and asked with concern, "Qingyu, tell me, who bullied you?" As someone who had been through it, she could tell at a glance what had happened to her daughter. But if her daughter said it wasn't Hu Tianyu, then who could it be? Qi Qingyu's dazed eyes finally moved when she saw her mother's concern and worry. "Mom, Tianyu is dead."
What?
Zhang Yuru couldn't believe it, her eyes filled with shock. How could this happen? Weren't they just going to attend the Zhang family's birthday banquet? How did they suddenly die? Qi Qingyu suppressed her rising fear from recalling the earlier events and shared everything she had seen and experienced. Zhang Yuru stood frozen in place. How could there be such terrifying monsters in the capital? Thinking of everything her daughter had suffered, tears streamed down her face. "My poor Yuer." The mother and daughter cried together. The servant brought the doctor in, unsure whether to enter or leave upon seeing their state. Finally, after the two had vented their pain, the servant approached Zhang Yuru to inform her that the doctor had arrived. Zhang Yuru wiped her tears and comforted her daughter. "Yuer, don't think too much. Let's have the doctor check your injuries first. We will ask your father what to do when he comes back." She had originally planned to cooperate with the second branch of the Hu family through marriage, but now, with Hu Tianyu's death, she was unsure if they could continue. The most important thing now was to treat her daughter's injuries. After examining Qi Qingyu's wounds, the doctor couldn't help but curse under his breath. Which man was so cruel to treat a delicate girl like this? Seeing the bruises on her body made him feel pity for her. Once the doctor finished treating Qi Qingyu's injuries, she took out a stack of cash. "Dr. Zhao, thank you for your hard work. I hope you won't speak of this matter." Dr. Zhao often treated the ladies of high society in the capital, and she didn't want any negative rumors about Qingyu to come from him. Dr. Zhao accepted the money without hesitation. "Rest assured, Mrs. Qi. You know my character. Otherwise, the other ladies wouldn't have chosen me as their private physician. I will keep this confidential." Zhang Yuru nodded, and Dr. Zhao left. As Qi Zhenxing arrived home, he saw his wife sitting on the living room sofa, quietly shedding tears. He loosened his tie and sat down in a leather chair, looking somewhat tired. The company had been facing some issues lately, and he had been working late every day. He had planned to form a marriage alliance with the Wang family, but after Qi Qinglan messed things up, he was so angry that he kicked her out of the Qi family. He didn't want to hear about any more troubles at home. When Zhang Yuru heard her husband come in, she put on a weak and pitiful demeanor. She thought he would come over to comfort her upon seeing her sad face, but after waiting for a while, there was still no response. She secretly glanced over and saw Qi Zhenxing sitting there, showing no intention of coming to comfort her. His expression wasn't good either. Thinking about what she needed to discuss with him, Zhang Yuru had to put away her act and walked over to him. She approached him from behind and gently massaged his head. Qi Zhenxing closed his eyes in comfort. But soon, Zhang Yuru stopped her movements. Qi Zhenxing frowned. "Why did you stop?" His pounding head had just started to feel better. A low sob came from behind him. Finally, Qi Zhenxing turned to look at her, impatiently saying, "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop crying." Zhang Yuru wiped her tears and shared what had happened to Qi Qingyu that night.
"What?"
"Hu Tianyu is dead." Just like when Zhang Yuru heard the news, Qi Zhenxing was also shocked. Thinking of what his wife said about their daughter's ordeal, his face turned pale. Who was so bold as to kill someone at the Zhang family's banquet and harm his daughter? "Where is Qingyu?" Qi Zhenxing asked. "She's upstairs. I'll go call her down." She had been waiting for Qi Zhenxing to return so they could discuss what to do about their daughter. She quickly went upstairs to call her daughter. In the luxurious bathroom, Qingyu soaked in the bathtub, slowly wiping the bruises on her body. Her movements were mechanical and numb as she recalled what the monster had said that night. I didn't expect to encounter an extreme Yin body. I'll spare your life this time. Remember, I will come looking for you again. A dark and fierce look filled Qingyu's eyes. She stood up, dried herself off, put on a bathrobe, and left the bathroom. There was a knock on the door. Zhang pushed the door open and walked in. Your father is back. Hurry down. Qingyu changed her clothes and went downstairs with her mother. Seeing Qingyu come down, Qizhenqing motioned for her to sit. Your mother just told me about tonight's events. Did you see the attacker? With Hua Tianyu dead, their plan to ally with Hua Xing'an could not continue. Last time, when they tried to deal with Hua Tianqing, they not only failed but were also outsmarted by him. Even the master of metaphysics they had invited was captured by Hua Tianqing's people. Now that Hua Tianyu was dead and Qingyu was unharmed, he couldn't guarantee that Hua Xing'an wouldn't vent his anger on her. If his daughter could identify the attacker and provide useful information to the Hua family, it might ease Hua Xing'an's fury a bit. He thought of many things but didn't care about the fact that his daughter had also been harmed. A hint of sarcasm appeared in Qingyu's downcast eyes. This was her father, only caring for what was useful to him. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Qinglan. Although she had been kicked out of the Qi family, she still had a loving maternal family. Unlike her, who only had a group of blood-sucking relatives. Now that she had lost Hua Tianyu as her support, if she didn't quickly find another useful pawn for the Qi family, her father would surely arrange another marriage for her. If it were someone like the Wang family, her life would be ruined. I didn't see anything. It was too dark, she lied. In truth, she had seen the person. She had encountered him once before, but she didn't dare to say anything. Besides fearing that monster of a man, she recalled his words and had other plans. Qizhenqing said nothing more and comforted her. Don't worry. Even if you can't marry into the Hua family, Dad will find you a better young master from a prominent family. Qingyu feigned a look of admiration. Dad, I thought you were going to give up on me. I didn't expect. Her voice choked. Qizhenqing patted her head. Don't think nonsense. How could Dad abandon you? Qingyu threw herself into his arms, crying in grievance. After a long time, she hesitated and asked, Dad, can you find me a master of metaphysics?
I want to learn from him. Qizhenqing was surprised.
Why did Qingyu suddenly want to practice metaphysics? You suddenly have this idea? To practice, one must have a spiritual root. He had taken her to the Metaphysics Alliance for testing when she was young, but she didn't have a spiritual root.